Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what Deku was chosen to save the world. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. You have to go. The older man shouted urgently, shooting a fierce glare towards his companion. If I leave you, you'll die. The younger argued, green eyes brimming with tears. You know as well as I do that we don't have a choice here. We always knew one of us would have to stay behind to destroy the portal. So why should I be the one to go? You're the teacher, the hero. What good could someone like me do? Izuku. The man's voice was harsh, and his sharp tone made the younger man's eyes focus on his friend. The elder's eyes softened. It must be you. You're not who you were back then. You aren't useless. Remember this, you are a hero. And the world is counting on you, even if nobody realizes it. But Izuku sniffled. What about you? I promised I'd look after you. When the time comes, give this to him. You'll know he trusts you when he calls you problem child. He smiled fondly, handing Izuku a pair of rings on a chain. Deranged laughter filtered down the corridor, making the two stiffen. They hadn't expected him to show up. With that man in the building, they knew their defenses wouldn't hold for much longer. You need to go now. He pulled Izuku into a hug, as the smaller man clung to him for all he was worth, tears streaming down his face. This isn't goodbye. Yes, it is. Izuku's fingers dug into the man's shoulder. You won't be? That's ridiculous. I'll always be me. And you'll always be my problem child. The man then violently shoved Izuku backwards, making him stumble into the swirling vortex. Save the world, Midoriya Izuku. He smiled, a bright hopeful grin that looked so out of place on the man's exhausted face. The door behind him disintegrated into dust as a blue-haired man covered in severed hands grinned in glee, only to screech in rage upon seeing Izuku in the portal. With an indomitable fury, his hand latched onto the older man's face, covering his eyes so he couldn't escape his fate. Shoulda. With a smirk, Shoyuda clicked the big red button. The last thing Izuku heard, before being entirely consumed by the portal, was the gateway exploding. Pain was all that Izuku knew. It felt like his atoms were being torn apart and moved back together. The first thing he was aware of as the pain started to fade was that it was unusually bright outside. And someone was there. He tried to fall into a defensive crouch, but his body wouldn't obey. Instead he found himself on his but as he blinked up at All Might. I cannot simply say you can become a hero even without power. This was that day on the rooftop. Of course I had to go back to one of the worst moments of my life. Of course. He only looked back up when the iron door closed behind the blonde figure. Izuku winced as he staggered to his feet. He looked down at his hands, younger hands. They were smaller than he was used to, but there was still that scar he'd gotten when he was 23 after he stupidly participated in a drunken round of the knife game. Wait a minute. He winced when his voice came out several octaves higher than he was used to, but ignored that for the moment. He instead looked himself over. Carefully peeling off his shirt, he looked down to find a familiar, yet vastly different body. His muscle was still there, as were all his scars. He could count his ribs, and his skin was shockingly pale. That slash he'd gotten from Anoma 2 weeks ago was still there and healing, but his body was also so much smaller. I'm 14 again. They had had no idea how things would pan out. For all their calculations and carefully run scenarios, Izuku and Shoyuda had no real way of knowing if this would even work. For all they knew, he'd be tossed back a few months or even to the womb. Or just killed. Shoyuda. Izuku breathed as the gravity of what had just happened hit him strong. He fell back against the wall behind him and brought his face to his knees. With no one there to witness anything, he freely cried for the first time since Zashi's death. He was truly alone for the first time in years, and it wasn't a good feeling. He felt isolated and lost, and he needed Shuda's strong, reassuring arms around him. He needed his best friend, his brother. And the realization that Shoyuda and Hizashi were still alive now didn't help any because they wouldn't remember him. He would be a stranger to them, and that just hurt him all the more. Damn it, Sho, he sniffled, voice cracking. I swear to God I'm going to make your life a living hell for pulling that kind of stunt. He aggressively swiped away his tears. We were supposed to do this together, you butt? He looked down at the necklace clenched in his fist. Hisashi and Shura's wedding bands sat innocently in his palm. With a shaky sigh, he put the necklace around his own neck and tucked it into his shirt, which he put back on. He looked down at his clothing. It was exactly what he'd been wearing in the lab that he and Shoyuta had occupied. How had All Might not? Time travel is so goddamned confusing. He shook his head. He patted himself down, smirking lightly as he realized he had all his weapons on his person. So I've got 10 months until the entrance exams. He nodded to himself. He looked over the railing to the bustling city below him. He felt like his senses were on overdrive. He'd survived about 8 to 10 years in the deathly silence of a post-apocalyptic world where the slightest sound could very well get you killed. So a lively town filled with colorful noise and movement made him twitchy as hell, and set all his senses to high alert as he awaited the arrival of an enemy that he knew wasn't going to come. As if I wasn't socially awkward enough before. He shook his head. Izuku had no intentions of going back home. His dear mother had never taken kindly to his quirklessness. She had been a kind and loving woman once, but his father had come home when he was about 5 and slowly poisoned her mind. So even though his father was off on long business trips and never home, his mother had dished out plenty of neglect more often than not. She wasn't outright abusive, but she could care less if he was even there or not. With that thought in mind, he carefully leapt from one rooftop to another, avoiding the more populated areas as he made his way back to his mother's apartment. He was honestly surprised he remembered where it was, let alone which window was his. It had been long enough that he'd hardly remembered the apartment number. The only way he recognized the room was because of that crack on the window from when he'd gotten mad at age 7 and threw something at it. Izuku stole into his old bedroom, taking a moment to reminisce about his old childish room. The walls were covered in drawings of hero posters that he'd never been allowed to buy. He'd gotten much better at drawing them over the years, and the shelves were covered in replicas of hero merch that he'd eyed in the stores. The older ones he'd made from stolen Play-Doh at school, while the newer ones were made of actual clay he'd snitched from some pottery places around town, the scraps, that is. He smiled softly before grabbing a backpack and stuffing it with clothes, provisions, and blankets. He carefully took the 3 Eraserhead figurines, 5 Present Mic figurines, and 1 Midnight figurine. He grabbed his analysis notebooks and a fair supply of pencils, clay, and paints before sneaking into his mother's room and snagging some money. With that done, he grabbed one picture, taken on his 3rd birthday before everything went to SHT, and fled out the window. There was only one place he could think of that he could stay without having to answer any unnecessary questions or interact with people, Dagoba Beach. He couldn't help but grin as he came upon the heaping mountains of trash. Nobody would bother him here. That's for sure. He dug his way through the trash before finding an old abandoned camper. He'd need to clean it out, but it'd be perfect. He grinned as he went inside. It smelled terrible, but he'd lived in worse. At least he'd be warm. Being a kid again, Izuku decided, was weird. Gone was his stubble and deep voice, and back was that awkward higher-pitched squeaky voice he'd been stuck with until he'd hit 16 or so. It had been about 2 weeks since his return, and Izuku was finally settled. He'd cleaned out the camper and scrubbed every inch of it with bleach he'd bought from the local dollar store. Beggars can't be choosers, but he was going to minimize as many health risks as he could. By the time he was done, the place was practically sparkling. He'd fixed the moldy, leaky roof too. The engine was shot to hell, but that was fine by him. He wasn't planning on going anywhere, anyways. But he was also getting restless. He'd had a backpack that had come back with him from the future that had plenty of supplies and plans that he and Shoyuta had worked on together, and sometimes just seeing Shura's handwriting made him tear up. But his old vigilante outfit was in there too. And it got him thinking. In the years before Shigaraki destroyed the world, Midoriya Izuku had been a vigilante known as Viridian. He'd tried to find a solid career as a quirkless nobody. He'd ended up eventually trying his hand at support items, but even helping heroes didn't satisfy his deep-seated need to help people. And back then, there'd been a lot more people that needed help than the heroes could reach, So Izuku had taken it upon himself to answer those quiet cries for help. He smiled softly as he held the dark green jumpsuit. The mask looked more like an old-school ninja's, leaving his green eyes open for the world to see. He held it up in front of him and frowned. Of course, the outfit was made with his adult self in mind. So his tiny prepubescent self was not going to fit into that outfit. But time for Plan B. Plan B was to go by the local discount store and buy a Halloween costume and then modify it to look as close to his vigilante outfit as possible. The end result was a black jumpsuit with multiple hidden pouches, as well as a bunch of pouches that resembled a utility belt, that looked reminiscent of a ninja. It wasn't as durable as he would have liked, and it wasn't anything resistant, but it'd have to do. He pulled up the head mask, which left only the slit for his eyes, and attached his weapons to his person. He looked in the cracked mirror he'd salvaged from the dump. He looked like a good old-fashioned ninja, like an actual shadow person. He was kind of cool if he did say so himself. He tightened his bootlaces, 5-finger discounted from the mall, and triple-checked his mask. He was finally ready to go. Izuku sighed as he readied himself to go out on his patrol. It had been about 2 months since he started doing these again, and it was dreadfully easy. He'd had no idea how uncommon vigilantes were before the League of Villains attack on Yui. In fact, there were only a handful in Japan who lasted more than a week. Even though he was still dreadfully malnourished from his time in the future, he rarely had any trouble bringing down criminals. They just weren't anywhere near the same caliber as the Nomu he was used to facing. Because of this, he was starting to make a name for himself. The internet, in particular, was starting to whisper about a new vigilante who was protecting civilians in the harsher, less patrolled areas that heroes seemed to forget. Places like South Mizudafu, where the unwanted of society seemed to end up. He'd learned from the misfortune of others that if he didn't come up with a name for himself, that the police and internet would come up with one for him. And they didn't always come up with the best of names. So Izuku decided, since he was also kind of SHT at names, to stick with the one he'd had in his previous timeline, Viridian. He smirked as he tied up a group of drag traders who were glaring at him. He chuckled. The new voice modifier made his voice sound deeper and older. It sounded like his future self, which honestly put Izuku more at ease. "Do me a favor, would ya?" He grinned beneath his mask as he looked at the 3 men. "Let the cops know that Viridian says hi." With that, he nimbly scaled the side of the building, finding handholds and footholds where most people would find none. Within minutes, the police were on the scene, responding to the phone call of the frightened civilian he'd saved. A man with a familiar tan trench coat stepped out of one of the vehicles. Viridian grinned. "So they've finally brought Tsukachi on. This'll be interesting." He knew of the detective from his original vigilante career. He was a good man and a fantastic detective. Viridian was going to have fun with him. "All right, detective," Viridian muttered to himself. "Let the games begin." Viridian grinned. He was having a blast. It had been nearly 4 months since he'd become a vigilante again, and the lower crime rates of this time allowed him more time to mess with his favorite detective. They'd already brought the heroes on board, as was protocol when a vigilante ran rampant for too long. He enjoyed his little game of hide and seek, if you will. If he was stuck as a kid again, he was going to enjoy every minute of it. So far, nobody but the villains he left for Tsukachi had seen him, and he now held a reputation as one of Japan's most elusive vigilantes to date, something he was rather proud of. Tonight, he was playing a game with Tsukachi and the hero that the detective had invited along, Midnight. Viridian would admit, it was strong to see her again. She'd been like family to him in his original timeline, and knowing that she wouldn't even recognize him now made his heart constrict painfully. It was part of the reason why he was playing this game tonight. If he couldn't even handle seeing Nimuri again, how on earth would he handle seeing Hizashi or Shoyuda? And he had no doubts that Eraserhead would soon be brought on to his case. The man was well known for his ways with vigilantes. Viridian had been leaving notes with each criminal he'd captured tonight. Each one had some sort of puzzle or code that Tsukachi had to crack, which would lead him to the next clue or villain. Izuku had spent the last week and a half making them all, so he was greatly enjoying the chaos that was unfolding. Especially when Tsukachi found one clue taped under his desk. How the hell did he get in here? Tsukachi growled, rifling through the security footage, which had since been edited. Looks like Viridian is pretty tech-savvy. Midnight tapped her chin as she looked around the office. I have little doubt he can hear us right now. Tsukachi growled as his phone pinged. Viridian chaos. Sure can Tsukachi-kun. How did you? You know what? I'm not even going to ask. He shook his head as Midnight came over to look over his shoulder. So this guy's got us bugged too. She looked herself over. Viridian chaos. Don't bother with it right now, Kiyama-chan. I'll deactivate the bugs as soon as tonight's game is done. No worries. How the hell does this guy know my name? Midnight growled, eyes scouring the room as if she could find the vigilante hiding under a chair. That's just how he is. Tsukachi sighed, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. Don't take it too personally. He's got information on just about everyone that we have no idea how he got a hold of. Now come on, this clue has coordinates to follow. With that, the two sped off towards the coordinates. Viridian laughed as he followed them along the rooftops. He'd been at this game since early that evening, around 6 p.m., and it was now nearly 12 a.m. He'd kept the two far past their shifts, but it was for a very good reason. Because while they were busy following his breadcrumbs and rounding up the criminals he'd captured, Viridian was busting open a very large and highly dangerous drag ring, one that he didn't want to let the detective participate in due to the volatile nature of the drags they were handling. To someone with a quirk, getting hit by these drags could be devastating, as their effects were known to permanently damage someone's quirk factor, sometimes completely destroying it altogether. But to Viridian, who had no quirk factor, it was as harmless as saline. And the faces on the gang leaders when they shot him with the drag and he just brushed it off was priceless. How? That should have destroyed your quirk. The man cried out, terrified, as he backed away. Even if it takes a bit to activate, it should at least cause you debilitating pain. His men were already unconscious around him, and the man he'd been trading with watched with an interested gaze. So you're the new vigilante on the block. Viridian, this. The man had dark brown hair and a mask that reminded Viridian of an old witch doctor. Yes. And you are Chisaki Kai, better known as Overhaul. Your information network is as impressive as they say. You're one elusive man, you know. Was that a compliment? Could be. Overhaul pulled out what looked to be a business card. If you ever find yourself in need of comrades, I can make you great. I appreciate the offer, Chisaki-san, but I'm afraid that I work for myself. He answered carefully as he casually knocked the whimpering drag trader out, turning his entire focus towards the Yakuza boss. I had a feeling you'd say that. So what do you say to a mutual partnership? Viridian could hear the grin in Chisaki's voice as he spoke. I'll leave you to think on that. Contact me if you change your mind. He let out a breath of relief when the masked man left. He knew Overhaul was one of the worst kinds of villains one could encounter. He wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight with him right off the get-go, especially when he had no backup. He vaguely remembered hearing about the man torturing children and keeping one girl who was rumored to be his daughter captive. He clenched his fist. I'm sorry, little girl. You're going to have to wait a little while longer, okay? I can't get to you yet. He mentally apologized. Viridian shook his head and rounded up the villains in the warehouse before tying them all up and getting the final prize ready. Tsukachi and Midnight were going to hate him so much for this, but their reactions would be hilarious. Tsukachi Naomesa was not happy. He'd been sent on a wild goose chase with Midnight for nearly 6 hours straight. He was tired, and that stupid vigilante Viridian had been mocking them all night long. At one point, the BSTRD had even led them to Tsukachi's favorite cafe. And upon walking in, the barista had held out his and Midnight's favorite drinks, claiming that someone had come in earlier to pay for them. He'd even specified the time for pickup. And of course, there was no physical description or video on the security cameras to tell them anything they didn't already know. The detective was far beyond done, and his hero companion for the night looked frazzled and high-strung, too. He had half a mind to just call it quits and give up on Viridian for the evening, when they finally discovered the last clue. Or, what Naomesa prayed was the last clue. Viridian Chaos, I see you've made it to the final clue. Just in time, detective. Come find your treasure. He shook his head as he read the text. This guy was so childish. The location in question was an old warehouse. He could smell the gunpowder from outside, meaning that something had gone down here recently. He signaled for his team and Midnight to be on high alert as they rushed into the warehouse. Freeze. Police. He paused as he stared at a large group of men tied up and suspended from the rafters. They were making muffled protests through their gags, as a spotlight, of all things, illuminated a large old-fashioned treasure like what you'd see in pirate movies. It looked big enough for a grown man to climb into. Was this a sneak attack? No, Viridian was clever. He wouldn't allow himself to stay in such a restricted and obvious location. So who, or what, was inside? Tsukachi gave a long-suffering sigh as he ordered his men to round up the villains and approached the city cautiously. Midnight gave him a subtle nod and they opened it together. Inside were thousands of golden coins. They're chocolate, Midnight realized. Tsukachi would not be proud of his momentary lapse in self-control as he screamed out in frustration and anger. Viridian. They heard laughter echo around the warehouse and everyone stiffened. The vigilante was still here. I see you found your treasure, detective. The voice was low, and he'd placed the man somewhere around late 20s to early 30s. Come out now, Viridian. We've got the place surrounded, you've nowhere to run. That's what you think. Now, let me just clarify something before you come after me with guns blazing. The man sounded more amused than anything else, and no matter how strong Tsukachi looked, he couldn't see any sign of the man that was speaking. Those men down there. They came here earlier tonight for a drag trade. Viridian continued. It's actually why I kept you occupied all night. Can't have any of you in the line of fire for this, after all. From the shadows of the rafters, a single briefcase fell to the floor. One trigger-happy cop fired at where the case had fallen from, and a pained grunt followed. Jerk it. Hold your fire, Tsukachi ordered. We don't want him dead. So nice to know you care, Tsukachi. Viridian chuckled as a few drops of BLD fell onto the briefcase. Evidence. We can run the BLD through the system to figure out who he is. Tsukachi quickly gathered what he could. All the while, the vigilante chuckled. Gather whatever you want, it'll bring you nowhere. I promise you, detective, you won't find me that way, but A+ for effort. You said you wanted to keep us away from here. What? Midnight pressed. Because of what's in that briefcase. I may be a vigilante, but I love heroes. You guys are my idols, even if I couldn't become one, myself. Tsukachi heard the truth in that. If you were hit by one of those, it would have ended your career. What is it? Tsukachi asked, eyeing the bluish substance in the tubes. A drag that severely damages, and in some cases completely destroys, your quirk factor. The room stopped breathing. As far as I know, these are the only ones in existence right now. And they take a good hour to do any permanent damage. If you work fast, you can find a way to counteract it just in case I miss some. You ran us around the city so there'd be no risk of someone getting hit with this. Midnight asked. Yep. And it was any less dangerous for you because… I'm not revealing all my secrets, detective. Let's just say that I've got defenses against that none of you have. He's telling the truth. Tsukachi ground out. As much as he hated to admit it, this guy was really looking out for them tonight. He was honestly trying to protect them. Well, as much as I'd love to stay and chat, I've got to get this lovely gunshot wound your man gave me treated before it gets much worse. So I'll see you later, and since we've finally met in person, I'll just call you Neo Mesa, K. No. You cannot call me by my given name. Tsukachi growled, but there was no response. That night, Viridian escaped, and none of them could figure out how. They'd found a BLD-soaked beam in the rafters where he'd been shot, and presumably where he'd been talking from, but the BLD trail ended pretty quickly. Nobody was admitted to a hospital with a gunshot wound that night or within the next few days that matched what little description they had, and though he wouldn't admit it, Tsukachi was actually a little relieved when the vigilante showed up on patrol again 3 days later. He wasn't about to forgive him for that hellish night of treasure hunting, but he realized that this guy was closer to a hero than a villain. Perhaps it was finally time to call in Eraserhead. Izuku sighed as he casually strolled through the back alleyways leading to Dagoba. He'd already gotten into a few smaller fistfights with the local homeless thugs who'd been trying to sleep on his beach. He'd been homeless enough times in the first run, how he'd started referring to his original timeline, that he understood the importance of protecting your territory. If he just let any old homeless beggar sleep on his beach, then he'd find himself dead fairly quickly. Or they'd take his stuff, which could lead him to death. Either way, there wasn't much trust amongst the homeless. He couldn't afford to be nice. Especially when any little injury had a fairly high risk of getting infected and putting him out of commission. That was something he could not afford. He had to get into UA. No ands, ifs, or buts. His unwanted neighbors, those who slept in the alleyways and parks surrounding the beach, were learning fairly quickly not to mess with the seemingly defenseless child. And after last week's incident where he coolly stared down a beggar with a gun, well, let's just say that he was not only earning their respect but their fear too. He didn't mind, so long as they left him alone. He was now officially out of money. He'd made it last as long as he could, but it wasn't like he had any income. He'd gotten lucky with those chocolate coins in the treasure hunting gig he pulled, but what else was he supposed to do after winning a year's supply of chocolate coins? He sure as hell couldn't eat all that. Besides, the recording of Neo Mesa losing his SHT was priceless and still made him chuckle. One day he and the detective would look back on that video and laugh. Probably. But his most pressing issue now was food. He was able to shower at the local gym, the locks were dreadfully easy to pick, and he'd five-finger discounted all the hygiene items he'd needed. He did the same with light snacks and the like, but he felt bad stealing like that. Water was easy enough to come by. The parks had plenty of water fountains that he could rehydrate at. Plus the dented hydro flask he'd found in his dump was perfect after he'd bleached it out. Seriously, the previous owner had somehow grown mold and decided to toss it thereafter. It just needed a good soak in bleach and hot water. People were so lazy these days. Well, more for him. But he couldn't keep stealing loaves of bread like some discount Aladdin. He needed to actually find a way to buy food. Actual groceries and stuff. He couldn't survive off bread and jerky forever. Especially since he was still recovering from his near starvation in the apocalypse and all his vigilante activities. He couldn't get a job though. He had to be at least 15 to work at any real establishment, and even then he had to have his school's permission. No way Aldra would grant him that. Never mind the fact that he was quirkless, he'd have to pay them to hire him. So getting a job was out. He briefly considered Shisaki, but quickly shuddered. Hell no. He'd worked under the guy once, and swore to never make the same mistake again. So where did that leave him? Food from the shelters? No, too many questions. Homeless adults were one thing, but a homeless kid with no parental supervision. He'd get CPS called on his but faster than he could outrun Tsukachi. And Izuku did not want to get chucked into the system or be sent back to his mother. Besides, the food banks required you to register yourself, which included a quirk, something that would instantly disqualify him, as he'd learned from experience. Quirkless discrimination. Welp, what do you think, Sho? He turned to look at an old photo he'd found at the bottom of his bag. It had been taken within the first few years of the apocalypse. Shoyuta stood, a hand on Izuku's shoulder as Hisashi had an arm flung around the both of them. Nemuri stood on Izuku's other side, ruffling his hair. Power Loader stood in the background, smiling fondly beside Dabi and Tamaki. Good time he missed his family. Tears pricked the edges of his eye as he looked away. I know. I'm being stupid. He chuckled humorlessly to himself. I dunno, guys, maybe it's the hunger talking. At any rate, I'm open to suggestions. Silence. He scuffed his foot against the carpet of the camper. It was too quiet. He couldn't take the quiet any longer. Abruptly he stood. Okay. He clapped his hands. Since the food issue is too much for me right now, let's just, do something else. He glanced out the window where the late afternoon sun shone through. It's too early for patrol. He pouted. But? He reached over and pulled out the laptop he'd salvaged from the dump. Well, salvaged was a bit of a stretch, considering the fact that he'd practically built the DMN thing from scratch. He booted it up. He grinned as he played some music. Let's get hacking then. Viridian had just finished tying up some unsavory thugs. One man glared at him, and he chuckled. This guy's glare had nothing on Shigaraki. He'd never really been concerned about villains seeing him. Or heroes or cops, for that matter. It was more of a game, really. He wanted to see how long he could go before they sighted him. So far, it had been 4 months, and no hero or cop had actually laid eyes on him. So you're that Viridian guy? Yep. He smirked. You're shitting me. You're Japan's most elusive vigilante. Another guy scoffed. Oh, so I'm the most elusive now. I got an upgrade. He grinned, waiting for the telltale sound of sirens in the distance. He paused, sensing something else. Quick as a shadow and quiet as snow, he ducked out of the sights of the villains as he scaled the side of the alleyway before perching atop the roof. Not a moment later, a very familiar figure entered the alleyway. He blinked back tears, ducking behind the ledge so as not to be seen. Viridian ducked behind the edge of the alleyway just as a man rounded the corner. He had a strange scarf wrapped around his neck that seemed to hide something yellow, and was dressed in black. The messy, unkempt hair and perpetually exhausted look lead him to believe that this was the hero Eraserhead, famous among vigilantes. The man was rumored to be sharp and quick, so he had to get out of there before Who's there? Eraserhead demanded as he immediately ran towards Viridian's hiding spot. Viridian quickly climbed the fire escape just as the man found him. He felt something wrap around his left ankle and yank him down to street level. Ah, come on. That's cheating. I thought you had a normal scarf. Viridian complained. He didn't care that it made him look childish. He'd had a very long night. Before he had much more time to complain, the man had him wrapped tightly and securely in the bindings. Who are you? Viridian. So you're that vigilante. You're shorter than I expected. Well, excuse me for growing up neglected and half-starved. Not my fault my growth was stunted. I'm going to have to take you back to the station. For what? I haven't broken any laws. Viridian huffed. He tried to cross his arms, but the scarf was too tight, so he settled for a pouting look. Nice try, kid, but I'm an adult, I'll have you know. You're a kid to me. Eraserhead glared. Vigilantism is a crime. So I'm placing you under arrest. You have no proof that I used a quirk. Vigilantism is defined as a person who uses their quirk illegally to take down crime. I've got a friend that can help me with that. He yanked on the scarf, making Viridian stumble after him. Now come on, you're wasting my time. I want to sleep tonight, thanks. Viridian was glad, not for the first time, that he was a paranoid BS dirty. He waited until Eraserhead turned away to lead him from the alleyway before he grinned. He slipped off the caps he kept on his canines, revealing very sharp fangs. Years ago, he'd asked a good friend who had a transmutation quirk and happened to be a dentist, to file down his teeth into fangs, just the canines, and reinforce them with the strongest metal he could. The guy happened to owe Izuku a favor, so he did so without raising a fuss, though he did charge him a small fortune. Now, Viridian was very grateful for this decision as he silently tore through the bindings with said fangs. Eraserhead looked behind him just in time to see Viridian disappear over the rooftop. He cursed. Viridian shook himself out of his flashback, tongue absently running over the exposed fangs. He figured he should keep them out as Viridian and hide them as Izuku. He hadn't realized how strong this would be. He wanted nothing more than to jump down into that alleyway and hug him. He doesn't know you. You're nothing but a vigilante to him. He's not Shoyuda, he's Eraserhead. They aren't the same person now. He took a deep breath. Luckily, he'd had a few weeks of experience with Nemuri, so this was a lot easier than it would have been without. He shook his head and looked back over the edge, watching as Eraserhead scoured the area for him. Viridian barely dodged out of sight as Eraserhead looked up, and he heard the capture weapon wrapping around the nearby fire escape. Well, Viridian had no intentions of replicating how they met in the original timeline. He wasted no time in making his own escape. He leapt over rooftops with as much grace and practice as the man behind him. Eraserhead was fast, but Viridian had had plenty of practice running across rooftops while trying to outrun dangerous and hungry monsters. Compared to that, This was a leisurely jog. He locked eyes with Eraserhead over his shoulder as he finally shook him off his tail. That made Eraserhead the first person to actually see him. Naomasa was going to flip his SHT. But first, he smirked, knowing that Eraserhead would still be looking for him. Now that he'd had a breather to calm down and really process his situation, he found himself giddy. He knew how to get under Aizawa Shura's skin like nobody else, and he was going to have fun this go around, okay? So maybe he was a little bitter at how the man had captured him in the original timeline. Viridian Chaos. Hello, Eraserhead. Nice night we're having. Watson, how the hell did you get this number? Viridian Chaos. I have my ways. Watson changed their name to Eraserhead. Viridian Chaos added Detective Holmes to the chat. Detective Holmes. Viridian. What are you up to now? Eraserhead, you mean he does this a lot? Detective Holmes. More than you know. Viridian Chaos. I just thought you'd be happy to know that Eraserhead here is the first person to officially see me. Detective Holmes. You're shitting me. You really saw him? Eraserhead. Yeah. He's shorter than I expected. Viridian Chaos. Hey. That's mean. I'll have you know my growth was stunted due to a neglectful childhood and malnutrition. Detective Holmes. Mind giving us a name? Viridian Chaos. Viridian, winky face. Eraserhead, perhaps something more to go on. Like an age or birth date. Viridian Chaos, how about no? Look, I'm a vigilante, not stupid. I text you guys to mess with you because I'm bored. There are no villains out tonight, so I'm talking with you instead. Viridiancus, Eraserhead, I hear your sigh from over here. I left you some coffee 3 rooftops to your left. The bags under your eyes tell me you need it. He watched with a low chuckle as the hero immediately headed to said location only to find a bag of his favorite coffee grounds from his favorite cafe. The hero's head whipped around, startled. He growled when he couldn't find the vigilante. Eraserhead, how the hell did you know my favorite coffee? Detective Holmes, he has his ways. He knows everyone's favorite coffee, snack, sandwich and donut. I have no idea how he does it, but he does. Eraserhead, I'm going to lose a lot of sleep over you, aren't I? Viridian Chaos. Yep. Laughing face. Izuku chuckled as he checked the group chat that he'd created. It had himself, Naomasa, and Eraserhead. He'd probably add Present Mike eventually. Possibly midnight. The UE entrance exams were steadily creeping up, and Izuku had reluctantly kept attending Aldera Junior High. He could just hack the system and leave you none the wiser, but he'd heard stories of Nisa's intelligence. That was one basket of hornets he did not want to poke. It was easier for him to simply stay in school, patrol at night, and sleep in his refurbished camper whenever he had the chance. It wasn't like the schoolwork was strong either. But Bakugo was AF pain in his butt. It wasn't that the brat was strong or intimidating to him anymore. But Izuku had once physically defended himself against Bakugo, only for Izuku to nearly be suspended for defending himself. He couldn't risk a mark on his record. He had to get into UA, no matter what. So as much as he hated it, he had to SCK it up and take Bakugo's SHT. Though he tossed his own verbal remarks right back at the little brat, causing the blonde to blink in angered shock every time, which was rather entertaining. Especially when Izuku tossed in some profanity, when the teachers couldn't hear of course. It actually made things somewhat interesting for him, as he had to find new and creative ways to outmaneuver Bakugo so he didn't get beat up after school. Besides, Izuku wasn't known for his fighting skills, so that was just another thing to separate Izuku from Viridian. By the 6-month mark, Viridian had been listed as one of the most wanted vigilantes in all of Japan. Not because he was that dangerous, he was, but they didn't need to know that, but because he was just that difficult to catch. And even after 6 months, the only people who he'd let see him were Eraserhead and Naomasa. There was once or twice where he'd let his silhouette be spotted on a rooftop, but Naomasa and Eraserhead were the only two he'd actually let fully see him in person, aside from the people he'd rescued and villains. He'd done some work in a few other towns, too, deciding to branch out to search for any sign of the League of Villains. Even in Tokyo, which had some of Japan's most prevalent and talented heroes, nobody had really gotten a good look at him, let alone gotten close enough to catch him. But now, he was back in Mizudafu. He grinned at the thought of Tsukachi and Eraserhead. They still had no idea that the guy they were chasing was a now 15-year-old middle schooler who didn't even have a quirk. He still left puzzles, riddles, and other games for his favorite detective and hero to solve whenever he had the chance. It ticked them both off, but he could tell he was growing on them. Aizawa Shoyuta honestly wasn't sure what to make of the newest vigilante, Viridian. The man was more elusive than Smoke and more annoying than Hizashi, something he wasn't sure was possible until he met Viridian. Somehow, though, the man was growing on him, like a fungus. An unwanted, irritating, disgusting fungus. Even after all these months, they were going on month 6, now, since Viridian started his vigilante career, they knew next to nothing about the man, and it was incredibly frustrating. They'd had a nice break these last few weeks where Viridian had been bothering the heroes and police in other cities, mostly Tokyo and Kyoto. The man was infuriatingly good at slipping away. Not a single hero had gotten close enough to even see him, let alone capture him. That meant that he and Tsukachi were still the only people who'd had the honor of seeing the man in the flesh. He scowled at his phone in his pocket when it quietly vibrated, letting him know that the very irritation he'd been thinking of was also thinking of him. Wonderful. Viridian Chaos. Eraser, what's up? Eraserhead, Viridian. Viridian Chaos, you're no fun. Detective Holmes, any reason you two decided to distract me from my paperwork with this? Eraserhead, you could just silence the chat. Detective Holmes. Viridian Chaos, oh, this is rich. You don't know how. Ha. You're such an old man. Winky face. Shoyuta had to admit, the fact that the detective didn't know how to silence the chat was kind of funny. Though he'd never tell Viridian that. Eraserhead, was there a reason why you contacted me? Viridian Chaos, oh yeah. Wanted to let you know I'm back in town. Smiley face. Eraserhead, DMN. Here I thought I'd have a longer vacation. Viridian Chaos, you know you love me, Eraserhead. Love. I think you misspelled loathe. Viridian Chaos. Tongue sticking out, don't be a grouch, you tsundere. By the by, you've got that drag bus tonight, right? Detective Holmes, I don't know why I even question how you know so much anymore. Yes, Eraserhead and I have a drag bus tonight. But Viridian Chaos, don't go. It's a setup. They know you're coming, you'll get hurt. Eraserhead stared at the phone for a full minute. This was not what he was expecting. Eraserhead, do you have any evidence to back up your claim? Viridian Chaos, nothing physical. I overheard a few things, and now I'm seriously worried about you guys. Detective Holmes, that's cute, but we've got jobs to do. Viridian Chaos, I mean it, Neo Mesa. Don't go. You too, Shoyuta. Eraserhead stiffened at his given name. How the hell had this guy gotten his civilian name? Eraserhead, I did not give you permission to call me by my name. Viridian Chaos, sorry, Aizawa. Is that better? Eraserhead, no. Viridian Chaos, too bad. Tongue sticking out either way, don't go. Eraserhead, sorry, but we've got a drag ring to bust. Viridian Chaos, Eraserhead. Viridian Chaos, Aizawa. Viridian Chaos, Shoyuta. Damn it, Sho, you'd better make it out of there alive. You too, Neo Mesa. Shoyuta would admit that he was a bit bothered by the way this man was using their given names so freely, but he didn't have much time to worry. They both needed to be at the top of their game for the bust tonight. 20 minutes into said bust, and he was cursing himself for not listening to Viridian. Here he was, Tsukachi at his side, held at gunpoint and quirk point by 20 armed men. He'd been right, it was a trap. A trap set up to capture a hero and take out as many cops as they could. Nearly all the men Tsukachi had brought with him were dead or too injured to do anything. Shuta's capture weapon was confiscated, as were his knives and the detective's gun. They were defenseless, and Shoyuta was cursing himself internally. He didn't see how this situation could get much worse. An interesting little catch we've made. The man grinned as he looked at the hero-detective duo that was tied up to a nearby support pillar in the warehouse. The man then turned to some of his men, barking at them to watch their prisoners before gathering the drags they'd originally come to take. Shoyuta glared at the man, but didn't activate his quirk. Erasing this man's quirk wouldn't help him or Tsukachi get out of their literal bind. If anything, they'd just BLNDFLD him and then he'd be completely useless. Any ideas how to get us out of this, Eraser? Tsukachi whispered through bloodied teeth. Shoyuta grimaced at the taste of BLD in his own mouth. Nothing yet. He bit back a groan at his screaming ribs. He'd taken a rather nasty blow to his torso earlier that had sent him flying into the detective. They were both injured rather nicely, with nothing to show for their pain. He saw something moving quickly through the shadows, but brushed it off as a trick of the light. Or possibly a concussion. He eyed the table that held their weapons on the far side of the room. If only we could get our stuff. Shoyuta blinked. Once, twice. No, he was sure his capture weapon had been there a moment ago. But suddenly, the familiar fabric was missing from the table. His eyes darted around the room as he tried to find who may have taken it. Tsukachi nudged him gently and discreetly gestured for Shoyuta to look up. There, in the rafters, was a small dark figure. They were crouched, and Shoyuta easily recognized the scarf-like outline of his capture weapon. He prayed that this was another hero that had come to back them up. Before he could do much else, the figure dashed almost too quickly to follow. They threw out his capture weapon with an ease and grace that took Shoyuta years to achieve. What the? Nobody could use his capture weapon like him. He'd made sure of that when he'd asked the support course to design it while he was still a teenager. But here this stranger was, using it like they'd been training with it for decades. Who the hell are you? One by one, the grunts were quietly hoisted up into the rafters and silenced without drawing attention. It was masterfully done, and Shoyuta found himself admiring their technique. Hey Garu, where's the... One of the men stopped and looked around. Hey, where'd everybody? He was quickly cut off as the figure threw down a smoke bomb, alerting the rest of the room to their presence. They then jumped down from the rafters and vanished into the thick haze. Stay still and stay calm. He heard a voice whisper from behind him. Viridian, what are you doing here? Tsukachi whispered back. Shoyuta jolted. This was Viridian. The most elusive vigilante in Japan was right behind him, and he couldn't do anything. Saving your asses, what does it look like? I told you not to come. Shoyuta felt the bindings around his hands fall away and the familiar fabric of his capture weapon grace. His hand. Judging from the look on the detective's face, the man must have also freed Tsukachi and returned his weapon. You're one crazy vigilante, you know that. Most of you guys would celebrate this situation. Tsukachi hummed as he flicked the safety off of his gun. You don't hear me complaining. Shoyuta huffed, readying himself for the attack. But how the hell did Viridian learn to use my capture weapon? Shoyuta wondered to himself. I'm not like most vigilantes. Yeah, we've noticed. Tsukachi smirked as the three of them ran into the dissipating smoke. Shoyuta was used to fighting with low visibility, and it seemed that Viridian was, too. The two of them managed to take out the remaining men just as the smoke completely vanished. The vigilante, detective, and hero all shared an uneasy and awkward look. I suppose we owe you a thanks. Tsukachi had a sour look on his face as he said it. Shoyuta realized that this was the first time they'd really gotten a proper look at the vigilante. He was a lot shorter than Shoyuta thought he'd be. He was decked out in what looked like a ninja costume, complete with a short sword strapped to his back, and had brilliant emerald green eyes that shone like gemstones. He opened his mouth to say something, when the man's bright green eyes widened in fear. He shoved Shoyuta aside roughly just as a loud bang echoed around the warehouse. Tsukachi reacted quickly, firing off his own shot, killing the leader of the gang who'd shot at them. A wet cough made Shuta's eyes widen as he realized what occurred. Hey, Viridian. He caught the probably older man as he staggered. He was bleeding heavily from his CST, where the bullet got him. He took a bullet for me. Shoyuta realized. That would have killed me. I'll be fine. No, we need to get you to a hospital. Tsukachi quickly balled up some fabric and pressed it against the vigilante's wound. Viridian chuckled. As much as I appreciate the concern, I've dealt with worse before. Besides, it's not as bad as it looks. Before Shoyuta or Tsukachi could do anything, Viridian roughly shoved them both away. I'll text you guys tomorrow so you know I'm not dead. He winked before escaping out the window faster than either of them could give chase, leaving the two staring dumbfounded after him. They'd never admit just how grateful and relieved they were when Viridian texted them the next morning. Viridian laughed as he leapt across the rooftops like some old-school comic book hero. He'd been leading around his favorite hero and detective duo all night. He'd been a little off his game when he'd started this vigilante work again 7 months ago, but now he was back in full swing and ready to go. He'd been following any little whisper of the League of Villains. Maybe, if he could find Shigaraki, he could kill the BSTRD before ever taking the UN exams. Crisis would be averted and the USJ incident wouldn't even happen. Then, they'd just need to worry about All for One, but that was really more of All Might's major problem anyhow. At the very least, All for One wasn't about to bring about the end of humanity as they knew it. At worst he'd forcefully take over Japan as a dictator again. But even that would be better than what he'd already lived through. He smirked as he landed down in an alleyway. This was their reward for all the CRP they'd gone through. He knew his little games were beyond annoying, but they entertained him. Besides, at least he was helping them rather than hurting them. His games were usually to protect them, anyhow. Viridian was finally going to let Detective Tsukachi have a face-to-face conversation with him. The warehouse didn't count, because that was more battle banter than an actual conversation. Well, it was also a thank you for worrying about him. After he'd been shot a few weeks ago, he'd proceeded to return home, fix himself up and pass out. And DM in they'd blown up their group chat while he'd been taking his little power nap. Izuku had been so touched when he'd awoken to 50 worried notifications, and had quickly replied to let them know he was alive and well. Or as well as one can be when they were shot the night before a major exam. Bakugo had been held to avoid that next day. The two warily stepped into the alleyway. He'd been careful to stay under the radar for the last few weeks, mostly due to his recovering injury. Viridian's note had explicitly told them to show up alone, no other cops. He smirked as he stepped out of the shadows, a tray of coffee cups in his hand. Nao Mesa. Bizawa. Good to see you two again. He smiled, though they could only see his bright green eyes. The two gave barely noticeable sighs of relief. Glad to see you're alive. How's your injury? Tsukachi asked. It's doing much better now. Thanks for asking. Viridian grinned. Tsukachi nodded to Eraserhead, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Why did you lead us here? Eraserhead asked. I got bored, and thought that, after the games I've put you two through, the least I owed you was a face-to-face conversation. He shrugged, leaning against the brick wall casually. Plus, I figured you were still worried about the whole gunshot thing. He handed over the coffee, to which the hero and detective didn't even blink. Eraserhead quickly started drinking his. You do realize that we have a legal obligation to arrest you, right? Tsukachi asked in disbelief. Yep. But not tonight. I'm simply here to talk for as long as you want, but the moment you make a move to arrest me, I'm gone. So if you've got any burning questions, ask them now. He knew his green eyes were sparkling with amusement, because Eraserhead scowled. Who are you? Eraserhead growled. I am Viridian. Your real name? Something you'll have to figure out on your own. Good luck with that, though. How old are you? Tsukachi asked. Somewhere between the ages of 6 and 50. He smirked. Are you Japanese? Yes. They blinked at the straightforward answer. Born and raised. Why are you a vigilante? Tsukachi asked again. Tough question, detective. He tapped his chin for a moment as he thought. I suppose. I've always wanted to be a hero. But I failed every hero school entrance exam I took as a young teenager. I tried to live a normal, boring life, but... He looked off for a moment. I can't help but want to help people. I just can't not help them. And if I have to do so as a vigilante instead of a hero, then at least I'm still helping others. At least I'm still saving lives. He's telling the truth. Tsukachi blinked incredulously. What? Is that uncommon for vigilantes? Viridian tilted his head, confused. Most of the ones I've met just want to use their quirks in public. Tsukachi shook his head. Well, then, Mr. Lie Detector, let me let you in on a little secret. He chuckled again, a grin spreading across his face. I, Viridian, have never used a quirk during my vigilante activities. Why, you're shitting me. Tell me he's lying. Eraserhead choked. He's telling the truth. Doesn't that mean? Eraserhead looked like he wanted to bash his head against the brick wall. We can still get you for assault? Tsukachi glared. Section 24 subsection C states that assault charges are valid only when the accused party struck first. I always let my enemies strike first, even if said strike doesn't hit. You can ask any single one of the villains I've turned into you. Then, by the law, I've done nothing illegal. Viridian laughed. Loli. Besides, the laws technically don't even affect a quirkless person. Even child custody laws don't matter. That's why Tsunagami-chan's son was put in the foster care system, even though she was alive, able, and had stable income. After her husband died, she was invisible to the law, and her son was taken away. He clenched a fist in anger, making a mental note to keep her husband from dying this go-around, before taking a deep breath. You legally can't arrest me. I'm so done. Eraserhead leaned against the brick wall next to him. Come, now, Eraserhead, don't be like that. And here I've come with an opportunity for you both. The two men stiffened. Opportunity? Yes. Now that we've established that, while I'm a vigilante, I'm not technically doing anything illegal, I'd like to extend an offer of alliance with the two of you. Namely, I know a lot of things that go around. I've got an extensive information network. I can provide you with information. Be your eyes and ears beyond the police and hero networks. I'll be your gray area. You realize that we can't actually do that, right? Tsukachi didn't look impressed. Unless under extenuating circumstances. Viridian nodded. But fortunately for me, these are. He tossed a folder at Tsukachi's feet, and the man warily bent down to pick it up. His eyes went wide as he flipped through it. This case has been cold for weeks. I've been looking into it for you. I'm 98% sure that's where they're keeping the missing children. He locked eyes with the two. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm not asking you to like me. But the three of us have one thing in common. We want to save lives. And if I can help you do so, then why would you throw me away? He shoved his hands in his pocket. You know how to get a hold of me. Think about my offer, and shoot me a text if you want my help on anything. I also gave you my burner phone's number if you feel like dropping me a call, though I usually don't answer those. Just a warning. He glanced at the two. And for your own peace of mind, Detective, I have no intentions of hurting you, your men, or any heroes. Eraserhead, I don't mean you, your students, if you have any this year, or your co-workers any harm. If anything, I just want to protect everyone I can. What do you want in return? Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. He hesitated for a moment. There's a man I'm after. His name is Shigaraki Tamura. If you find his information, please let me know. He's about as nasty a villain as they come. I don't want him to kill anyone else. You know we can't. Fine. Eraserhead cut off Tsukachi mid-sentence. Eraserhead, what do you mean, fine? If you really mean what you say, and you help us save people, then we'll keep our ears open for any tell of this Shigaraki Tamura person. Thank you. With that, Viridian vanished into the night. Tsukachi Naomasa smiled softly as he reunited the last missing child with their family. Viridian's information had been right on the money, and the vigilante himself had shown up and kept the kids safe until police arrived. He was starting to think that this offer might not be such a bad thing. Unfortunately, it wasn't a call he was allowed to make. You called? Tsuragami stepped into his office, nose likely picking up on Viridian's unfamiliar scent. The dog-headed man kept a steady gaze on his subordinate. Yes, sir. It's about Viridian. Naomasa sighed as he gestured for his boss to close the door behind him. It took an hour and a half to fully explain the situation, along with the new information that the vigilante had never once used his quirk during his nightly activities. The police chief sat for a very long time, thinking over the information that the detective had provided him with. This is quite the conundrum. He hummed. Should we work with him, sir? The information he provided to me is what got those 36 children home safely. Well, it's not like trying to capture him has gotten anyone anywhere. He sighed as he scratched the back of his ear. All right. Any information he shares with you is shared with me. That is your condition. And I would like to meet with him, myself. Naomasa smiled in relief. I'll arrange the meeting. Moldy broccoli, guys. Viridian's got a webpage now. Havenome? Yeah, I saw. Apparently he's getting really popular. Nobody's really seen him aside from the people he's rescued or arrested. Dragonina dress. There are some pics online now. Looks like a ninja. Noiscardily. I actually found some Viridian merch at my local hero store today. Moldy broccoli. What? I must have IT. Forsaken boy. Isn't he just a vigilante, though? I mean, why would a vigilante have merch? Noiscardily. No idea. Maybe someone mistook him for a hero. Hold on, I'll send a pic. Noiscardily. Viridian merch. JB Moldy broccoli. Wow. It's his vigilante outfit. Forsaken emo boy. How do you know that? It looks just like a Halloween costume to me. Moldy broccoli. He saved me once, a few months ago. I saw Viridian in action, and it was so cool. Gif enemy boy. I saw him, too. Dragonina dress. How do you know he didn't just buy his vigilante outfit from that same costume store? Moldy broccoli. You did. Dragonina dress. And I'm ignored. Gay fanemy boy. Yeah. I was kidnapped a while back and was held with a bunch of other kids. We really thought we were going to die, but Viridian came by and saved our asses before they could kill us or ship us off somewhere. The police came in just 10 minutes or so later. I think he tipped off the cops, because they sure as hell didn't find us on their own. Either way, I owe Viridian my life. I think my whole family's a Viridian supporter, now. 3 Moldy broccoli, yes. Our cult is growing. 3 Dragonina dress, cult. Moldy broccoli, the cult of Viridian. Noiscardily, Noiscardily has changed the chat name to Cult of Viridian. Moldy broccoli, yes. Thank you and Gay fanemy boy, I'm gonna log out. My bro's calling me for dinner. Bye. Kenji scratched his head, blowing the black bangs out of his eyes irritably. Maybe he should spike up his hair. It'd probably look cool. He sighed as he closed out of the chat. Kenji. Dinner. His brother poked his head into his bedroom. Come in, bro. You've been glued to that computer for hours. Aren't you hungry? Sorry. I just wanted to, looking up stuff about Viridian again. Ijiro grinned easily. He's so manly. I know. Everyone's talking about him, and since there are only about 6 photos and videos of him online, some people have taken to drawing him based off descriptions of his rescues. Kenji bounced in his chair like the excitable 12-year-old he was. He's really getting popular, isn't he? Ijiro tilted his head. Yeah. He's got a fan page now. There's several thousand members, and it's growing by the day. For a guy without a license and no calling card, he's really getting a lot of attention. That's because he helps the people that really need it. Kenji smiled. He's even been seen patrolling Tokyo, Kyoto, Hosu, and Mizudafu. I heard a rumor that he patrols the south side of Mizudafu, too. You mean the lawless area? Ijiro winced. Man, he's got guts to patrol there. You should have seen him. Kenji became quiet as he remembered. They were going to kill this one kid, they were going to kill me for protecting that girl. But then Viridian appeared out of nowhere and saved me. He missed his brother's flinch at the accidental slip. He shook as he stared down the barrel of the gun. So this was how he was going to die. He was only 12. He didn't have a hardening quirk like his brother. He couldn't stop the bullet that was aimed firmly between his eyes. Kenji heard the gun pee and several of the other kids whimpered. He wouldn't be the first kid killed for stepping out of line, but he really hoped he'd be the last. He closed his eyes as he waited. Bang. Suddenly, he realized that there was no pain. Was death really this painless? You okay, kid? He opened his eyes and saw bright green staring back at him from what looked like a ninja mask. The man held him firmly in his arms and... You saved me. Yep. The man grinned. Name's Viridian. Don't worry. The police are almost here. It's over, kid. You're going to be just fine. All of you are. Viridian gently set him down on the ground. You're safe. It's over. I'll protect you. For the first time in his life, he felt like he understood why All Might said, I am here. When All Might rescued people, he said his catchphrase and you just knew that you would be okay. Viridian's words. "I'll protect you," sounded the same in his ears. It rung with a surety and truth that nearly left him quaking in relief. Because now he knew that nothing would hurt him. He'd be safe. He was safe. And suddenly, as he watched Viridian take down the criminals that had been their captors for the last 2 months, he realized something. All Might was a symbol. A ward against evil and a mantra people chanted to make themselves feel safe. But Viridian was more than that, somehow. He was more concrete. More real. Viridian was his hero. Kenji. Ijiro's gentle voice shook him out of his flashback. "Sorry, just remembering the rescue. Viridian was so cool." He smiled softly. "No worries, bro." His brother came over and gently pulled him into a hug. "I'm just glad you're safe and home." "Thanks, Eiji." He smiled into his older brother's shoulder. "Ijiro. Kenji. If you boys don't get your butts down here, I'm going to let your father eat all the dessert. Come on, best get down there before Dad eats everything." Ijiro grinned, showing off sharp, shark-like teeth. "I hope I meet Viridian again." Izuku would admit that he wasn't expecting a phone call during his lunch break at school. Even less so from his vigilante phone, which, thankfully, he'd had the foresight to add the voice changer to. "Hello." He answered. It wasn't a number he was familiar with, and Neo Mesa and Eraserhead both knew to reach out through the group chat by now, but he'd only given this number to them. "Hello. Viridian, this." "Who's asking?" "I am Tsuragami Kenji, Muzudafu Chief of Police." Oh, SHT, he'd really attracted the higher-ups' attention this time. "Tsuragami-san." He smirked, using a confident and laid-back tone. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Detective Tsukachi has told me about your interesting proposition. I'm open to negotiation. Please come by the station at your earliest convenience." "And how do I know you're not just going to arrest and unmask me?" Izuku raised an eyebrow, even though he knew the man couldn't see him. Though he wondered how he must look right now, sitting on the junior high rooftop holding a serious conversation with the chief of police, not that anyone would know that, unless they heard him call the man's name earlier. "I assure you, we have no intentions of doing so. Bring in Eraserhead, and allow me to keep my weapons on me and we'll talk." He heard a very heavy sigh on the other line. "Very well. Great. Then I'll see you this afternoon." Izuku shut the old flip phone, ancient technology he'd salvaged from the scrap heap, and pocketed it again and turned around to go back inside before he was late to class, only to find Bakugo there. "Hey, Dad. Who are you talking to? It's not like a useless Deku like you has any friends." Bakugo shoved him roughly, and Izuku rolled his eyes as it failed to so much as make him stumble. "Believe it or not, Bakugo, I actually have a life. And it doesn't revolve around you." He nimbly dodged the explosive punch from the blonde, hands in his pockets. "Think you're so high and mighty just 'cause you've got good grades? You still thinking you can be a hero, Deku?" Izuku's expression darkened. "I know it's an impossible dream, asshat." He enjoyed the flinch from the blonde. "But I'm working tooth and nail to make that dream a reality. I will get into you. Just watch me. And as you watch me, remember that every time you've beaten me down, every time you've called me useless, every time you've tried to crush my dreams, I got back up. And I persevered. Because I will become a goddamned hero, even if it kills me. Because unlike you, I don't do it for me. I do it for the people I can save." He then flipped over Bakugo and his cronies before casually making his way to class. Neither Izuku nor Bakugo noticed the young winged hero that sat atop the roof, watching the scene unfold with an unreadable expression. To say Viridian was nervous as he approached the police station in broad daylight in full vigilante gear was like saying a shark's bite was a little nip. He watched as several people on the street looked at him oddly, likely because he was dressed like a ninja. One kid perked up and ran over to him, dodging his mother's hand as he ran. "Hey, you're that cool new hero everyone's talking about on the internet. Viridian, right? Can I please have your autograph?" Viridian blinked down at the kid, who looked no older than 7. People knew about him. Maybe he should take some time to browse the internet. He thought it was just the villains and police that knew him. "I'm a vigilante, kid. Not a hero." He crossed his arms. "Oh. You save people, which makes you a hero. You save everyone." He argued stubbornly and held out his book expectantly. A few people whispered excitedly as they pulled out their phones. Damn it, he couldn't be in but and just refuse, now. Viridian sighed before gesturing for the boy to hand it over, which he did with an excited grin. You want to be a hero, kid? He asked, and the boy nodded excitedly. Yeah. My quirk lets me climb anything. He grinned. For a moment, Viridian saw a younger version of himself. An eager young boy who had dreams of being a hero. He could have been this kid, had he been blessed with a quirk at 4. I'm sure you'll make a great hero someday. Just don't use your quirk out and about without a license, you hear? Yeah. He took the book back with a starry-eyed grin, which made Viridian uncomfortable. Thank you, Viridian. He smiled as he ran off. Viridian stared after the boy for a moment before a familiar presence came up behind him. A little hypocritical of you. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. I told him not to use his quirk without a license. I have never broken that law. Viridian smirked back up at Eraserhead, who shook his head fondly. You aren't much taller than him, you know. Seriously, don't call me little, damn it. I was just saying that you're a bit short. I'm not little. He snapped, and the older man blinked in surprise for a moment before his hands moved in a placating manner. Geez, what are you, Edward Elric? No, sure. He growled out. Fine. Fine, you're perfectly average height for a man your age. Thank you. Viridian huffed as he stared at the station doors again. So, are we going to glare at the door all day, or are we going in for that meeting of yours? The one you insisted I come along for. He shot Viridian an unimpressed look. Because I know that you, at least, won't let them kill me if it comes down to it. Plus, if worse comes to worse, I can always rip off my mask and reveal that I'm a 15-year-old brat and put M into shock that way while I make my escape. Then should is sure to make sure they won't hurt me. It's a meeting. Just how paranoid are you? He gave Viridian an incredulous look. It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. Viridian corrected as he headed inside, leaving the hero staring after him in mild concern. The cops at the front desk eyed him warily. Hi. I've got a meeting with Chief Tsuragami. Name's Viridian. He gave them a SHT-eating grin. Even if they couldn't see it, he knew they felt it, as they paled drastically. You have too much fun messing with people. Eraserhead sighed, shaking his head. Think of it as training. Training? For what? Ah, Viridian, there you are. Tsukachi came around the corner, and Viridian grinned. We were starting to worry that you wouldn't show. I had a few things to tie up before I came down. Like school. Right? Follow me. True to his word, Viridian was neither searched nor restrained. He was led to a comfortable-looking break room with plenty of exits where Tsuragami sat with a cup of coffee. The vigilante graciously took a cup for himself, checking it thoroughly to make sure it wasn't tampered with, before he carefully pulled up his mask enough to drink some. I've heard a lot about you, Viridian. I must say that you are by far the most elusive vigilante we've ever had. He shrugged as he pulled his mask back into place, so his voice changer would do its work. I'm just an easy guy to miss. You've got good coffee here. I was always told station coffee was SHT. It usually is, which is why I always bring my own brew. Tsuragami laughed. I should have figured as such. So, down to business. I understand you want a partnership with us. Yes. I want to help people. It's why I've always wanted to become a hero. Yet you're a vigilante instead. No hero school would let me in. I failed all their exams. He worded his answers carefully. He knew that Tsukachi was in here to act as a lie detector. If he told a lie, he'd alert his boss immediately. With your skills, that's strong to believe. He shook his head. I assure you, I was anything but skilled back then. I cried myself to sleep as a child when I realized my dreams were beyond my reach. Instead, I went to a trade school and tried making support items. But that wasn't enough. I needed to help people. So I became a vigilante to help more directly. He caught the subtle nod from Tsukachi. What is it that you want from this? Shigaraki Tamura. Tsuragami-sen, you must understand. I've seen him do some terrible things. Irreversible things. I can't tell you how I know this, but if he's left to run about, countless lives will be lost. Tsukachi blinked in surprise. I'm afraid you're going to have to be a tad more specific. Viridian knew that he was a little unnerved at his own quirk's reaction. He imagined that he normally didn't get people who were that certain about future information. I've seen him kill people for no reason other than to sate his bloodlust. I've seen him murder mothers and leave their infants sobbing in their cold, dead arms to starve. He's killed people very close to me, and I have reason to believe that he's planning something big. As in, destroy the world as we know it, big. Anything more specific than big? Tsuragami's eyes narrowed. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to prove my theories to you at this time. Perhaps after we gather more information, I'll be able to explain more in depth. The detective shuddered as he nodded to his boss, whose expression became grave. I suppose we've got a common foe. He mulled over things for a bit as they continued talking. Moving on from that, what can you offer us in this partnership? Information. I'm very well informed, and have many ways of getting information that heroes and police both would struggle to obtain. If we form this partnership, are you willing to share your identity with us? Just us three? Tsuragami asked. Unfortunately, not at this time. Viridian shook his head. And what if we had ways of getting you licensed? Eraserhead cut in, and Viridian's head whipped up in shock so quickly that he nearly spilled the coffee. He had to have heard that wrong. A hero license. Eraserhead smirked. That can't. He stuttered and blinked in absolute shock. There was no way that it could be that DMN easy. You're the #1 vigilante in Japan? Tsukachi deadpanned. And you think you wouldn't pass the license exam for heroes? As long as a current hero recommends you, you can take it, even if you didn't go to a hero school. Since Eraserhead here spoke up, it sounds like he's willing to sponsor you in this. I am. It'll make things easier for the both of us. Viridian's head was spinning. Hold on. I need some time to think about this. You sort of just broke my whole worldview. He ignored the chuckles from Tsukachi and Eraserhead, as well as the amused smirk from Tsuragami. Was there a reason to take it? Well, yeah. He'd be a licensed hero, just like he'd always dreamed. But he'd probably have to reveal his identity, which would complicate things, as he didn't think they'd let a 15-year-old become a hero without a fight. But if he was able to make it, then he'd be able to bring down the league outright, and forego the entire student fiasco. If he forewent the student fiasco, then there was no guarantee that he'd be able to make it to the USJ incident, which would result in the death of one Azuitsuyu and near death of Aizawa Shoyuda. Plus, he'd be able to do so as Midoriya Izuku, and not Viridian, who could remain a vigilante and still help the police and heroes through information gathering and fighting. And if they knew that Viridian was no older than a first year, they'd surely start keeping him from things that they deemed too dangerous. But he couldn't give those reasonings to them. So what could he say that'd sound believable? I might take you up on that offer, but not at this time. For the time being, I think I'm more valuable to you as a vigilante who can get in and out of areas that heroes and police can't. Tsuragami prompted. A few underground information and black market networks that I know of. He smirked, leaning back against the couch. He pulled up his mask a bit to take another sip of coffee, allowing them to see said fanged smirk. I'll agree to our partnership then. So long as you stick to the laws, that is. And tell us what your quirk is. Viridian pulled his mask back down so he could speak. He hummed as he stroked his chin, used to the stubble he had in the future. Let's see, do I tell the truth and break you? Or simply leave it as a mystery? He wondered aloud, internally laughing at their offended looks. Please, humor us. Eraserhead deadpanned. Fine. Viridian grinned. My quirk is nada. They blinked, not understanding. I'm quirkless. I'm practically invisible to the laws. That's why I'm your ace. He watched with no small amount of glee as the information settled into their brains like water in a rock before freezing and expanding and breaking their minds. Why mean all this time? Eraserhead stuttered, which was honestly what made Viridian lose it and start laughing. He's lying, right? Tsuragami looked over to Tsukachi, who shook his head. Don't tell me that Japan's #1 vigilante is. He's telling the truth. He paused for a moment. That drag trading ring you busted a few months ago, the one with the quirk-breaking drags? His eyes widened in realization. Doesn't do SHT to a quirkless guy. Should have seen the looks on their faces when they got me with it, and it did nothing. He let his smirk drop. Of course, I completely understand if you'd like to reject this offer. I know things are a bit different when my quirkless status is taken into account. He puzzled at the frowns of the three men. Illogical. This changes nothing. Eraserhead shook his head. Quirkless or not, you still ran circles around us? Wow, that sounded like it physically pained him to admit. Viridian bit back a snicker to spare the man some dignity. All right then. Tsuragami stood up, shaking himself out of his stupor. He held out a hand. Welcome to the team, Viridian. I'll put out the word to stop chasing you. You'll be an official informant for us, now. Really? So no more late-night chases. Viridian took his hand with a firm shake. I have to say, I'm going to miss our midnight games. He sighed wistfully. Well, I'm going to enjoy the quieter nights. Tsukachi stated, and Eraserhead nodded resolutely. You two are no fun. Viridian pouted, causing Tsuragami to chuckle. You've certainly done a good job keeping my men active and on their toes. Maybe we should have you run a training camp or two sometime. He pondered, making Viridian grin, and the other two men pale. Sounds like a blast. I'll look forward to working with you, Viridian. Here's my number. Use it. Viridian walked out of that police station with a grin that would have made the future show you to shudder. Well, here I come. Viridian looked around the office with an appreciative gaze. Naomasa had good taste. He'd been in here a few times before, by sneaking in through the window to leave notes and coffee, but this was his first time in the room as a guest. It was painted in neutral colors with darker accents, giving the place a warm, cozy feel. The couch pushed up against the wall looked well-loved and comfortable, while the rug had a few coffee spills. There were 6 desks and a separate door that led to Naomasa's private office, which the man rarely used. Nice place. He smirked beneath his mask. Don't act like it's your first time in here. Naomasa huffed. I can't remember how many times you've broken into my office. 27. Viridian replied offhandedly. Someone nearby whistled. Sorry, didn't mean to startle ya. The man had light brown hair and yellow gold eyes. Viridian spied a monkey's tail curling excitedly behind the man, likely his quirk. He looked a little closer. His hairline spread a little below what most people would consider normal, and his upper lip protruded very slightly, indicating sharp canines. His shoes were custom-made, likely for the hand-like feet he sported. He had a monkey quirk. I'm Tyragun, but you can call me Tyro, he grinned, showing off the fangs that Viridian had already suspected him of possessing. Naomasa sighed. Tyragun, this is Viridian, he's going to be working with us from now on, so please be nice. Viridian. As in the vigilante Viridian. Like the guy the entire country's been after for over half a year. Viridian leaned back against the wall with an easy smirk. I see you've heard of me. Oh, I like him. Tyragun grinned. You're a tough guy to find. A feminine voice came around the corner. This is Ikur. She and Tyragun are part of my personal team. Ikibara, Sakamura, and Sansa are the 3 remaining members, but you'll meet them later today. I already know Sansa. He's the one with the cat quirk. Viridian said offhandedly as he studied the new arrival. Ikur was a very pretty woman. Her platinum blonde hair appeared to be natural, if those ice blue eyes had anything to say about it. Likely of foreign descent. European, most probably. Her build was slender, but she had a sharpness about her. She seemed hyper-aware of her surroundings, and, were those hearing aids? No, those were sound filters. Custom-made for people with very sensitive hearing due to their quirks. Super hearing. Not necessarily enhanced senses all around, as she didn't seem to flinch at the copious amount of light in the room. Her ears were slightly bigger than the average person, but it wasn't overly noticeable. She fidgeted ever so slightly with her fingers, as if she was trying not to snap them. More than likely, she had some sort of echolocation-based quirk. Then, you can stop staring, you know. She huffed. Sorry. Viridian chuckled. It's a habit of mine. Trying to figure out someone's quirk? Oh. Naomasa raised an eyebrow. And what do you think? Tyragun, yours is obviously a monkey quirk. And Aiku, yours is a bit harder. Likely something to do with sound, perhaps something along the lines of echolocation. That's my best guess given the information I have, but I could be way off. The three were staring at him. What? Viridian asked. Their staring was unnerving. I've said all of 2 sentences to you, and you figured out my quirk in less than 5 minutes? She gaped. You were right. My quirk is called sonar. You're a little too good at that. Naomasa decided. That's a very useful skill. Why thank you? Viridian grinned. Quirk analysis is a hobby of mine. I'd say that's more than just a hobby. Tyragun chimed in. Perhaps you could help us analyze criminals out in the field, too. Naomasa suggested. Sure, if you want. It's nothing too extravagant. Like I said, it's a hobby, something I've been doing since I was a kid. All right, now here's what we know about our current case. As it turned out, bringing Viridian onto the team was more helpful than Naomasa had originally thought. The man had a wicked fast mind, and could piece together a case from the barest details. The man wasn't bothered by bodies either, as he saw when he brought Viridian to a fresh crime scene. The vigilante hadn't been fazed in the slightest by the BLD or smell of a corpse. It was honestly a little worrying. His team worked well with the vigilante, too. And if Naomasa thought Viridian's information network was good beforehand, well, let's just say that he was glad the man was on their side. Another case closed. Viridian leaned back against the brick wall as he watched a few of the officers haul away a murderer. He'd been working with Naomasa and his team for a couple of weeks now, and he was finding himself enjoying the time spent around the detective and his team. People had started to notice the vigilante helping out the police, and the detective wondered if the other man had seen the blogs lately. Still, not everyone was happy about Japan's most wanted vigilante suddenly being untouchable, as if he'd been touchable beforehand. The man was far too good at slipping away. He tried his best to stay out of sight while on patrol. Just in case, he urged the other man to patrol alongside Eraserhead. He'd made it abundantly clear that he was untouchable in Yuzurifu. Other areas of Japan would still try to bring him in, not that Naomasa thought they could. He'd heard from Toshinori himself that Viridian had given even him the slip. That was no easy feat. If even All Might, the world's #1 hero, couldn't catch Viridian, then it's no wonder that Tsuragami had been allowed to bring him onto the team. Tsukachi still wasn't entirely sure how Tsuragami had managed that one and kept his badge, but he'd learned that his dog-headed superior had connections. I still have to file the paperwork. Naomasa groaned, rubbing his neck. God, even just the thought of paperwork made his hands cramp with phantom pains. Higher solve rate meant he got paperwork faster. He wasn't sure if he was grateful to the vigilante or not. I mean, sucks for you, but I can go grab you some coffee. He sent said vigilante a glare for a moment before sighing with a tired smile. I've still got the grounds you gave me last week. The offer's appreciated though. You coming back with me? The vigilante had been on edge all day, and it was starting to make him edgy. He'd seen Eraserhead get like this once or twice, called it the hero's gut, an instinct experienced heroes developed over the course of their career. Many countries even accepted it as a valid reason to grant things like search warrants and the like to police. If Viridian had a bad gut feeling, then he was worried for him. It'd be safer for him to come back to the office with him. I would, but I'm going to patrol a bit before Eraser takes over. Something about today's got me on edge. Be careful, Masa. So it was a gut feeling. Then, you too, Viridian. He sighed. Hopefully the man would be careful. Message me tonight so I know you aren't dead. As if I'd die so easily. Ye of little faith, detective. What's the worst thing that could happen? Viridian laughed as he shoved his hands in his pockets and casually strolled away. There was only 2 hours before Eraserhead started his shift, but maybe the detective should call him in early. He couldn't help but feel like Viridian jinxed it. Up. It wasn't something that Viridian liked to admit. He'd jinxed himself. What's the worst thing that could happen? I asked. Well, apparently running into motherfucking Stain. He'd been trying to steer clear of the alleged hero killer. He knew how dangerous the guy was. But somehow Stain found him. Now, Viridian was hurt badly and left bleeding out in some back alleyway. He had no idea how, but he thought he might have managed to impress Stain enough to keep him alive. At the very least, the hero killer didn't come back to finish him off. And Viridian was fairly certain that there was no permanent damage done, or at least, there would be none if he could manage to get out of this mess alive. But the hero killer had, accidentally, broken his phone when he'd sliced Viridian's side open. And he was losing way too much BLD. He couldn't even stand, let alone contact Neo Mesa. Eraserhead wouldn't start his shift for another half hour, and by that point, he'd be dead. He struggled to keep his breathing calm. I can't afford to die here. He heard footsteps down the alleyway. For a moment, he feared that Stain had changed his mind and returned to finish the job. Holy V! He groaned when he felt something press painfully against his injury. He blinked a few times to clear his vision. It was a kid. No, he knew this guy. He was a young hero. Hawks. Yeah. Hold still. You're hurt pretty badly. I'll fly you to a hospital, it'll be faster than an ambulance. He carefully scooped Viridian up in his arms, keeping pressure on the wound. Hospitals were bad. Hospitals would unmask him and ruin his chances at getting to Shigaraki. He wouldn't be able to make it to the USJ incident in time, and everything would be for nothing. The vigilante took a deep shuddering breath as he made his decision. No hospital. He ground out through bloodied teeth. The winged hero paused for a moment to look at him incredulously. I can't just let you die. I can stitch it up myself. Please. He looked up at the blonde, and he could see the youngster's eyes flicker in indecision. I need you to trust me. Why am I listening to you? He muttered to himself. Fine. Where are we going? He spread his impressive wingspan and took to the skies. Viridian internally whooped at the feeling, though it was dampened by the BLD loss. Take me to Dagoba Beach. Viridian forced out between gasps of pain. Tell anyone where I live, and I'll pluck you. He added as an afterthought. That's a great way to thank the guy who's saving your life. Hawks huffed back, unamused. I'm kind of in a bit of pain here, if you hadn't noticed, so please excuse my rudeness. Viridian hissed. Fine. He tightened his grip as he altered course. If Viridian liked hopping across the rooftops, then he loved flying. It was the most freeing experience he'd ever had. He smiled under his mask, and couldn't help the light laughter that bubbled up in his ear, even if it hurt like a beach. Takami Kigo, better known as the pro-hero Hawks, looked down with his own soft smile, though it turned to a concerned frown when he realized how much BLD the vigilante had lost. He wasn't sure what to expect when he'd found the famed vigilante Viridian bleeding out in an alley. At first, he hadn't even believed that it was Japan's most elusive shadow hero, as they called him online, but the hero killer himself had found Kigo and pointed him in the direction of the alley. I'm not here for you, Hawks. I left Viridian in that alleyway back there. Don't let him die, he's got potential as a hero. Before the winged man could do anything, the hero killer had vanished. If Kigo was being honest, he hadn't believed Stain when he said he left Viridian bleeding out in an alley, but here he was saving the stubborn JRK who refused to go to a hospital. Viridian was certainly an enigma. He was one of the most wanted men in all of Japan, the most wanted of all the vigilantes in the country, and yet he was also amongst the most peaceful. If Kigo didn't know any better, he'd assume the man a hero, not a vigilante. And recently, all the heroes in Mizudafu got an alert from the Mizudafu PD that Viridian was now working with them. It was a first in a long time. The fact that he was elusive enough that the cops thought it was better to pull him onto their team spoke volumes. Because that hadn't happened since Quirks came about. The last time the cops had to ask for help from a vigilante consistently enough that they formed a partnership was the formation of the profession of hero. He snapped back to reality when he realized they'd arrived. Honestly, you live in a dump? Kigo asked as he carefully landed where the vigilante specified. Beggars can't be choosers, you know? Viridian shot back. Not all of us are lucky enough to have families to go back to. He said the last part quietly, and Kigo was sure he wasn't meant to hear it. Either way, he filed the information away for later. He carefully followed the vigilante's instructions, navigating an extremely specific pathway through the mountains of trash until he came to a clearing. There was a fire pit set a safe distance from an old beat-up camper. He really does live here. He went inside the camper and set the man down on the bed inside. The place was actually kind of nice, considering everything in there was likely salvaged from the junkyard outside. Though he idly wondered if letting the man heal up in here with such a gaping wound was a good idea. It couldn't be sanitary. I've scrubbed the place with bleach. Don't look so apprehensive. Viridian scoffed, words a little slurred from BLD loss. Sit down, make yourself a cup of tea. Yes, the stove works. I've got to get this stitched. Kigo was about to protest. Surely he didn't mean to stitch himself up without any kind of pain medicine, but Viridian had already started stitching the wound closed with the kind of nonchalance and precision that came from years of experience. The hero turned a little green, despite himself. How was he doing that so easily? Kigo hated stitches. I'm done, Viridian finally said. From what Kigo could see, he was quite pale. You need to stay hydrated. Kigo handed him a bottle of water he'd found in the fridge, which actually worked, which was shocking. He hadn't expected electricity in a literal dump. Not gonna arrest me. Viridian cocked an eyebrow. Or at least, Kigo assumed he was cocking an eyebrow. Mizudafu PD put out the word that you're on our side, now? Yeah, something tells me Neo Mesa wouldn't be too happy if you brought me in injured and all tied up. Viridian chuckled. You mean Detective Tsukachi? Why was he on a first-name basis with the lead detective in Mizudafu? Yep. Since I'm an informant for the Mizudafu PD, they've stuck me with Neo Mesa's team. I've been helping them on investigations and stuff. You know, since they technically can't arrest me, as I've never used a quirk during my vigilante work, Viridian was smirking. Kigo was sure of it. Still, the man never used his quirk. He had to be lying. Kigo was pretty damn sure the vigilante had some kind of evasive quirk. He had to. So why trust me with your humble abode? Kigo changed the topic. Like I had a choice. Between you or the hospital, I think I'll sooner take my chances with you. The hospital would likely drag me just to get the mask off. Most vigilantes aren't that protective of their identities, especially those who don't need to worry about being arrested. Most vigilantes don't plan to do something with their civilian persona. And why would being a vigilante impact that? Don't tell me you want to join the cops. No. I'm going to become a goddamned hero. Viridian snapped back. Kigo must have hit a nerve, because the man before him instantly shut his mouth, like he'd said something forbidden. I hate pain. I should not have said that. You technically already are a hero, you know? Shut up. Viridian glared, causing Kigo to raise his hands in surrender. I'm not a hero. I'm a vigilante. There's a difference. Kigo decided that tonight was not the night to argue the point. Look, you need to get some rest. I've got nowhere to be. Viridian gave a snort. The number 3 hero has nowhere to be. Somehow I find that strong to believe. You interest me. I can take a couple days to myself. My sidekicks can handle things while I'm gone. Fine. Not like I'm in the state to kick you out, anyways. Viridian waved his hand. Just don't go snooping or anything. And don't touch the mask. Viridian groaned as he woke up. The previous night's events slowly trickled into his mind as someone opened the door to his camper. His first instinct was to bolt upright, but a sharp pain had him immediately regretting that decision. Oh. Stay down, would ya? You're badly hurt. Hawks reprimanded lightly. What are you, my mother? I'm the hero who saved your life. He replied irritably as he placed his hands on his hips. The plastic bag from the convenience store hung on his wrist. What's with the bag? You're out of food? Hawks replied like it was the simplest thing in the world. Don't think I didn't notice how light you were when I carried you home 2 days ago. 2 days ago, he'd missed school. Yeah, you've been out. Not that I can blame you, that is. Hawks shrugged as he casually restocked Viridian's fridge with more food than the vigilante had seen in his life. How am I supposed to eat all that? You know, most people have 3 meals a day. Most people also don't live in a dump. Viridian replied. By the way, do you have a phone on you? I need to make a call. Don't you have one? Hawks questioned with a raised eyebrow. Viridian fished the remains of his old phone, blood-stained and battered. It needed to be either salvaged or completely scrapped. He should be able to salvage it, though, if he could find the right pieces. Right? Here, just make it fast. Viridian took the hero's phone with a curious look. He'd always had to buy phones online to avoid Quirkless discrimination and unfair price spikes, especially with electronics, so he always got the cheapest models. Hero phones were expensive and incredibly durable. They could find a signal just about anywhere. He marveled at it for a moment before typing in the Muzutafu PD's number, as he didn't have Neo Mesa or Eraserhead's numbers memorized. Muzutafu Police Department, this is Suki. Hey, Suki. He greeted casually. It's Viridian, think you could patch me through to Neo Mesa? There was a long pause before she sighed. Yeah, thanks. He waited exactly 2.5 rings before the detective himself picked up. Viridian. There was a clear worry in his voice that made the vigilante smile. Masa, how are you doing? You haven't been answering us. Are you okay? My phone was kinda trashed, but I'm alive, so I just wanted to let you know that. He felt Hawk's phone vibrate, indicating a new mission or message. Anyhow, I'm borrowing someone else's phone, so I gotta go. I'm good though. Give me a few weeks and I'll be back out there in no time. He grinned. Love ya, Masa. A few weeks. Viridian just He hung up on the detective and handed the phone back to a baffled hero. Was that a good idea to hang up on the detective? I do it all the time. He grinned back. Masa's used to it by now. Right? Hawk sighed as he looked at whatever message had come through. My sidekicks can handle that. He shrugged as he pocketed the device. So what do you want for dinner? I'll cook. You can cook. Viridian raised an impressed eyebrow. Hawks didn't dignify that with a response. Viridian sighed as he looked over at his new roommate. It had been 10 days since he'd gotten injured, and his wound was healing nicely, thanks to Hawks. I brought you some more food, Hawks said as he set down the bag of groceries. Seriously, what the hell did you eat before I came along? Your skin and bones, and your fridge was empty. I was working on that issue, mostly, right? Hawks didn't look convinced. Viridian stared at him for a moment. For the last week or so, Hawks had been flitting in and out of his little compound, checking up on him and bringing him food and even sometimes cooking him meals. Sometimes they talked, other times they just sat there and enjoyed one another's company. It was so weird. What do you want? Viridian finally asked. It had been bugging him for the last few days. He'd expected something, but so far, Hawks hadn't seemed to have told anyone about where he lived. Which was a good thing, because while the Muzutafu PD liked him, that didn't mean the Hero Commission would think the same. Plus, there were other police forces that'd love to fillet him. Tokyo PD came to mind. I don't really want anything from you, I suppose. I just want you to keep doing what you've been doing. You do good. Hawks finally answered after a moment. He held his cup of coffee with both hands as he stared at the quickly setting sun. Come again. You're not like the other vigilantes. You genuinely want to help people. I think that's admirable. You're a hero in your own way. I just don't understand why you'd subject yourself to this. Hawks gestured to the mountains of trash surrounding them. You make it sound like I've got a choice. Viridian chuckled. Someone like you? Why not become a legal hero? Viridian snorted. You think I'd be here if that was an option right now? He resolutely shoved away the memory of Eraserhead offering to sponsor him. It wasn't an option right now. It wasn't. Because everything was riding on him killing Shigaraki, and his best shot was you. I'd vouch for you, you know. Viridian stared at the hero. If I were to fail, or become a villain, your reputation would be in tatters. You're not that kind of man. You haven't even known me for a month, and you've never even seen my face. How can you possibly know the kind of man I am? Viridian glared. I like to think I've got good instincts. Hawks smiled as he leaned back against the old repaired lawn chair before the fire. The light of the flames danced in his eyes, and Viridian sighed. I can't believe I'm doing this. He reached up and loosened his mask, causing Hawk's eyes to widen in surprise. I can't take the hero exam. He pulled the mask off. I'm only 15. The hero blinked in shock. He stared, open-mouthed at the child before him. Now that is a shock. He laughed in disbelief. The most elusive vigilante in Japan is a 15-year-old kid. I'm going to try out for UA's hero course in a few months. Izuku smiled, holding out a hand. Midoriya Izuku? Hawks smirked and took the proffered hand. Takami Kigo. You can just call me Kigo. Then call me Izuku? So why is a kid living in a trash dump as a vigilante? Kigo raised an eyebrow. Because it was strange when I thought you were an adult, but it's downright worrisome knowing you're a kid. I'm not a kid. Izuku protested with a glare. He faltered when Kigo raised an eyebrow. Maybe I am technically a kid, but... He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. I'm Quirkless, okay? If you know anything about how we're treated by society, then you won't need any further explanation. Kigo stared at Izuku for a long moment, processing that the most wanted vigilante didn't even have a quirk. Was so sure about that stealth quirk? He muttered before speaking up. Why not stay with me then? I can't. It's too dangerous. Izuku protested immediately. I've got a lot of very dangerous people after me as Viridian, and if word got out about you helping a vigilante, like I care about that. Kigo rolled his eyes. Look, Izuku. I'm a hero, first and foremost. Meaning I help people. And whether you admit it or not, you need some help. Okay, this was obviously not working the way Izuku needed it to work. He had to stay as far under the radar as Izuku as possible until UA. He couldn't risk anything blowing this shot. And as awesome as it'd be to live with Kigo, it'd only put the man in danger. He couldn't do that to the kid, because Kigo was a kid compared to Izuku's mental age. You're the number 3 hero, right? Izuku asked suddenly, causing Kigo's brows to furrow in confusion. Yes, have you ever heard of a villain called All for One? Kigo stiffened, and his entire demeanor changed. No longer was he so carefree and light. How the hell did you learn that name? Come on, surely you know Viridian has an extensive information network. I have my ways. Izuku answered with a mysterious smirk before returning to the more serious topic. I'm not after him, per se, but I am after his protege, Shigaraki Tamura. Listen, Izuku. Vigilante or not, I can't let you go anywhere near All for One. You've no idea how dangerous he is. On the contrary, I know precisely how dangerous he is. It's why I can't risk staying with you. Once I'm on his radar, he'll use whatever means available to get to me. And people will notice if the number 3 hero gets a new roommate. Izuku, please, Kigo. Izuku looked the hero in the eye. Please. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. There was a long pause. The two held a staring contest to test the other's will. Finally, Kigo relented with a sigh. I'm still going to bring you food and make sure you're not killing yourself with this stupid vigilante. Izuku snorted. Careful. You make it sound like I'm a friend. Well, maybe you are. You don't have many friends, do you? But I don't think I've ever had friends. Izuku replied dumbly. Even Shoyuta and Hizashi were more like brothers than friends. Yeah, I haven't really had many either. He shrugged. Guess we're in the same boat, then. Here, gimme your phone. Why? So I can add my number? He paused. Oh wait, Stain trashed yours, didn't he? Yeah, my vigilante phone is still out of commission, so you'll have to make do with my civilian phone. Izuku smirked, tossing it at the blonde. You live in a dump, but own 2 phones? Correction. I live in a dump, so I fixed 2 phones and hacked them to be untraceable and free. He grinned. My vigilante phone is almost repaired, though. Finally found the stupid parts one needed. You're unbelievable. Kigo shook his head with a fond smile. Izuku laid back against the sand to watch the stars blink into view. Aren't your sidekicks worried? You've been disappearing over here a lot lately. Nah, they're used to me just up and vanishing for a bit. I'm pretty free-spirited. I'm going to go get ready for my patrol. Izuku decided, pushing himself up. I wish you'd wait another week. Nope. Sorry, no can do. While Masa and Eraser know I'm not dead, I still need to let them know what happened. Besides, Neo Mesa and the team's probably worried sick over me. I swear, If you end up bleeding out in an alleyway somewhere again, I'm going to stop bringing you coffee. Oh, not the coffee. Izuku gasped. Go on, or they'll get more worried than they already are. Kigo shook his head fondly, and Izuku just shot him a grin as he tied on his mask. Have fun, don't burn down my place while I'm gone. I won't, Kigo promised. You've been missing for 10 days. Shoyuta glared at Viridian the moment he came into view. He, Tsukachi and his team, and Tsuragami had been growing increasingly concerned, especially when the vigilante had promised to text them and never did. He always texted them when he promised to. The phone call Naomasa had received from the vigilante 2 days after hadn't done much to alleviate their worries. The vigilante had been a constant face around the police department since their partnership, and he always met up with Shoyuta during the start of his patrol. So when the man just dropped off the map without warning, they'd assumed the worst. They'd been searching just about every crevice they could find in an attempt to contact or track down the vigilante. The call had helped a bit, but not much, especially considering the fact that he wouldn't respond to any calls or messages thereafter. Sorry, I sort of got hurt and needed some recovery time. My phone was trashed in the incident. Viridian scratched the back of his head sheepishly, and Shoyuta felt a spike of worry. How badly are we talking here? I ran into the hero killer, Stain, and he may have left me bleeding out in an alleyway halfway across town with a busted phone. Shoyuta felt himself pale. Show me. If he'd run into the hero killer, then it was a miracle he was still alive. That guy hardly ever let people live without some kind of permanent damage. The vigilante took a step back in surprise. The injury? I'm not going to let you patrol if you're still in bad shape. I don't let my coworkers die. Ah, you do care? Viridian smirked, and Shoyuta narrowed his eyes. Fine. Viridian lifted the edge of his shirt to show white bandages. With a sigh, the vigilante carefully unwrapped the injury, revealing a rather nasty gash that was stitched up. Happy now? Who did the stitches? Shoyuta asked as he helped the man rewrap the injury. It had only been 10 days after all. He couldn't help but notice several other scars on what little skin he could see. What is this? 20 questions. I stitched myself up like I always do. He huffed, and the hero sighed. No official medical treatment. Wonderful. Look, Viridian. You're part of our team now. That means you can actually get legally treated at hospitals without worry of being arrested. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose to stave off an oncoming headache, as Viridian lowered his shirt. And if push comes to shove, then I'll even call Recovery Girl. You can't keep doing this. I'm more worried about being unmasked than arrested. He muttered. What's so important about your identity that you'd nearly die protecting it? Shuta's gaze narrowed. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, the Erasure hero had become rather fond of the immature vigilante. He was easy to talk to, and while mysterious, he was honest. It was refreshing for Shoyuta, and he often didn't find people who appreciated his dry sense of humor. I'll tell you one day, Viridian promised. But right now, if I told you who I was, it'd cause more harm than good, he smirked. Listen to your elders. He chuckled like he'd made a joke. Elders? Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. For all you know, I could be older than you. For the information you've given us, you could be younger, too. Though Shoyuta highly doubted that was the case. The man moved with far too much experience and his eyes held far too many years. The world may never know. He smirked. I think that was a slogan for a candy at some point. Tootsie Pops? Shoyuta grunted. Definitely older. My great-grandfather loved those things. At any rate, since we're working together now, I thought it'd be nice to patrol with you, instead of making you run around after me. How thoughtful of you. Shoyuta twitched. Let me inform the other two about your situation, though. Have you all been worried about me? If we have, I wouldn't admit it. He fished out his phone, the black case fitting nicely in his hand. Eraserhead added Tsuragami to Chaos Unlimited group chat. Eraserhead. I found Viridian. He's okay. Detective Holmes, thank God. How is he? Is he hurt? Tsuragami, I'm glad to know he's okay. Eraserhead, you guys do care about me. Laughing face. Eraserhead. He's not hurt too badly, but if he steals my phone again, he might be. Detective Holmes, so what happened? Eraserhead. He ran into Stain, the hero killer. He's recovering nicely, but we'll be patrolling together until he's fully healed. It's a self-treated wound, but the stitches are passable. Tsurigami, Stain. Hand the phone to Viridian. I need information. Eraserhead, hold on, he's fiddling with a flip phone. I thought those died out centuries ago. Viridian Chaos, I feud it. Viridian Chaos, wait, feud. WWWWW damn it, no. The WQ is broken. TT Detective Holmes. Looks like it works just fine to me. Eraserhead, he means the WXYZ key. It's a flip phone, so he can't type X, Y, or Z. It comes out as a W. Seriously, why do you have a flip phone? I didn't even know those still existed. Shoyuta stared at the small grayish device in the vigilante's hand. It looked like it had seen better days, and even had welding marks on the back. Because they're durable as hell and untraceable. Besides, it's what I found in the trash, so it was free. I'm not complaining. You got your phone from the trash. What? Shoyuta blinked. Was he one of those weirdos who went dumpster diving to find useful items? Strange. Oh shush. You're just jealous because I don't have a phone bill. I assure you, Viridian, I am not jealous. Viridian Chaos. He's totally jealous that I can fuel up my phone and not paw a phone bill. Eraserhead, would you just let it drop? Viridian Chaos. Winky face. Nope. Detective Holmes, I'm lost. Eraserhead, good. Viridian Chaos. We're all lost to the darkest corners of our deepest fears, lest we learn to stand and fight in our most desperate hour. Detective Holmes, that was surprisingly deep. Viridian Chaos. An old friend told me that once. I think he was drunk. Show you decide. Are we going to patrol or not? Viridian Chaos. Gotta go patrol, now. And that info on Stain. He's got some pretty serious ideals, so I'll tell WoW about that in person, but I didn't get a good gauge on his quirk. He definitely has one. It's got something to do with paralysis. I didn't see what he did, he's so fast. But I found Muself unable to move for a short PRD of time. I recommend that no bottle patrol alone until we're sure he's left town. Viridian Chaos. I hate the fact that this stupid queue is broken. Uneasy face. Tsurigami. Noted. I'll put out the word for the heroes. Thank you, Viridian. And I'm glad you're still with us. Detective Holmes. Seriously, first you got shot, twice, and now you've gotten yourself stabbed by a man who's known for murdering heroes. I'm starting to think that maybe you're a trouble magnet. Viridian Chaos. Mob I am. That would you plain a few things. Tsurigami. Viridian, your penchant for finding trouble is both invaluable and dangerous. For this reason, I'm going to ask Eraserhead to stick by you as often as possible. Eraserhead, I'll make no promises, he's pretty DM and slippery when he wants to be. You're just peeved because you couldn't catch me? Viridian smirked. Either way, we'll be working together a lot from this point forward. Shoyuta huffed, though he was actually rather pleased. It would put his mind at ease to be able to keep an eye on the vigilante during patrols. Viridian went to put his phone back in his pocket, but a nearby pigeon nearly clipped his ear, causing the man to drop his mobile device. F-bird. He muttered as he bent down to pick it up. A small slip of paper fell out from one of his many hidden pockets. Shoyuta picked up the paper that had landed by his feet. It looked like a business card. It was made of good quality paper and was black with silver letters. Chisaki Kai. Shoyuta paled. Viridian, where did you get this card? The vigilante looked up, puzzled as he held out his hand for said card. Oh, Overhaul gave it to me when I met him a few months back. During that quirk-destroying drag bust. He replied nonchalantly. Have you any idea how dangerous this man is? I know quite well, which is why I played nice and took the business card. He offered me a position working for him, and when I politely declined, he instead offered me a partnership should I ever want it. Of course, I'm not stupid enough to dip my toes into that kind of web. I know my limits, thanks. Well, at least you know that much. Shoyuta let the topic drop thereafter. He'd bring it up to Tsurigami and Tsukachi later, but for now, they had a patrol to do. And if he was being honest, the Erasure hero was interested to see how the infamous Viridian worked. He always found trouble before the other heroes, and nobody's ever actually seen him in action. Most of the work he's been doing with Tsukachi has been information gathering and whatnot. Nobody's actually seen him fight yet. The image of the vigilante flitting across the beams of that warehouse like a living shadow came to his mind. "You coming or what?" Viridian asked as he turned away from Shuda's route. "The patrol ring is this way." If you're gonna make me stay with you on patrol, then we're taking my patrol route, not yours." "Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this?" "Because you've never patrolled here." Viridian was smirking. Shoyuda knew it. But the other man's words confused him. Shoyuda had patrolled over nearly all of Mizudafu and the surrounding territories. The only place he wasn't able to consistently patrol was. "You don't mean the south side?" His eyes widened. "What? Is the brave pro-hero afraid of a little ghost town?" The vigilante teased. "I just don't see how patrolling that area is logical." Shoyuda twitched. "It's very poor, and there isn't much crime. The few times I have patrolled there have turned up nothing. Sometimes I doubt there are even people there." "Oh, believe me, there are." There was a strange gleam to Viridian's eyes. "I patrol the south side regularly. That's why you never see any crime. I stop it before it starts. It's actually quite a nasty piece of Mizudafu, no other heroes bother with it, so people typically do as they please." Shoyuda sighed as he made to follow after the vigilante. Today is going to be a long shift. Izuku was lounging in his refurbished lawn chair by his fire pit as he enjoyed some pasta that he'd cooked. He really couldn't thank Kigo enough for all the food and supplies he'd given to him, even if it did seem like a bit much at times. The sun was shining down, and the wind blew through his dirty green hair. "Maybe I should shower soon?" "How long has it been since you last bathed?" Kigo asked as he came into the clearing. He once tried to land from the skies and nearly toppled the delicately piled trash heaps with the wind his wings had created. So he had to memorize the very specific non-booby-trapped route that Izuku had dug out to get to his secluded home. "Well, I don't exactly have running water here. I sneak into the gym by the library whenever I can to catch a quick shower." "Or, you could just waltz into my place and use my stuff?" Kigo tossed something at him, and Izuku looked down incredulously at a bright silver key. "Don't look so surprised, you've been to my apartment before." "Yeah, but you've given me the key to your apartment." "That's kinda different." "Not really. I'm a busy high-ranking hero, and you're a busy high-ranking vigilante who helps out the police. Plus, the entrance exams for you, are tomorrow." He grinned as he flopped down in the other lawn chair. "You ready?" "As I'll ever be." Izuku's expression soured. He'd failed the exam miserably in his original timeline. "I put in all the paperwork for my weapons months ago, and Nizu's approved them." "Relax, Izuku." Kigo sent him a carefree smile. "You're the best vigilante in all of Japan. You ran circles around every pro-hero and police force out there, even All Might and Endeavor. This exam will be nothing to you." He remembered that one time that All Might himself had tried to catch him when he'd been patrolling on Tokyo. The man had been terrifyingly quick and strong, and he did not like being on the other end of that smile. But he'd managed to outwit the #1 hero and give him the slip until his 3 hours were up. He jumped quite drastically in the vigilante rankings thereafter. As far as he knew, he was one of the only vigilantes to ever outrun All Might. And it had been incredibly satisfying to do so. Like he was flipping the man the finger after he'd crushed his dreams twice. "You're right." Izuku relaxed a bit. "You have to be." Izuku was also happy to note that the local homeless thugs in his area no longer gave him any trouble. After he took on that one guy with some kind of bear quirk and won, the others backed off rather quickly. He'd earned their respect, which was everything on the streets. 2 things would keep you from being used or killed when you were homeless. It was the difference between living on the streets and running the streets. Respect and connections. And Izuku had both, though they didn't know the connections bit, as he hardly interacted with anyone. But that was his choice. He didn't need to interact with the street crowd yet. He knew who was who, of course, and they knew him, but only enough to keep away. He had about 6 people who owed him favors, and that was enough for now. Izuku had also been keeping an eye on his vigilante persona's online standing. He was blown away by the number of supporters he had across Japan. It wasn't just Mizudafu or Hosu, not just the places he'd actually patrolled. It was everywhere. He even had people in other countries that were taking an interest in him. Word had spread about how he helped people that the heroes couldn't, or wouldn't, reach. He vaguely recalled saving a very well-known Quirkless man from a mugging months ago, and he'd apparently written an entire article on the interaction. He strongly noted how Viridian had taken his Quirkless status with a smile and saved him anyways. Apparently that earned him a lot of supporters globally, from people with weak quirks or no quirks. Normally he wouldn't understand it, but this time he did. Because he knew what that was like. He knew firsthand that there were some heroes that would turn around and walk away from a quirkless person in need. He'd seen it. He'd lived it. There was no way he'd ever turn his back on anyone. That's not who Viridian was. That's not who Izuku was. And that, he'd say, he was proud of. Later that night Viridian sat on a rooftop at 3 in the morning, enjoying the night breeze as he calmed his nerves. In about 4 hours he'd be seated down for his written exam. He was too nervous and excited to sleep, no matter what Kigo had said about resting up. After all, the fate of the entire world was hinging on him actually getting into UE this time. Izuku hoped he didn't blow it. He'd been patrolling with Eraserhead nearly every night, and on the nights he wasn't patrolling with him, he went with a different hero. He enjoyed the patrols with Midnight too, even if she'd loathed patrolling the south side. Eraserhead had certainly been shocked at his ability to find trouble. He wasn't sure the man would ever let him patrol alone again. Tsukachi made sure that nobody, especially Viridian, patrolled alone while Stain was still at large. Some nights, Viridian spent his time with Tsukachi and his team, helping them look over case files and pointing out things they'd missed or overlooked. Other nights, he patrolled with his favorite underground hero. He smirked as he heard the quiet footsteps of Eraserhead on the roof behind him. The man sat down beside him. "I thought we were supposed to patrol together." Eraserhead raised a reprimanding eyebrow as he held out a cup of coffee to Izuku, who took it gratefully. He smiled as he gave a nod of thanks. "And I thought you'd get some extra shut-eye, considering you've got a long day tomorrow. Aren't the UE entrance exams in a few hours?" Aizawa sighed, taking a long sip of his coffee. "I'd ask how you knew I was a teacher there, but I doubt I'll get any answers from you." "Don't like that, Za." His eyes crinkled in a smile, making the hero twitch in annoyance. "I'm just looking out for you, trying to make sure you take care of yourself. That's not your job." He replied gruffly. "It is, because I'm your friend." "Coworker, not a friend." He glared, but there was a certain fondness behind those eyes. "Totally a friend, Sunder." Over the last month or so that he'd been patrolling with Eraserhead, the two had grown close. Eraserhead had learned to trust Viridian's gut instincts and let him lead the patrols to find trouble. Viridian was a bit more confident during the daytime, too, and had started some smaller patrols in the late afternoon. Perhaps because of this, several civilians had started to mistake him for an actual hero, which Eraserhead had pointed out he technically could be without the license because he was quirkless. The hero license pretty much just let people use their quirks legally, and since Viridian didn't have one, he didn't need one to be a hero. Though he still should have one, and it would help him gain access to information and places that he couldn't legally access otherwise. The fact that those words actually put Viridian in tears was something that only Eraserhead knew, and he started freaking out when he saw Viridian crying, but calmed down when he was told that he was happy, because no one had ever told him that before. His online persona was really popular. People always talked about Viridian sightings and the like. They nicknamed him the Shadow Hero because he was hardly ever seen while working. Viridian thought it was a cool nickname. Maybe he'd keep it. The Shadow Hero, Viridian. Yeah, that sounded badass. Speaking of online, he'd ghosted several chat rooms and was shocked to see people making merchandise off of him. Like what? He wasn't a hero. Why would people want merchandise of him? It had taken Kigo shoving barbecue chicken wings into his mouth to snap him out of that stupor. "So you gonna tell me who's under that mask?" Eraserhead asked casually. It's become a little joke to them now. Though he could tell that the man really wanted to know. "Nope. But, Just a heads up, you might not see me as often for a little bit. Viridian looked over the city. Things are calm right now, something big is coming. A lot of villains have been going off the grid lately. Be careful, Shoyuta. The man scowled lightly at the use of his given name. He never got used to Viridian calling him by that. Could you maybe call me by my hero name while I'm on the clock? Life's too short to worry about silly things like formalities. You're my friend, so I'll call you what I want. Eraserhead gave him an odd look. Sometimes I swear you're older than me. His eyes narrowed. But other times you seem younger than my first years. Well, if all goes well, tomorrow I might be one of your first years. Those words were so close to escaping his mouth, but he bit back the urge. It was much more convenient to keep Izuku and Viridian as two separate people, right now. Izuku would be his student, and Viridian would be his informant/comrade. There was little chance Aizawa would let Viridian fight by his side if he knew he wasn't even old enough to legally drive. The man was honestly too soft when it came to children. I promise you, Aizawa, I'm no first year. He chuckled. Not yet, or would it be not anymore? My shift is nearly done. I should get going. Eraserhead sighed. And so should you. Be safe. And like I said, be careful. The underworld is stirring these days, and I rather like you. I don't want you dead. Pass it on to Masa and Ken, would you? I still can't believe Tsuragami lets you call him by his given name. Eraserhead shook his head. Same to you, Viridian. Be safe. I'll see you later. The vigilante couldn't help but smirk as he watched the hero go. He stayed until the sun started to peek over the horizon, painting the sky. All right, Yue. Here I come. He cackled as he vanished out of sight. Aizawa Shoyuta sighed tiredly as he took his place in the examiner room at Yue. He didn't exactly agree with the hour that the exam was held at, but he supposed that was only because he didn't get off shift until 4:30 that same morning. He smirked as he pulled out his phone, clicking into the group chat. Let's zip. I'm tired, and it's all your fault, Viridian. Viridian chaos. Nope, it's your fault too. You didn't have to sit and talk to me. Besides, you're the one who brought caffeine. Detective Holmes. Another late night with no coffee. Viridian chaos. I can hear your amusement from here, Masa. And I just said there was caffeine. Obviously, that'd be coffee. So there. Tongue sticking out, Detective Holmes. I keep telling you not to call me by my given name, let alone a butchered form of it. Tsuragami, and you aren't used to this by now. Viridian chaos. How about Fury then? Like that old character from the Marvel movies. He's pretty kick-ass. Viridian chaos changed Detective Holmes's username to Fury. Fury, change it back. Viridian chaos. Whoops. GG. I've got some SHT to do. Text you later. And have fun at the UE entrance exams, Eraser. I think you'll be pretty impressed with this year's batch. Let me sleep. You've been watching them. Viridian chaos. I may have seen one or two of them use a quirk here or there. Winky face. Hope you managed to keep some of your class this year. Let sleep. I'm going to regret getting up this morning, aren't I, Fury? Don't you always? Shoyuta sighed as he pocketed his phone, ignoring the questioning look that Namuri was sending him. Texting your partner again? She smirked, amused. He's not my, Shoyuta sighed. Technically, he supposed Viridian was his partner. Keep telling yourself that. Personal feelings aside, Shoyuta couldn't shake the feeling that Viridian was someone that he should keep an eye on. The past almost year that he'd been interacting with the vigilante had made him actually like him. The fact that the vigilante had once taken a goddamned bullet for him didn't hurt the trust he was fostering with the mysterious man either. And he still worried about his friend. Were they friends? Because the guy never seemed to go to AF hospital either. Shoyuta had half a mind to make him just take the stupid hero license exam and get him certified so he wouldn't have an excuse about going to the stupid hospital. So, what do you think of the examinees this year? Namuri asked as she slipped an arm around his shoulders, startling him out of his thoughts. I don't know, the exam is only just starting. Shoyuta replied as his husband's voice filtered across the speakers. Go. He noted that only one examinee in Battle Center be bothered to move. It was a kid with green fluffy hair and a hoodie. Did he get that approved? Shoyuta pointed to the sword that the kid wielded. Nizu looked up at the screen. Examinee 2234, Midoriya Izuku. He sent in the request for a few items a couple of months ago. I saw no problem with it, so I agreed. Items. Other than the sword? Cementos asked, watching as the kid tore through a three-pointer brutally. Dimon, he actually knows how to wield that. Shoyuta thought in disbelief. Yes, though he only asked for 3 things. Nizu grinned. His sword? The kid shoved another examinee out of the way as he blocked an attack that would have seriously injured the other kid. A first aid kit? Nizu continued as the kid helped another examinee who'd gotten a rather nasty cut on his arm. He wrapped the wound with the kind of fast diligence that only came from field experience. And a lot of it. Who the hell is this kid? And a cell phone? A cell phone? Snipe asked incredulously. Nizu nodded. I'm quite interested to see what he's planning, to be honest. What are his points at so far? Midnight asked. 37, Cementos stated. He's doing a fantastic job, but in helping the other examinees, he's hindered his villain points. He's regaining them in rescue points, though. I'm somewhat worried to see an examinee with that much medical experience. 13 admitted. It's unnerving to watch him act like the buildings blowing up around him is normal. Did you notice? I did. Shoyuta nodded. Something was off about this kid. Did he survive a villain attack or something? No, that would make sense if the loud sounds were inducing more traumatic reactions. He seemed almost like a soldier, used to chaos and havoc around him. Even pros wouldn't be quite that calm, though Shoyuta imagined that it was possible that the kid just felt safer knowing it was an exam. Let's see how everyone reacts to this, then. Nizu let out a feral grin as he pressed the big red button to release the 0 pointers. He expected the kid to freeze. To run like everyone else, no matter how disappointed Shoyuta and the other teachers were when everyone ran. But to their shock, he got up and ran towards the massive killer robot without a hint of hesitation. Almost like he was waiting for it. Look, there's a girl trapped under the rubble. Cementos pointed out, and Midnight radioed Hizashi to make sure that the hero was on standby, ready to rescue her if need be. What's that Midoriya kid doing? 13 asked, watching as he jumped on top of an active 1-pointer. He then pried off the panel on the back of the robot and pulled out his phone. He messed around with something the camera couldn't see before the smaller robot stopped moving. He grinned and started typing in haste. A moment later, every robot in Battle Center B shut down, including the 0-pointer. The room was silent. The sound of someone dropping their pen sounded like a grenade. Did something happen? Was that a glitch? Midnight stuttered. I don't believe it. Nizu's eyes were wide and gleaming with excitement. He hacked the robots. He broke the exam. With a cell phone. He started laughing maniacally. Why, you don't seriously mean? Vlad King looked pale as he realized that Nizu was interested and excited by this kid. No way. All Might's eyes were wide as he choked on his own saliva. That can't be the same boy. You know him, All Might? Shuda's eyes narrowed. No, I met him once. I remember him vaguely. He's Quirkless. His words sent the room into murmurs. All the more reason. Nizu grinned. Aizawa, I hope you'll train this boy properly. He'll be joining you in your class this year. Shoyuta bit back a groan. Great. Just what I need, a problem child. Yes, sir. Because what else was he supposed to say to his boss? Vlad King sent him a pitying look. For a moment, he wondered if this Quirkless boy was related in any way to the Quirkless vigilante, but quickly brushed off the thought. There were plenty of Quirkless people in the older generations. It was highly unusual for a child to be born Quirkless in this day and age, and he'd surely need to keep an eye out for any lasting trauma from a rough childhood due to that, but there were plenty more Quirkless people in Viridian's age group. Besides, Tsukachi had assured him that the man had spoken the truth when asked about his reasonings for being a vigilante. And he'd stated that he'd failed every high school hero exam he'd taken, which meant that he was a fully grown man, not a 15-year-old boy. There was no possible way that Viridian and Midoriya Izuku could be the same person. Shoyuta took a sip of his coffee, and the thought wouldn't pop back into his head for weeks to come. Izuku was a wreck. It had been nearly 2 weeks since the exams, and he had no idea if he passed or not. His Shoyuda, had told him about the rescue points, so he'd made sure to help as many people as possible. Logically, with the 40-something villain points he'd managed to get, plus the rescue points, he was probably going to pass. But what if they knocked off points for quirklessness? Or recklessness? Or hacking the robots? He hadn't even thought about being disqualified for it. So here he was, stalking his mother's house to steal his Yu-ing letter before she came out to snatch it. Izuku obviously couldn't tell them to send his mail to the dump, now could he? And though Kigo had offered to let him use his address, the fact that a quirkless 15-year-old knew the number 3 hero well enough to use his private address would bring up more questions than he'd like to answer. Besides, his mother and he shared the same last name. They wouldn't even look twice at the address. Beyond that, there was a tiny, bitter part of him that really didn't care if all for one targeted Inko. He tensed as he saw a thick, heavy envelope mixed in with the bills. He carefully replaced the rest of his Inko's mail and quickly made his way back home. He'd also been unable to meet up with Gaofinimboy's brother, though he had caught sight of spiky red hair in the crowd at some point. He'd honestly been far too worried about everything to process much. And seeing his present mic up on that stage was strong. Really strong. It took every ounce of self-control he had not to cry upon seeing him, or rush up there and assure himself that he was okay. He swallowed down his unbearably strong urge to apologize, but he must have made some kind of sound because the blue-haired kid called him out on being disruptive. Luckily, Izuku had managed to pull himself together by that point, so the spotlight illuminating him hadn't reflected off half-formed tears. Though he was able to see the flash of concern in Present Mic's face, he knew that the man had seen something and had immediately called the attention back to himself. Izuku was grateful. He hadn't said anything to the blue-haired kid, wasn't he a member of the Ida family, because he couldn't let anything hinder his chances of getting into UA. He had to pass. The literal fate of the world depended on it. He shook his head to dispel the thoughts. The exam was over, and if all went according to plan, then he'd just have to get used to seeing Hisashi and everyone all over again. Once he was settled in his camper, he sat down on his ratty futon and carefully opened the envelope. Kigo was out on patrol right now, so Izuku was blessedly alone. A thick, heavy disc fell to the floor with a thump and a projection appeared. "I am here as a projection." All Might's smiling face beamed down at Izuku, and he couldn't help but scowl. Sure, he didn't necessarily hate the symbol of peace, but he didn't like the man either. Experience has taught him the bitter truth to All Might's words on the rooftop that day. He was no longer angry with him for what he'd said, but he was still hurt and a little bitter for it. Izuku was allowed to feel hurt for having his dreams crushed by his hero, after all. "You managed to get 44 villain points in the exam. Well done, my boy." "Not your boy." Izuku glared half-heartedly, deciding to ignore the fact that this was a projection. Unfortunately, this in and of itself is not enough to pass. Izuku's heart stuttered, and for one horrific moment, he feared he'd blown everything. If he hadn't passed, then his next best bet was to take Kigo and Aizawa up on their offers of a sponsorship. He'd have to reveal his identity, but, however, his attention snapped back to the projection. "You were also awarded rescue points during the exam. And you, Midoriya Izuku, managed to gain an astonishing 88 rescue points. Amazing. Not only that, but you managed to do something incredible. Nobody has ever managed to hack the robots before, and Principal Nizu is keen on meeting you himself." He stared at the projection. From what Izuku had heard of the mouse rat bear dog thing that was the principal of UA, he wasn't really sure if that was a good thing or not. Shoyuda seemed to be rather terrified of the little guy. "Congratulations. 132 points puts you at the top of the list. Not only that, but you've broken the record. Welcome, Midoriya Shounen, to your hero academia." The projection shut off, and Izuku sighed in relief. "I made it." It took him several minutes of staring at the ceiling of his makeshift home before he found himself crying and laughing hysterically. The first time he'd tried the exam, he'd failed miserably. Not a single point, villain or rescue. He'd subsequently failed every hero school entrance exam he'd taken, before settling for an academic school instead. And while his choice was by no means a shitty school, it still wasn't heroics. Eventually, he went to a trade school for technology, hoping to at least make support weapons for heroes. He found that he had a knack for hacking and technology, and pursued that career, eventually gaining a PhD in computer science, hence how he hacked the robots so easily. However, he soon became restless, and making support gear and helping out heroes by hacking information for them just wasn't enough. Even if his support gear was known as some of the best available, right up there with Hatsum Industries, he needed to be out there, helping people, really helping them. So he took up his proverbial cape and cowl and became a vigilante. He really sucked at first, but luckily there'd been much more sinister things to keep the attention of the heroes and police occupied until he found his rhythm. He'd been a very well-known and semi-respected vigilante for 6 years before the apocalypse hit. Before Shigaraki gained the power of All for One and destroyed everything, releasing the feral Nomu, leveling cities and entire nations with the flick of a wrist, killing All Might. Izuku shook his head, dispelling his memories as he held the very real acceptance letter to the UH Heroics course. It's like a dream. Maybe I actually did die. He shifted, wincing as he accidentally whacked his funny bone off the side of the table. Most dreams don't have pain, only flashbacks, memories and nightmares. So, not a dream. He tilted his head, laughing. Not that my dreams would ever be this kind. He shook his head. He needed to rest. He'd been too worried about his letter to really do much of that lately, and he could feel his eyes burning with the need for sleep. He picked up the photo of his real family. He kept it face down so Kigo wouldn't see it by accident, because it'd bring up a lot of uncomfortable questions. I really did it. Namiri, please watch over me. I promise you, I'll do everything I can to make this right. The stars twinkled down at him. Cult of Viridian chat. GIF Anime Boy is online. GIF Anime Boy, guys. My brother passed. He made it into UA's hero course. FNBFLWFJ, OWJ, FSTFNVF Noisecardily. Are you okay? Moldy Broccoli. OMV, that's amazing. Barbiezoor, Moldy Broccoli. Oh my Viridian. We are the cult of Viridian, so that means he's our god. Deku, what did I just walk in on? Ooh, GIF Anime Boy, my brother made it into UA. He's gonna be a hero. Though he said he didn't see you there. Sad face. Deku, I think I saw him in the crowd, but I was too nervous to talk to him. Shrug the Kikisalai. You still didn't tell us how you did, Deku? Demonic gay microwave. Cake, he might not want to talk about it. Deku, actually, I passed. Like, I still can hardly believe it. I made it into the hero course. Gay Fanami Boy, how you Hawaii? Congrats. You did it. You might be in the same class as my bro. That'd be so cool. Deku. Noisecardily. Deku, you realize that your hero analysis skills are top-notch, right? Like, PPL know you on the internet. Deku, what? The Kikisalai. I mean, with a quirk like yours, I'm sure that you'll become a great hero. Laughing face. Deku. Quirk. Noisecardily. Sorry, we just all assumed you had some kind of analysis quirk. Deku, actually, that's the thing. The reason I'm so shocked I made it into you is because I'm, quirkless. Noisecardily. What? Barbiezoor, you're joking. Two pinky toe joints. GIF Anime Boy, so you're like, what S first quirkless student. That's so manly. Deku, I mean, I think so. It how I managed to pass. The Kikisalai. Remind me never to challenge you to a fight. Geez. You don't need a quirk to kick but apparently. Deku, my fam and I are celebrating my success. Smiley face. Noisecardily, congrats. Have fun. The Kikisalai, and no worries, we don't care that you're quirkless. Gay Fanami Boy, internet's great for finding friends that don't give AF, smiley face. Barbiezoor, LANGUAGE Fanami Boy. Current language setting is Japanese with a dash of I don't give a F. Tongue sticking out. De has logged out. Show you to side as he leapt across the rooftops with Viridian. It was about a week before the start of school, and he had about 1.5 million things to do. Fortunately, Patrols were a lot easier when you weren't going it alone. He'd been patrolling with the vigilante nearly every night now. The guy was pretty much healed, and his patrol route was never the same twice. He always found the most trouble. It was like Viridian had a built-in beacon for people who needed help. And Shoyuta had noted that many of the people who called out for help in or near the south side exclusively called for Viridian himself, like he was the only one who would heed their cries for help. Either way, it had been a rather busy night, and things were starting to calm down. The two of them stopped atop a roof for a breather. "What you say to a quick cup of joe?" Viridian asked, tilting his head. "Cup of joe. Isn't that an old American saying? From the 20th and 21st centuries, actually?" He grinned. Not for the first time, the hero wondered just who was beneath that mask. Or how old he was at the very least. "Coffee sounds good," he agreed. But then again, Shoyuta was always down for a cup of coffee. The two of them landed on street level and went into the nearby cafe. It was one of Shuta's regular haunts, and the barista recognized him immediately. "Ah, Eraserhead. Your usual." He nodded as she rattled off his order to one of the other baristas who started his coffee. "Henry. Long time no see. Your usual as well." She asked the vigilante, and Shoyuta twitched internally. Mostly because Viridian was probably coming to Shuta's favorite coffee shop long before they teamed up. "Right under my nose. You got it, Yuko." He smiled back at her, and Shoyuta could swear he saw her blush. Within minutes they were seated at a table with their drinks. It was nearly the end of their shift anyhow. There shouldn't be anything for the last 20 minutes unless some idiot decided that 4 in the morning was the perfect time to rampage, which, knowing Viridian's luck, was a very real possibility. I haven't been here in weeks." Viridian sat back in his seat and pulled up his mask. Shoyuta had noticed that the man never spoke with his mask up. "Was there? Is that a voice disguiser?" He blinked in surprise at the tiny mechanical device stitched discreetly into the fabric of the mask. The vigilante gave him a fanged smirk as he pulled his mask back down. "Yep." He chirped happily. "I could be a lot older or younger than you anticipated. Or I could be girl." His eyes crinkled with an amused grin. "Or this could be my real voice and I use the voice changer on my enemies. I'm going to get another migraine if I try to get a straight answer out of you, aren't I?" "Absolutely. But that's what the coffee is for." "You're giving me gray hairs, Viridian. Please, your students do that for me. I don't have any students this year." "Ah, but that'll change." He smiled. "Unlikely." Shoyuta shook his head. He hadn't been overly impressed by too many of his prospective students this year, sans the kid with the explosion quirk and the quirkless wonder who'd hacked all the robots. That look on your face tells me otherwise. Care to share?" "I'm not allowed to discuss my students with an outsider." "Oh, Shoyuta. I'm hurt. I thought we were friends." "I have no friends. Lie. I'm your friend. And so are Masa and Ken." He got the distinct impression that Viridian was sticking his tongue out at him. "Come on, we've got 10 minutes. We should at least finish the loop." He wouldn't admit it, but he was starting to enjoy Viridian's crazy patrol route. As mentioned earlier, it was never really the same twice, but it typically took them through the south side and then halfway across town. The pattern was seemingly random, but it seemed that they always found the most trouble. At first, he'd been wary of patrolling the south side. There were awful rumors of that place, and many doubted that people lived there at all. The conditions were terrible too. Heroes and villains alike avoided the place like the plague. Even police typically ignored it. It used to be the original Muzutafu before the city started expanding, but a major earthquake decades ago made it into a ghost town. Now, the south side had become a lawless area. Well, it was lawless until the vigilante showed up. It seemed Viridian's presence was doing the place a lot of good. Now Shoyuta patrolled the area even without the vigilante. The whole point of heroism was to help people, after all. Though if he kept his phone a little closer at hand on those nights, he'd never tell anyone. The stigma was there for a reason, after all. Fine. Workaholic. The vigilante pushed in his chair and tidied up the table before joining the impatient hero. "You do realize that cleaning up the tables is part of their job, right?" Viridian twitched. Had Shoyuta hit a nerve? And do you have any idea how irritating it is when people don't clean up after themselves? I've worked in restaurants before. Yeah, it's part of the job, but it shouldn't have to be. We've got about 1 million other tasks to take care of aside from cleaning tables and making orders, you know. Detail cleaning, dishes, making more food, temping everything, cleaning the floors, stocking the utensils and napkins, refilling condiment bottles, cleaning Krathkos and soda fountains, refilling sinks, cleaning drains, cleaning the bathrooms, sweeping outside, trash, windows, counting the registers in the safe, answering the phone, getting orders out on time, paperwork, bank runs, more restocking. Viridian grew more and more irritated with each task he listed off. And then this speech calls, "Oh, my order wasn't made right, and I tried calling 16 times but nobody picked up? And what the hell are you supposed to say? Sorry, we had a rush with a line out the door and 3 people on staff with a last-minute call-out so nobody was available to take the phone. And then of course there's that one family who lets their kid make an absolute war zone out of the food you made them, and then they don't even bother to tell you about it so you can clean it up without having to SLV on your knees on tile with a bottle of bleach." For a long moment, Shoyuta just stared at Viridian as the vigilante panted. "Are you okay?" "Oh. Nobody who works in the food industry is okay." He shook his head. "Alright, okay, so that was one landmine Shoyuta never wanted to step on again. So you hold a job outside the vigilante business? Unlike pros, we don't get paid for what we do." Viridian replied, visibly calmer than before. "But no, I'm unemployed right now. I did hold a few different jobs when I was younger, but I've decided to dedicate myself to protecting people." "Admirable, but how do you pay your bills?" The other man snorted. "What bills?" He held up his flip phone. "This baby doesn't cost me a yen." He grinned, but didn't elaborate further. "Please tell me that you've got a stable roof over your head." Shuda's stomach was sinking quickly. Was Viridian homeless? "I do have a stable roof over my head. It leaks a little, but I've fixed it up." "Why does this not make me feel better?" He was about to say more when Viridian suddenly stopped. They'd been walking through an alleyway and Shoyuta couldn't see anything that would tip the other man off to something being wrong. But he'd learned a while back to trust the vigilante's gut. Suddenly, laughter echoed around the alley. "So we meet again, Viridian. And who's your friend?" "Nobody you need to worry about," Viridian answered confidently back, but Shoyuta could see the tensing of his muscles. "Someone you know." Shoyuta loosened his capture weapon. "You could say that. I still haven't forgiven you for what you did to me." The voice, which Shoyuta now recognized as distinctly feminine, held a strong edge. Don't hold it against me." Viridian shrugged half-heartedly. "It was nothing personal, you understand? You're just not my type. You broke my heart." "Are you serious?" Shoyuta gave the vigilante an incredulous look. "She's your ex?" "Not really, I mean she confessed to me, and I turned her down. I gave you my heart. And you threw it away. You never even gave me the chance. I've idolized you from the moment you first started fighting crime. Viridian, why won't you love me?" "Because I'm gay, sweetie." Viridian was slowly backing them out of the alleyway, but his answer made Shoyuta startle a bit. He hadn't expected the vigilante to just come out and say something like that so plainly. "Then I'll make you love me or you'll die." Okay, not a jealous ex, but a crazy stalker. Noted. Shoyuta wondered if the vigilante dealt with this kind of SHT often. The woman leapt out of the shadows, her bright red hair gleaming in the moonlight. Her hair stiffened into blades for an instant as she threw them out like spears towards Viridian. Shoyuta activated his quirk, erasing hers. "What the?" Viridian didn't let their advantage go to waste as he kicked her strong, throwing her back against the wall. She quickly recovered and threw down a smoke screen, obstructing Shuda's vision. "Damn it. I know you. You're Eraserhead. You can erase quirks just by looking at someone. Impressive, but useless in low-visibility environments against a long-range fighter." She paused a moment. "So, you're his boyfriend, then?" Shoyuta and Viridian both choked on their spit. "He's like a brother to me." Viridian protested. "He's a coworker." Shoyuta protested at the same time. "Brother." He mentally questioned the vigilante, but had to dodge out of the way of the woman's hair spears. One scratched his cheek and he winced. "You okay?" Viridian asked as the two pressed their backs together. "Just a scratch," Shoyuta assured him. "Good. Then you won't mind if I do this." A moment later, Shoyuta was in the air above the alleyway, being dragged along by Viridian. The two landed atop the roof and took off running. "Trust me, she's not someone to fight alone. There's a reason why I avoid her," Viridian said as they finally lost her. Shoyuta opened his mouth to say something, when Viridian gasped in pain. He whipped around sharply to see him crouched on the rooftop, hand clutching his side which was bleeding profusely. "Viridian." Shoyuta was by his side immediately, assessing the injury. It was deep and would undoubtedly need stitches. "I'm fine," the vigilante panted. "Just a scratch." "Just a Shoyuta shook his head in disbelief. "I'm taking you to a hospital." He moved to scoop up the injured man, who staggered to his feet. "Nope. Sorry, Shoyuta. No can do. Hospitals and I don't mix." "I don't care if you mix or not, you need medical attention. I can call recovery girl, if you don't want to go to a hospital. And I'll get medical attention. At home." He smirked as he leaned backwards off the edge of the roof. "See ya later, Eraserhead." Shoyuta ran to the edge of the building, but found no trace of the vigilante. Damn it. He's just too good at disappearing. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "You'd better be okay. Let me sleep, guys." Viridian's hurt again. "Fury, what happened?" "Let me sleep. We ran into some crazy stalker of his who attacked us. When we got away, Viridian dragged me away from the fight. I realized he had a deep gash on his left side. He was losing a lot of BLD fury. Bring him to the hospital, we'll meet you there." "Let zip. Would if I could, but he ran off." Tsuragami. Again. "Fury, why does he always run off when he's hurt?" "Let me sleep." He said hospitals and I don't mix and then jumped off the side of the building. No sign of him. He's just too DMN good at covering his tracks. "Fury at Viridian Chaos, you'd better be okay. Let us know you're at least alive." Tsuragami. Here's to another sleepless night. Viridian stumbled into the clearing of his home. He was losing a lot of BLD, and SHT wasn't looking good. Honestly, SHT was looking kind of fuzzy and unfocused. "Izuku." Kigo rushed to his side. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "Bad feeling. Glad I came." He scooped up the injured vigilante and carried him inside. Kigo wasted no time in clearing the table and getting out the supplies needed. "Why do you always do this to me? I can stitch myself up." Izuku protested. "Nope. What kind of brother would I be if I let you do this yourself?" He shook his head and started to get to work. "Geez, and just a week before your first day at UA, too. Won't Aizawa be suspicious?" "Probably." Izuku winced as Kigo pulled the stitches a little too tightly. "Sorry. No apologies for saving my life." "Fine." Kigo was going to say something else, but Izuku was well on his way to passing out. "Damn it. Wake up at a decent hour, tomorrow, would ya?" "Thanks, K. Anytime, Zoo." Shoyuta wasn't sure what to expect from this year's CRP of students. Last year he'd expelled his entire class, and he wasn't above doing the same to this one. He was already in a bad mood, and he blamed Viridian wholeheartedly. That idiot had gotten himself seriously wounded about a week ago, when they ran into his crazy stalker, and he hadn't been replying to anyone on the group chat. Shoyuta had been unable to find him in any hospitals or clinics, meaning that the guy was either being treated by someone privately, he hoped, or was doing it himself, again. He hoped Viridian had just damaged his phone again. Maybe Shoyuta should get him a hero-grade phone instead. Those were durable as hell, for this exact reason. With a sigh, he fished out his phone to send the vigilante another text. "Let me sleep at Viridian Chaos. I swear to God, if you don't reply to one of us, I'm going to hunt you down after school and drag you to a goddamned hospital myself." As if he hadn't already been driving himself up the wall searching every crevice of Mizudafu he knew. He even searched the south side each night. Fury, still no sign of him on my end either. Shoyuta wouldn't admit it aloud, but he enjoyed the man's company, and possibly even considered him a friend. Not that he'd tell anyone that. So knowing that his maybe friend was hurt somewhere, and the fact that he hadn't seen him on patrol for several nights put Shoyuta in a pretty foul mood. His fuse was short enough without having to deal with a bunch of unruly teenagers who think they're hot stuff. He eyed his class from his position on the floor. The fluffy-haired kid, Midoriya, had noticed him instantly. That put Shoyuta on guard, because he was in stealth mode, the kind he used on underground missions. Nobody noticed him in stealth mode. Seriously, what is this kid? He carefully nodded in acknowledgement of the brat before he stood up, garnering the attention of the rest of the class. 8 seconds. It took you all that long to settle down. Time is precious, do not waste mine. He sent them a level look, climbing out of his comfortably warm sleeping bag. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the duration of your time here at UA. He pulled out their gym uniforms. Now put these on and meet me outside on the field. With that, he walked out, stuffing his sleeping bag into his pocket, because Hisashi was amazing and got him the kind that folds up into the size of a phone. As he made his way outside, he felt his phone buzz. Viridian Chaos, sorry I've been offline for a bit. My phone got damaged when I got hurt. No need to worry, I'll be back on patrol within a night or two. I didn't even have to stitch myself up this time. And Eraser, it's not like you could find me if you tried. Tongue sticking out, Shoyuta let out a breath of relief, alongside a sigh of irritation. Fury, damn it, Viridian. You're legally helping us now. If you get hurt, we can let you see actual medical help. We won't even make you remove your mask. Viridian Chaos, sorry, old habits die strong. Besides, I've got someone to help patch me up, so don't worry so much. Let me sleep. Yes, well, we don't want you to die, so let us help you when you're hurt. I swear you're as bad as my first years. Viridian Chaos changed Let Me Sleep's name to Dadzawa. What is this? Viridian Chaos, I thought it was clever. Since you're like the dad of our little group. Fury, then what am I? Viridian Chaos, the mom. Want me to change your name too? Fury, forget I asked. Shoyuta hid his smile in his capture weapon as he pocketed his phone and waited for his students. That was one weight off his shoulders. Maybe he wouldn't expel his entire class. Maybe. Midoriya was the first kid out there. It had taken him only a minute or so to come running out to meet him, and Shoyuta noticed something slightly off with his gait, like he was hurt. He raised an eyebrow. Though he'd implied that time was of the essence, most kids didn't pick up on that. Midoriya, once again, seemed to be the exception. I have the feeling I should get used to this. He impatiently shifted from one foot to the other as the other 19 students slowly trickled out, talking amiably amongst themselves. He resisted the urge to glare/sigh. He started speaking, giving his usual speech about how the system was illogical for disregarding quirks and pretending everyone was equal. One girl, Uraraka, if he recalled correctly, had the guts to interrupt him and ask about orientation. We don't have time to waste on pleasantries like that. I've got 3 years to make heroes out of you, and every minute counts. Youth is known for its freeform. Education. This applies to teachers as well. That means I can teach you however I want, and I don't have to stick to government-issued standards. He waited a moment to make sure nobody else was going to interrupt him. You're familiar with these tests, you've been doing them all your life. Ball throws, endurance runs, grip tests, toe touches. This time, you can use your quirks. He called up Bakugo, the kid with the second highest score in the entrance exam. Normally, he'd call up the kid with the highest score, but Midoriya was quirkless and thus pointless for the purpose of this demonstration. He watched the familiar looks of awe as the children realized that they'd be allowed to use their quirks however they saw fit. This is going to be fun. Ashido squealed, making Shoyuta twitch. Oddly enough, he noticed Midoriya send her a glare of his own. Fun. You think this'll be fun? All right then, let's up the stakes. The person with the lowest score across the board will be expelled. He smirked into his capture weapon as the class dissolved into panic. Midoriya clenched his fists and it was that anger. Determination. Now it was something more. Desperate. Before Shoyuta could look any deeper into his students' unusual reactions, his ears picked up someone crying about how unfair this whole thing was. He was about to open his mouth when he heard Midoriya laugh. It was a dark laugh, humorless. It sent a chill down Shuda's spine. Unfair. Hate to burst your bubble, but life is unfair. You think hurricanes and earthquakes are fair. Bombings. Villains. Listen, I know we're kids, but that's no reason to be so naive. As heroes, it's our job to make things fair. We take the brunt of the unfairness so the civilians can rest easy and pretend that life is kind and they can stay blissfully ignorant of the pain and death we'll face every day. He must have noticed that the class was staring at him either wide-eyed or in complete disregard. He's right. Shoyuta spoke up, startling the class. He wasn't going to lie. The kid's speech worried him more than he was willing to admit. But he was DMing good at keeping his expression neutral, so he decided to pick up where he left off. It's a hero's job to level the playing field. Villains won't go easy on you just because you're having an off day. You can't take sick days as a hero, either. Once you debut, you're in. And the only way out is retirement or death. He made sure the kids at least heard him, even if they didn't yet understand. He ignored the eerie stare of Midoriya, how those eyes understood what he'd said, because it made his concern for the child spike again. Without further ado, he started the assessment. He'd honestly expected Midoriya to lag behind a bit, what with him lacking a quirk. Not that he'd expected him to necessarily be dead last, because there were plenty of people in this class with quirks that couldn't be used here, but he certainly hadn't been expecting him to place in the top 6. His physical capabilities were shocking, and the fact that he actually outlasted everyone in the endurance run had him reeling. Because though the kid looked utterly exhausted after the run, he'd had this look in his eyes. Like he had something to actually lose if he'd stopped. And for a moment, Shoyuta swore he'd seen the fear of death in those eyes, but he shook it off. Midoriya was definitely concerning him. Just what had this child been through? Because it was looking like his initial thoughts on the kid were accurate. He truly did look and act like a soldier. When Shoyuta had him do something, he'd do it to the best of his abilities. He was pushing himself far harder than the other students were. It was as if Shoyuta had threatened to kill someone dear to him if he'd failed the assessment. He prayed that there wasn't some villain who was holding someone hostage over Midoriya's head with the instructions to make it into Yuye. There were also several times that Shoyuta noticed he would wince or flinch, especially during the toe touches. Again, he suspected that the kid was hurt. Though the winces were minor, so Shoyuta doubted it was anything major, as kids this age tended to have fairly low pain tolerances. Then again, Midoriya might have an abnormally high pain tolerance, for all he knew. But if Midoriya had gone to the hospital for anything, then Shoyuta would have been informed, so either it was nothing serious, or the kid was an idiot who didn't get an injury treated, not unlike a certain vigilante. Either way, unless something drastic happened, like he broke a bone or started bleeding out, he wasn't going to draw any unnecessary attention to the kid. He'd give him a slip to see Chio after class if the kid wanted to. There was an incident while Kirishima was doing his ball throw. Bakugo had been glaring at Midoriya all morning, and he finally seemed to act on it. Deku. Shoyuta blinked at the nickname. He vaguely noted the redhead, Kirishima, blink in recognition at the nickname. The way he said it indicated that it was an insult. He was sensing a history here that he didn't like. I don't know how the hell you cheated your way into UA, but someone like you shouldn't be here. I got in the same way as you, by passing the entrance exams. Midoriya answered back. He didn't seem intimidated by the other boy, which made the blonde even more angry, but Shoyuta noticed the clenched fist of the quirkless child. He didn't seem scared, but there was obviously some sort of trauma there. Bakugo started to fire up his quirk as he made to throw a punch, and that was all Shoyuta needed to see. He erased Bakugo's quirk and restrained him with his capture weapon. That's enough. I will not tolerate infighting in my class. If you're going to fight, do it in a spar. This is your only warning. He blinked and released his hold on the simmering student. They seem to have some negative history. I'll need to keep an eye on them both. And I swear, if this kid starts bullying anyone, I'll have him expelled faster than Nizu can make a cup of tea. Shoyuta also mentally noted to talk to Hound Dog about getting Bakugo anger management classes. Finally, he showed the results. Mineta was dead last. Honestly, Shoyuta didn't like how he'd been oogling the girls in the class, and though his record was clean, he had the feeling that someone had pulled a few strings to make it such. Said kid was now on the ground sniveling and crying like a pathetic infant. I might have actually spared him, if he'd had the decency to handle this graciously. But I honestly can't imagine this kid ever becoming a hero. His potential is zero. Mineta, head to the front desk to fill out your paperwork. You're expelled, he stated firmly, and a few students looked at him wide-eyed. Why, you mean you were serious? Yayarosa gasped in shock. What part of last place is expelled was unclear. Shoyuta sent her a mild glare. I have no qualms about expelling students who have zero potential. And you all may have proven yourselves to me today, but if I catch any of you getting complacent, I won't hesitate to cut you. I've expelled third years before. He warned, taking no small amount of pleasure in watching them stiffen. Be afraid. Let that motivate you to do better. These next 3 years we're going to push you to your limits and beyond, plus ultra style. Keep showing me your best and you'll become heroes one day. Now go, and make sure you grab your syllabus on your way out. He waved his hand in a shoe motion as he walked away. Oh, and Midoriya. The kid froze for a moment, looking uncomfortable. If you're hurt, go see Recovery Girl. He handed over a nurse pass. Alright, thank you, sensei. He bowed awkwardly before leaving Shoyuta to grab his syllabus. Interesting. He seems to hold little faith in teachers. It's likely that nobody bothered to stop the bullying before. He entered the teacher's lounge with a heavy sigh, even as Present Mike greeted him boisterously. So, do you still have a class this year? Yes, I have 19 students remaining, Shoyuta announced, and several of his coworkers relaxed. You were right terrifying last year, when you came in after the first day announcing that you no longer had a class to teach. Snipe chuckled. No kidding. I thought you were joking until Nizu confirmed it. Midnight shook her head. So who'd you expel? Mineta Minoru. Shoyuta poured himself a cup of coffee as he curled up on the couch next to Hisashi. Kid has no potential as a hero. Isn't that a little harsh? All Might's brows knitted together in concern. We have a tough job. If someone doesn't make the cut, it's better to send them home crying than dead. Shoyuta defended his decision, making the other man wince. I suppose I see your point. He conceded. How'd the Quirkless kid do? Did he pass? Midoriya placed 6th, actually. Shoyuta ignored the look of shock that painted the number 1 hero's face. He wondered if perhaps the man had something against Quirkless people, but then All Might smiled a little. Or maybe he's biased. I'll need to make sure he doesn't treat Midoriya differently than his classmates, negatively or positively. Shoyuta hesitated before pulling out his tablet. Whenever he performed assessments, Nizu wanted him to record his class. Mostly, it was so that he could justify any expulsions that occurred, but it was also to record their progress. But the kids, interesting. And concerning. Oh. Hisashi leaned in closer. Concerning how? I'm not sure. Shoyuta paused, trying to find the right words. There's something off with him. Like he's been through. He shook his head. I'll just show you. His co-workers gathered around. It wasn't often that a kid had left Aizawa Shoyuta at a loss for words, so they were intrigued. When he pulled up the video, they heard Shuta's explanation about expulsion and how one kid called him out on being unfair. A few staff members snorted in amusement at that. But then Midoriya laughed. And just like Shoyuta, the pros in the room felt a chill run down their spine. That laugh was dark and heavy, filled to the brim with something they couldn't quite name. No kid should laugh that way. Ectoplasm shuddered as 13 nodded. It made their heart hurt. It was so desolate. Unfair. Hate to burst your bubble, but life is unfair. You think hurricanes and earthquakes are fair. Bombings. Villains. Listen, I know we're kids, but that's no reason to be so naive. As heroes, it's our job to make things fair. We take the brunt of the unfairness so the civilians can rest easy and pretend that life is kind and they can stay blissfully ignorant of the pain and death we'll face every day. Shoyuta turned off the recording, leaving his coworkers speechless. See what I mean? Something deeper is going on here. Kid sounds like he's speaking from experience. That's strange. Midnight's eyes were narrowed. He said, I know we're just kids, but I think he was going to say, I know you're just kids. Maybe you should show this to Hound Dog? 13 suggested. I planned to, but I wanted to give you all a heads up. I don't think Midoriya's up to anything bad, but it's entirely possible that we're dealing with a traumatized kid here. Shoyuta sighed as he laid back on the couch. He didn't want to deal with this. He wanted to expel his class again. The free time last year was amazing. Either way, he was stuck with this class for now. He just hoped that whatever Midoriya was dealing with wasn't something that would come back around and bite them all in the butt. God damn it. I just jinxed it, didn't I? Shoyuta swore he heard the universe laugh. Izuku sighed as he made his way through the mounds of trash. He'd managed to slip away without having to socialize with anyone. He felt a little bad, because he was pretty sure that Kirishima was Gaofunemboy's brother, but he was emotionally exhausted. Not only was he around Aizawa, which he was used to again because of the constant patrols as Viridian, but he was also constantly in the general area of Hizashi. He even glimpsed Power Loader, and that was strong. Yeah, he was not in the headspace to talk to people. But school was done, and he was blessedly alone. He smiled lightly to himself as he kicked open the door to his camper. Now he could. Kigo was lazing on his couch with a bag of potato chips and a laptop streaming Netflix. Welcome home. Kigo greeted. Tadaima. Izuku deadpanned. Why are you in my house? Calling it a house is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Don't you have an agency to run? So much for alone time. They can handle themselves. Kigo waved him off. So how was the first day of school? Pretty good. Though I think I pulled my stitches. Izuku pulled up his shirt with a wince. Damn it, Zu. That was almost healed. Kigo groaned. Come here, let me look. With a sigh, Izuku removed his shirt completely, allowing Kigo to assess the wound. He realized idly that this was the first time Kigo had been able to see his entire torso without it being covered in Beeld God. Izuku, you have so many scars. Kigo lightly trailed his fingers over one that stretched from his left collarbone to his right hip, causing Izuku to shiver lightly. He'd gotten that nasty one from a white Nomo. I've been through a lot of Isuchike. One day, I hope you'll trust me with the whole story. Kigo answered after a long moment, and Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He was beyond grateful that the other man didn't press the issue. Now hold still while I fix the damage you did by running around like an idiot. Hey, I'll have you know that Aizawa made me run around like an idiot. Only because you didn't inform him of your injury. Oh, and I suppose you have a good cover story for this? Izuku gestured to the injury and all the scars that adorned his torso. Exactly. I can't just say, oh yeah. Please ignore all these scars. I can't really explain it right now, so forget you saw anything. I doubt a single teacher at UA would let this go. Well, of course not. Kigo shook his head. Most heroes wouldn't let it go. A 15-year-old kid with this many scars is not okay. I should probably come up with some kind of cover story, shouldn't I? I mean, with your luck, you'll end up in Recovery Girl's office by the end of the week. Yeah. I just hope I don't have any flashbacks. Izuku muttered under his breath. Flashbacks? I've known you for how many months now? I've never seen you have a flashback. It's different when I'm Viridian. Izuku explained. When I put on the mask, it's like I'm dissociating a bit. Like my mask protects me. I'm not Midoriya Izuku anymore. I'm not the quirkless freak or the useless subhuman that everyone calls me. He ignored the wince of the winged man. I'm the vigilante Viridian. I'm strong, and I can fight crime, and what bothers Izuku doesn't bother Viridian. My past can't haunt me as easily. So your triggers don't send you into flashbacks when you're in your vigilante mode, but when you're in your civilian mode? Yeah. It's strange, but I suppose I'm just that kind of messed up, you know. I don't think you're messed up. I think it makes you human. Kigo pulled Izuku into a hug. Don't ever call yourself a freak or a subhuman. I don't care what other people say. Quirked or quirkless, it's who you are that matters. Yazu. I'm glad you're my brother. So am I. Izuku ran swiftly and silently, taking as many confusing and sharp turns as he could. His heart was pounding in his throat as he swore. He felt the hot breath of the Nomu on the back of his neck. He didn't dare turn to look as a fresh wave of adrenaline hit his system, giving his exhausted muscles a renewed energy. He recognized the broken-down music store on the corner and immediately whipped into an alleyway, praying it was still there. He let out a mental cheer as he jumped for the fire escape. He started climbing before he even got a proper grip, and the sound of claws against the brick wall made him shudder. It was so close he could feel the ghost of the claws on his leg. Too close. He made record time clambering up onto the rooftop. Most of them were SHT climbers, but that didn't really matter when they could topple the entire building. It was just his luck that he'd managed to run into a white Nomu. They were wicked fast, and had ungodly sharp hearing. Luckily, this one had some kind of permanent injury, so it wasn't quite as fast as it should have been. Izuku made quick time jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He winced as he jostled his injured arm. He had it tied with a strip of fabric he'd lucked upon off some guy's remains. Sure, it wasn't the most sanitary option, but it was certainly better than leaving a BLD trail that'd lead them straight to his group. He zigzagged as much as he dared across the rooftops, unsure if the sounds he was hearing on street level was the Nomu or his imagination. When he felt relatively confident enough, he stopped on a rooftop, bunkering down and hiding behind some old rubbish. His heart was pounding. He could feel the BLD in his entire body, from fingertips to the crest of his head. He took several long quiet breaths to calm his heart as much as he dared as he listened for the Nomu. It was 20 minutes before he felt safe enough. Nothing was safe anymore. Safety was false, to leave his hiding spot and head back. He thanked his lucky stars when he managed to roof hop back to base safely. The adrenaline was quickly leaving his system by that point, and he'd nearly fallen off a rooftop twice as he made his way back. He even had a scraped chin for his efforts. He carefully picked the lock and let himself in. The room was dark and dank and covered in years of dust. He was careful to disturb as little of it as possible, holding his old weathered backpack close to his ear. He only relaxed minutely when he stumbled his way down into the basement. "Sho, Zashi, I'm back." His whisper sounded like a scream in the quiet. A moment later, he heard a small knock. Just as quickly, he lightly tapped out a specific pattern. A near-silent sigh of relief sounded as the door quietly swung open, allowing Izuku access. "Took you long enough, little listener." Hisashi smiled as he ruffled the tangled green locks, closing and locking the door tightly behind him. "Oh, sorry." The place was crawling with Nomu. He shuddered lightly. "I saw 2 white Nomu too. We should stay hidden for a bit." "White Nomu?" Shoyuta tilted his head, gesturing for Izuku to come forward so he could treat his injuries. He collapsed into a chair, letting his screaming muscles rest at last. Hisashi took pity on him and handed him a bottle of water. Izuku idly noted that they'd need to boil more water soon. "Oh, that's right, Sho. You haven't seen them." Hisashi noted idly. "They're the fast-moving ones. They're really thin and not nearly as strong as the darker Nomu, but they've got the claws and fangs to kill." Izuku finished with a shudder, remembering how one had effortlessly caught up to some guy with a speed quirk and tore him in half. "Right? We're staying far away from that one." Shoyuta grimaced. "Agreed. At the very least, they're mostly blind, so as long as you're quiet, you're safe." Hisashi smiled softly as he kissed Izuku on the forehead. "You know, it's almost domestic." Izuku laughed dryly. "I suppose you're right. You know, except for the fact that I'm in my 30s. He flopped down on the chair. The room was rather large, thanks to Power Loader's help before he died. Izuku's eyes drifted over to the sleeping occupants in the room, before Shoyuta spoke again. "Shush, problem child. You're still a kid to us." "Yeah, because you two are old." Izuku snickered as Hisashi laughed and Shoyuta glared half-heartedly. "Any trace of her?" Shoyuta finally asked, and the room turned somber. Several sleeping people shifted, and Izuku knew they were listening. He swore he saw Dabi's eye crack open too. "No. I found nothing." Izuku clenched his fists in frustration as Hisashi glared at the ground. "I'm sorry. No, little listener, it's not your fault." Hisashi pulled him into a gentle hug. "Nemuri is strong. I'm sure she'll be okay." Shoyuta and Izuku didn't bother to correct him. They shared a despairing look over Hisashi's shoulder. They both knew the odds. Namuri was most likely dead. Once Shigaraki got you, you were lucky to be dead. And if you weren't, then you became a Nomu. Izuku's heart clenched at the thought of Namuri, his first true mother figure, becoming a monster like that. You're hurt. Let me take a look at that arm. Hisashi realized, carefully unwrapping the injury that Shoyuta hadn't gotten to yet. You can stop pretending to sleep, Dabs? Izuku called out, looking at the dark-haired youth. You're too observant, brat. Dabi sighed as he sat up and stretched. Hey, wake up, Izu's back. The other occupant in the room cracked open an eye. Izu. Hey, Tamaki. How was your nap? You look like a He deadpanned, and Izuku cracked a smirk. You look like Sho. I'm so done with you both. Shoyuta sighed, as Hisashi laughed. The 5 of them were all that was left of a group that was once nearly 20 strong. Things were looking worse and worse by the day, and even now, after years of this SHT, Izuku still couldn't wrap his head around the reality that was now their world. He sometimes kept expecting to wake up at home, but he knew it would never happen. He'd likely never see anyone outside of this group again. Though he'd heard whispers years ago about an underground resistance group, he wondered if they were still alive. Izuku looked at the people that surrounded him. Hisashi Yamada, once a pro hero known as Present Mike. His once long blonde hair was stringy and dirty, and had been cut off at his shoulders for safety after he was nearly killed when it caught in a Nomu's mouth. That same incident caused damage to his left knee. With no way to properly treat it, it healed wrong. He had a permanent limp, but the cane Shoyuta had stole for him did look pretty kick-ass. He was filthy and his clothes were ragged. Izuku couldn't tell what color they were supposed to be anymore. He didn't wear his glasses anymore, and his lip and ear piercings stood out against his pale, dirty skin. Aizawa Shoyuta, also a former pro hero called Eraserhead, was Hisashi's husband. He'd been after Izuku back when he'd been a vigilante, and he was very good at his job. His black hair hung around his shoulders. Unkempt, knotted, and filthy. The bags under his eyes looked more like bruises at this point, and the ever-present air of exhaustion around him seemed to have amplified over the past few months in particular. His stubble was becoming a short beard, and he was also covered in grime and filth. Dabi was a former villain. He didn't tell them his original name, but he'd once confessed to Izuku that he was the eldest son of the old Pro Endeavor. He'd run away due to abuse, and faked his own death. Izuku had to give him props for that. He wasn't sure he'd have the guts to fake his own death like that. Turned out, in the apocalypse, titles like hero and villain really didn't matter to anyone. What mattered was how you could contribute to the group. And Dabi had a surprisingly vast knowledge of medicine. If it weren't for Dabi, Izuku probably wouldn't be alive right now. Like the others, he was also covered in filth. He was nursing a bad ankle, which is why he couldn't join Izuku on the food run, like he usually did. Finally, they had Amajiki Tamaki, also a former pro known as Sun Eater. He'd been terribly unconfident and quiet when Izuku first met him. It reminded him a lot of himself when he was younger. He connected with Tamaki instantly, and the brooding elf-like man felt most comfortable and confident around Izuku. He'd gained a lot of confidence over these last few years, anxiety dropping down to manageable levels in the face of the end of the world. He often talked to Izuku about Mirio, his old friend who perished in the early Nomu attacks defending civilians. I'll start dinner, Shoyuta decided as he rifled through Izuku's backpack. He paused and stared incredulously at the box of Twinkies. What? I went out on the food run. It's my special treat for putting my life in danger. I would have grabbed the Klondike bars, but they would have been melted by the time I got back. Only you. Dabi shook his head with a fond smile. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku pouted. You really grabbed junk food. You are a kid. Hisashi ruffled his hair again. Zashi. Izuku complained, making the blonde grin. You are the youngest, Aizu? Tamaki pointed out. You're like our baby brother, so let us fuss over you once in a while. Izuku continued to pout, even as Shoyuta started to put dinner together. He was really happy with his family, no matter how much he missed those they'd lost. He just wished he could do more for them. He felt like he never contributed to them enough. Even so, he never wanted this moment to end. This peace. This happiness. They'd all lost so much, he didn't want to lose any more. A moment later, the entire scene blurred. Suddenly, Izuku was outside, running with Shoyuta, and the cries of the Nomu reached up towards the deaf heavens like a terrifying symphony. Thunder rolled ominously in the background. Izuku's nose itched with the far too familiar scent of BLD. Hisashi had gone out with Tamaki and Dabi to fetch some water. Normally, Zashi wouldn't go, but Tamaki had hurt his arm last week on a food run, and the last time they'd sent Dabi out to get water, he almost hadn't come back alive. Hisashi, at the very least, could provide some long-range support. While his quirk was ill-suited to this apocalypse, the Nomu were attracted to sound. He was a damn good shot with that crossbow he'd snatched a while back. Izuku had known that Hisashi's main reason for insisting on going out was because he was tired of being useless. He understood that better than most. That frustration being treated like glass, all because he had a bad leg. Hisashi had lasted quite a while, but they'd all known he was going stir-crazy locked up in the base. Shoyuta tried his best to stay behind with him as often as he could, but even he went out on runs with Izuku often. With only 4 able-bodied people, they couldn't risk benching someone. But then Izuku had gotten a really bad feeling, and he and Shoyuta had run out to find them. Tamaki and Dabi were nowhere to be found, but Hisashi had been hiding behind a building where several Nomu were lurking. Zashi, Shoyuta whispered urgently, and the blonde looked beyond relieved to see them. His pupils were dilated with fear and pain. His bad leg was bloodied and he was keeping weight off of it. God, what happened? Shoyuta pulled his husband into a hug. We were attacked. Hisashi shook. But I wasn't able to do anything. There were white Nomu. I thought the river was usually safe. Izuku felt fear grip his heart. Where were Tamaki and Dabi? Blue Nomu. Hisashi hissed. One of them got Tamaki. Pulled him under the water. His face scrunched up in pain as he relived that moment, and Izuku's heart stuttered. Blue Nomu, the water-based Nomu. They look like the old stories of sirens or man-eating mermaids. Fish-like tails and thin gangly bodies. Sometimes they're scaled, other times they have skin. They look like the sirens decided to mate with a waterlogged corpse. They were thin and polluted whatever water source they lived in. If you drank that water, you'd get sick. And if you died with that water still in your system, you'd become a Nomu. They also had the bad habit of dragging their victims beneath the surface and either drowning them or eating them alive underwater. Deku was gone. What about Dabi? Izuku asked, shoving his grief to the back of his mind. He could think about his brother later. He ran off to distract the Nomu. Keep them away from me, but I wasn't fast enough. One of them still got my leg. I killed it, but Hisashi winced. It'll be okay, Zashi. Shoyuta put his husband's arm around his shoulders to help support him as they walked. Izuku, keep the Nomu off of us. We need to get back to base. Right? Izuku nodded. Dabi would be fine. He was strong. They'd set up several meet-up spots in case they got separated. They'd just pick him up later. He would be fine. He rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, just to make sure it was still there. The storm was swiftly descending upon them. Izuku's hair stood on end a moment before a blinding flash overtook his vision. The near-instantaneous clap of thunder shook the ground like an earthquake. When he could finally see, he realized that lightning had struck really close to them and had set some of the trees ablaze. Heavy sheets of rain did nothing to snuff out the fire as it quickly grew, fed by the weeks of drought they'd suffered. The fire blocked their quickest escape route, and the Nomu were agitated now. The thunderclap had been loud enough that Izuku's ears were still ringing, and both Shoyuta and Hisashi looked to be in similar states. Izuku caught movement from the corner of his eye and only barely managed to block the claw from the white Nomu with his sword in time. A shiver ran down his spine as he stared into the tiny beady eyes that could only truly catch motion. He'd gotten a lot faster and stronger than he'd been when he first encountered these things, but he could still only barely keep up with them. This was bad. He caught sight of Shoyuta herding Hisashi off to hide behind some rubble nearby just as Izuku noticed another Nomu joining the party. It was tall and stood on 2 legs. Black scales stretched halfway up the leg before it tampered off to skin. It was thin, but not sickly so like the white Nomu. Its brain was almost entirely exposed, sans a protective crown-like protrusion of bone around the base. A large snout indicated it was good at hunting by smell, and a long thin W-like tail swished dangerously behind it, small bone-like. Blades glinted in the storm. A black Nomu. Just his luck. They were pack hunters. Judging by the size of the crown, this was a drone, one of the males. Izuku was never more grateful for his analysis skills in all his life. He'd studied the different types of Nomu years ago. The black Nomu, not to be confused with the dark Nomu, served a queen, like bees. The workers, or drones, hunted, but they seemed to have a sort of hive mind with one another. This was bad. Really, really bad. One white Nomu was survivable. But packs of black Nomu could number anywhere from 5 to 50, definitely not something he could survive alone. He barely dodged the swipe from the white Nomu and parried the W-like tail of the black Nomu. But the white Nomu took advantage of his distraction and wrapped its own WHP-like, thankfully non-bladed, tail around Izuku's arm, yanking him harshly to the ground. He instinctively rolled, scarcely missing the white Nomu's killing strike, but found himself crying out in pain as the black Nomu's tail got him in the arm. He swiped at it, attempting to cut it off, but he missed it by a hair. He quickly assessed the damage. Nothing permanent. He could still use his arm, those strikes would be weaker. BLD trail was now a concern if he managed to escape. It wasn't looking good. He ducked under another tail WHP from the black Nomu and ran at the white Nomu, fainting to the side as he managed to, somehow, lob off half its tail. It'd be slower, now, as it adjusted to the loss of balance. The white Nomu screeched, and Izuku heard the not-so-distant screeches of the other black Nomu. Reinforcements were on their way, and it wasn't for his side. He gritted his teeth as he dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a claw swipe from the white Nomu. He had to make a move and make it now. Izuku feigned dodging to the left, only to dive underneath the black Nomu's legs. He scampered up its back in record time, scarcely holding on as it screeched in anger, trying to shake him off. The tail nearly hit him, and he didn't hesitate in stabbing the brain. He realized the moment it went in that the jostling had altered the trajectory. Instead of stabbing it in the brain and killing it, it wedged itself between the brain and the skull. Non-fatal. Izuku was blindsided by the Nomu's tail hitting his shoulder, knocking him off its back. He bit back a cry of pain as he hit the ground strong. The tail tore through his flesh and he swore he felt it touch bone. His eyes tracked the black Nomu as it came in for the kill. He wasn't going to make it in time. So this is how I die. He realized. The thought startled him a bit. He joked about it before, but as the jaws of the black Nomu unhinged, dividing into 3 parts, it really hit home. He was going to die. His eyes traveled to Shoyuta and Hizashi, who were still hiding behind the rubble, tears in their eyes as Hizashi held back Shoyuta, covering his mouth so he didn't attract attention. He was grateful. They were alive. Izuku smiled at them. He was okay with this. As long as they survived, that was what mattered. That was all he needed. Then, everything went white, and a searing heat burned the fine hairs of his arm. A sound far too loud to identify shook the ground beneath him. Was this death? He felt something wrap around his leg and drag him across the ground. Shoyuta pulled him into a fierce hug, and it took him several minutes to understand what had occurred. Lightning had struck the black Nomu as it had been about to devour him. The failed kill strike that had nearly cost him his life had acted as a lightning rod, saving him at the last possible second. He was alive. He'd literally been saved by chance. What were the odds? He felt like laughing, or sobbing, or something, but he was in too much shock to process anything. Hear me, Izuku. Hizashi whispered quietly, and he shook his head. Sound was returning to him. Yeah, I think so. He answered back quietly. Don't you ever do something so stupid again. I thought we were going to lose you. Shoyuta had tears running down his face. So did I. Izuku admitted. A growling sound made him turn his attention to the 3 new black Nomu that had entered the scene. They sniffed at the body of their fallen packmate, and Izuku thanked the rain for making it harder to track scents. Izuku looked around with a sinking feeling. They had no escape. Those black Nomu would surround them first chance they got, and Izuku was in no shape to fight, now, especially when his only weapon, aside from a pair of daggers, was stuck in a dead Nomu's skull halfway across no man's land and fried to a crisp. Shoyuta was good at escaping and getting other people away, but he fought best against close combat Nomu. Black Nomu fought long-ranged. They were trapped. And with Hizashi's bad leg, there wasn't any way for him to move quickly enough to run. Izuku. Shoyuta. When I give the signal, you need to run. Hizashi's voice was quiet as he shook in his boots, whether that was the chill from the icy rain, or the fear, Izuku didn't know. What the hell was he talking about? Izuku looked into Hizashi's eyes, and he understood. No, Hizashi, you can't? Zashi. Shoyuta shook his head with an urgent whisper, eyes filled with tears. You idiot, come with us. Osho. You know I can't. With my leg the way it is, I'll only slow you down. Hizashi smiled softly at him, before pulling Shoyuta into an embrace. I love you, don't you ever forget that? Hizashi then tugged Izuku into a hug, as the greenette fought back his own tears. Izuku wanted time to pause. To just be held by Hizashi for eternity with Shuta's arms wrapped around them both, and then everything would be okay. But it wasn't okay. The Nomu's growls told him that. I'm sorry. Izuku choked out. If he'd just been a little stronger, a little faster, if he'd fought a little harder, then Hizashi wouldn't have to do this. This was all Izuku's fault. Hizashi looked Izuku in the eye. Look after Shoyuta for me, would you, little listener? I know my hubby's a lot to handle, but please, for my sake, look after him. He pressed something into Izuku's hand and shoved him back before dashing out of their hiding spot as quickly as he could, Shuta's hand missing him by millimeters, and letting loose an ear-shattering Quirk-enhanced scream, pushing back the three black Nomu while attracting the attention of the white one, distracting them from Izuku and Shoyuta. Izuku clenched his fists, Hizashi's wedding ring digging into the palm of his hand as he made his choice. He picked up a struggling Shoyuta with strength he didn't know he had, and made a break for it. He saw Hizashi smile brightly in relief even as the Nomu closed in on him. Thank you, little listener. Hizashi. Shuta's blood-curdling scream was cut short as Izuku knocked him out, leaving a trail of tears in their wake. I'm sorry, Shoyuta. He whispered, his own eyes blurred with hot tears. I'm so sorry. The sky continued to cry. Izuku bolted upright in the camper on Dagoba Beach, heart thudding in his seat. He took a moment to take a few shaky breaths. The echoes of the cries of the Nomu, the smell of BLD in the air, and the absolute deafening silence of everything. The fact that it was raining outside didn't help, either. Stop it, he forced himself to whisper, scratching at the sheets to make noise, even as thunder rumbled. The jaw unhinged, and he looked his own death in the maw. It's not here. It's just a memory. He swallowed back his tears as he gently pulled out the pair of rings from under his shirt. The two clinked together quietly, though if one looked closely enough, one of the bands had dried BLD crusted in the grooves of the metal. The rings had Celtic-like knots with a small stone set into the gold. One was green, Shuta's, and the other was purple, Hizashi's. Shuta's ring had a small cockatoo engraved with a music note in the shape of a heart, and Hizashi's had a cat with the same music note. They both had a phrase engraved that read, "Forever in harmony." Zashi. He brought his knees up to his Shoyuta. The two had been like brothers, maybe close uncles, they were family to him. And it was so strong to look at their younger selves and know that he was just another student to them. They never. Hizashi turned towards Izuku as the Nomu closed in on him. Even as one of the black Nomu's bladed tails speared him through the middle, ensuring his fate. Thank you, little listener. He smiled as the stop it. He whispered to himself, louder this time. He took another shaky breath as he tried to stave off the tears and sobs. A gentle hand on his shoulder made him startle badly. He looked up into concerned golden eyes. Izuku. Cake go. That was all he needed before he broke down into his friend's arms. The startled man wrapped his wings around the sobbing child, not understanding what was going on, but knowing that he needed the comfort. It was such a relief to have someone there. He felt himself slowly coming back to this reality. A reality where he could make a difference. It took 30 minutes for Izuku to compose himself. Sorry. Hey, it's okay. It's bad to bottle things up like that, you know? If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. I appreciate that, Kay. But I'm not sure if I can explain anything right now. I'm just saying. Whenever you're ready, so am I. Kigo then tossed Izuku's school uniform at him. Now come on, you've got school in 2 hours. Izuku groaned. The USJ incident was fast approaching. According to Sho, the third day of school, tomorrow, was when Shigaraki disintegrated the door to UEA and stole the schedule that would lead to the USJ attack later that same day. Shigaraki himself would show up at that attack. It was Izuku's best shot at killing the man and preventing everything. Both Shoyuta and Izuku had agreed that it was their best, perhaps only, shot. After that, Shigaraki had become much more cautious and sent his underlings out to do his dirty work. If Izuku was going to kill him, it would have to be then. He shook himself and dressed in his school uniform, readying himself for the day ahead. It would have to be then. Kigo looked at him with a smile as he handed Izuku a raincoat. What's this? Izuku raised an eyebrow. He didn't even know he owned a raincoat. You had a rough night. Figured you'd want to go for a flight. He smirked. I thought you hated flying in the rain. I can make an exception. Kigo grinned. Izuku sighed as he sat down in English class. The fight had helped more than he'd been willing to admit, and he really had to thank Kigo for that. His Ash Yamada-sensei was calling the room to attention. Izuku couldn't help the slight flinch at the loud noise, but masked it as a cough. He wasn't entirely sure if it'd fool the blonde. Despite appearances, his Yamada-sensei was rather observant. He knew he couldn't get away with just acting like it didn't happen. And every time he saw Yamada-sensei, Hizashi's blood-stained smile would overlap, and he just couldn't. Izuku tried his hardest not to look at his teacher for too long. Sho Izawa-sensei, damn it, that memory last night really F him up, must have noticed something off during the assessment the day before and warned the other teachers, because Yamada-sensei was discreetly watching him throughout the entire lesson. Though after the initial flinch, Yamada-sensei did lower his volume, for which Izuku was grateful. Izuku made sure to do his best to stay under the radar. No sense in drawing any unnecessary attention when he was likely going to be expelled for killing a villain anyways. Can they expel me for that if it's self-defense? Izuku kept that thought in mind all throughout morning classes. Once lunch rolled around, he sped off towards the library before any of his classmates could stop or follow him. He felt bad, seeing Kirishima's disappointed look, and made a mental note to talk to the kid later today. It only took him 8 minutes to find the book he was looking for, and a further 12 to find what he was looking for in said book. The book on hero and heroine training law. According to this, a hero is allowed to kill a villain so long as there's ample reason, like the villain using lethal force, or the hero is dying or severely wounded. No wonder Endeavor can get away with charring his victims. Most villains use lethal force anyhow. And with the way this is worded, so long as someone is in danger, hero, civilian, or hero in training, a hero is allowed to use lethal force and cannot be held accountable for murder except under very specific circumstances. But this also applies to heroes in training under 3 conditions. 1. They are in an internship or something similar and their hero mentor or sensei gives them permission to attack. 2. They have a provisional license. 3. The hero in training is acting on the grounds of their hero school. And USJ is on UA grounds. Izuku would later deny the very Eraserhead-like smile that graced his lips. I can legally kill Shigaraki and stay in UA without retribution. I can still be a hero. His smile dimmed as the images of fallen comrades and friends flashed behind closed eyelids. I'll help as many people as I can. Shoyuta and Hizashi flickered across his mind, quickly followed by Nemuri, Dabi, and Tamaki. The ghost of Hizashi's hand ruffling his filthy blood-stained hair, and Shoyuta pulling him into a warm embrace as they grieved together for the loss of their sunshine. Nemuri's soft laughter as she cooked breakfast for the hungry boys, smiling gently as her lips brushed Izuku's forehead in a way that he imagined a kind mother would do. Dabi playfully shoving him in a way that made him feel like an older brother, while Tamaki played peacekeeper between them when things got too heated. He remembered Power Loader teaching him things about support items that he'd never known before. They'd stay up into the wee hours of the night and well past sunrise working on projects together until someone, usually Fat Gum, came to drag them out. Hell, he even missed Quip, a fellow vigilante who he'd been rather close to before the apocalypse hit. Izuku had given him his vigilante name, and it had stuck. He didn't realize he was crying until Ectoplasm, the current librarian, came over. "Are you okay?" he asked softly, handing Izuku a tissue. He hastily wiped away his tears and took the proffered cloth. "Why, sorry, I was just missing someone. If you ever need to talk, I'm always here. People don't usually bother to come to the library." Izuku hesitated a moment. Would it be stranger for him not to say something? The man seemed genuine in his offer, and Izuku felt somewhat bad that he couldn't confide in anyone. "I'll keep that in mind. Thank you." Ectoplasm smiled softly, or at least Izuku got the impression he was smiling softly. He could tell it was a mask thing. Before turning back to organizing his books, Izuku quietly put his books back and made his way back to his classroom. He wasn't hungry anymore, and though he knew he'd probably regret this decision later, the memories of blood-stained friends twisted into unrecognizable corpses, and the echo of the smell of iron made the thought of food revolting. Even if he was dying to try Lunch Rush's food. And yeah, he was still fighting off the lingering effects of malnutrition, but he was good enough to fight as Viridian, so he'd manage a stupid heroics class. Besides, Kigo was making sure that he was putting the pounds back on. He was the first person back in the classroom. Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he held a stack of papers under his arm. Bright red eyes framed by blue hair glowed menacingly as a hand reached towards him. He was terrified, and knew that the only reason he was alive was because of Shoyuda. Izuku shook his head sharply, dislodging the memory. Aizawa's eyes lit up in well-hidden concern, but Izuku smiled softly. "I'm just tired," he explained. And while he could tell that his half-assed explanation did nothing to convince his sensei, said man still let it lie and continued out of the room, much to Izuku's relief. Though Izuku caught a half-muttered, "I'm here if you need to talk." Wow, teachers at it really were different. That's two that had offered him an open ear if he needed it. And he was quirkless. That's more than he'd had in his entire life, either of them. Slowly, the class started to trickle in, and a few attempted to make small talk with him. He sighed when he realized that the teacher was going to be late. "Hey, Midoriya." Kirishima grinned. "You're the one my brother talked about, right? Anime Boy is his username." "Yeah." Izuku smiled softly. "My screen name is Deku," he explained. "He told me to keep a lookout for you. Sorry it took so long. I'm kind of socially awkward." "That's fine, my brother is too." Kirishima grinned. "I think you're awesome, Midobro." "Mido, bro." He blinked, unsure how to take the new nickname. "So, Midoriya?" The pink girl, Ashido, excitedly leaned towards him, cutting off whatever Kirishima was going to say. "I have to ask. What's your quirk?" Quirk?" Izuku blinked. "Didn't they?" He didn't tell them. He opened his mouth to affirm that he did not have one when Bakugo decided to be in butt and do it for him. "Deku. That little wimp doesn't have a quirk. He's quirkless. I have no idea how the F he managed to get into UA. Quirkless?" Ida echoed, confused. "Gee, thanks but..." Izuku threw Bakugo a tired glare, startling the blonde. "But yeah, I'm quirkless. I still managed to get into UA, same as the rest of you. So doubt me if you want, but just know that underestimating me will not end well for you." There was a glint in his eye that made the class falter. "I think it's so manly. No quirk and you still got in. Bro, you're incredible." Kirishima grinned, taking Izuku aback. "What?" He blinked. He'd been so ready for the jeers and teasing, already having built the wall around himself in preparation, but, what? Yeah. Kaminari grinned. Jiro gave him a thumbs up to, "I think you're very brave and definitely someone I wouldn't underestimate on the battlefield. If you could take down those robots without a quirk, then you must be a force to be reckoned with." Tokoyami said quietly, "Though I gotta ask, how did you beat them?" Ashido was literally bouncing in her seat. "Oh, I fight with a sword." Izuku explained. But you stopped the zero-pointer and saved me, Uraraka argued. Oh, that. I hacked it from a downed robot. I rewrote the code and initiated a force shutdown for all nearby robots, including the zero-pointer. He shrugged as if it was no big deal. Is that even allowed? Ida looked scandalized. Anything goes in a real battle. Even nutshots. At any rate, I don't think Nizu was angry about it, though I do have a meeting with him after school today. He rubbed his chin as he thought, idly missing his stubble. Before anyone could say anything else, All Might strode in, making Izuku stiffen. Grit. He ignored the long-winded explanation, or maybe it wasn't that long. Izuku didn't really pay any mind to it either way, before he grinned at his costume. Perfect. His hero costume was one that he'd put a lot of time and effort into. If he was really going to go the whole way and actually become a hero, then he would need to go into underground heroics. Not that he minded, necessarily, that would have been his first pick anyways. So with that in mind, he went with a darker color scheme. The dark green and black skin-tight suit allowed for ease of movement without the risk of loose clothing catching on anything. There were plenty of pouches and hidden pockets along his utility belt, and his trusty black katana hung comfortably on his back. A pair of sai hung on his thighs. He had nothing covering his hair or face with the exception of a very Eraserhead-esque pair of black goggles that currently hung around his neck. They had night vision qualities as well as heat-seeking tech. Plus, they'd help keep smoke and dirt from obscuring his vision. His black boots had shock absorbers and hidden knives. He may have looked similar to his Viridian persona, but there was little chance of them connecting the dots. Not when he'd convinced Tsukachi and Aizawa so wholly that Viridian was an adult. In short, he looked unassuming at first glance, but he was actually armed to the teeth. Izuku smirked. This was going to be fun. Face scratched that. This was going to SCK. All Might had pitted him against Bakugo of all people. Izuku didn't know how, but he had a feeling that it was either on purpose or a lucky accident. Either way, his teacher looked way too happy with the matchup. He supposed that All Might simply thought that the two were friends since they went to the same school, but Izuku was not an idiot. He knew he had weak points and faults just like everyone else. He was just better at hiding them. Explosions, specifically the dust that they could easily kick up in collapsing buildings, and the ringing silence that came thereafter was something that could easily pull him into a flashback. He also hated sudden loud noises, but explosions were the worst. He blamed childhood trauma. He knew this, which is why he tried his best to stay away from Bakugo whenever possible. It was also why he tended to do his vigilante work at night, when the flashier villains who would cause said explosions were not out and about. Diurnal heroes could handle those villains themselves, anyhow. Though there had been several times in the last 4 months that he'd had to act as Viridian during daylight hours, like that bank robbery incident last week. Maybe that's why people were mistaking him for a hero. Because the police didn't arrest him for vigilantism. All Might? Izuku asked quietly, making sure none of his classmates would overhear. I was wondering if I could SWCH opponents. I know that normally this isn't allowed, but I have bad reactions to explosions, and was going to talk to Hound Dog about working around it at the end of this week. Izuku was trying to be mature about this. He really was. After all, he knew, logically, that this fear of his was extremely dangerous in the field of heroism, never mind the fact that it didn't affect him nearly so badly as Viridian. However, that's what Hound Dog, the counselor, was for. He'd help Izuku work through them, even if he didn't want to talk about anything to the man, and then Izuku would be cleared to do hero work in those situations. He was still figuring out how to phrase everything to the man, without sounding completely delusional. He was waiting until the end of the week because he knew it could pose the risk of taking him off the USJ trip, which he could not afford. All Might just smiled down at him. I understand, my boy, but you cannot always choose what powers your enemies have. Even if it makes you uncomfortable, I ask that you still bear with the exercise. If things start getting out of hand, I'll stop it. He isn't taking me seriously. Izuku sighed. If that's your final decision, Fu, 2 pages. Okay, so maybe Izuku was being a little harsh. But he felt somewhat justified in his pettiness considering the man crushed his dreams. Twice. And yeah, he understood why he'd done it, and even mostly agreed with the man, but Izuku was still bitter about the whole thing. And considering all that he'd been through, he felt that he was allowed to be petty. Besides, All Might could have phrased it better when he'd crushed his dreams. Or, not left the Quirkless kid alone on the very tall building the same day he'd been suicide-baited and had his dreams freshly crushed. When the match started, Izuku took a deep, steadying breath. Uraraka. The girl looked at him. Bakugo will come after me. I'll distract him to keep his heavy hits from you. Take this. He passed her a small canister. It's a smoke screen. He smirked. Try to use Ida's speed against him. Right? Uraraka grinned, taking it from Izuku with a smile. Go. Like a flash, Izuku and Uraraka bolted into the building. As expected, Bakugo met them on the second floor, heading them off. Izuku motioned for Uraraka to hide as he drew Bakugo's attention. You never change, do you, Bakugo? Shut the hell up, Deku. Since when do you even use my last name? That's what's got you pissed. Izuku sighed, as he saw Uraraka sneak up the stairs from the corner of his eye. Bakugo Katsuki. We haven't been friends for a long time. I finally admit that now. He watched as the blonde flinched. Like I'd ever be friends with a quirkless reject like you? He snarled, lunging forward with his all-too-familiar right hook. Izuku easily dodged, catching his arm in a well-practiced motion and used his sai to pin him to the floor. It would have ended there if Bakugo hadn't used his other hand to fire an explosion at the ground, breaking the floor and sending the two crashing to the room below. Bakugo immediately jumped away and reared around to the offensive. So you've got some moves. Big deal. Bakugo snarled. You're still nothing. You'll never be a hero. Bakugo. Izuku flinched as another explosion went off. The smell of the dust that the explosion kicked up and the sound of the ceiling crumbling at the edges of the hole trudged up some rather nasty memories. It'll be all right, kid. Maijima smiled as he patted Izuku's head. You'll make it out of this? I'm not a kid. He protested through thick tears. Come with me. The others will be worried. He flinched at the sound of a nearby Nomu. You know I can't. Tell Namuri and the others I'm sorry, and stay safe, kiddo. Keep smiling. He gave Izuku a grin before standing up from their hiding place, leaving Izuku essentially buried in a safe hole Maijima had dug just for him. See ya in the next life. Goodbye. Izuku smiled as best he could. Uncle Higuri. Izuku shook his head sharply, barely dodging a blow from Bakugo. He hadn't had to think about Power Loader's death in a long time. The man had run out to draw the Nomu away from Izuku's hiding spot. All he'd managed to find of the man after was few blood-stained pieces of clothing and some bone. That was it. I know you won't understand this, but there are bigger things for me to worry about than your approval. Izuku charged him, ducking under angry swings and dodging fierce blows. The explosions were starting to overwhelm him, and the smell of smoke and nitroglycerin filled his nostrils, mixing with the scent of ash and BLD. He found that it made it harder to remember when he was. He kept catching ghost-like glimpses of fallen allies or Nomu out of the corner of his eyes. Sometimes, when Bakugo reached for him with his hand, he overlapped with the image of Shigaraki. His red eyes glinted in malice and perverted glee, and Izuku wasn't sure if that was the hallucination or not. Don't kill him. The thought ran through his mind. He had to remember. This was Bakugo, not a Nomu, not Shigaraki. Bakugo. He pulled back, restraining himself, fighting against years of instinct screaming at him to do otherwise. He fought at only a small percentage of his power. He couldn't go all out. Not against another human. Not against a fellow classmate. A child. The two finally jumped apart to catch their breath as Bakugo held up his hand, a hand that looked pale and was horribly dry from overuse of the disintegration quirk, one finger hooked in the pin on his gauntlet. Red eyes glinted in bloodlust as they thirsted for his death. You know what my quirk is, right? Well, nerd, what do you think these are for? Izuku's eyes widened in startled realization as his vision focused on the present for that moment. Your sweat, stop. That will kill him. All Might's voice rung out in worry, and Izuku heard the familiar voice of Shoyuta in the background. What's he doing here? Only if he doesn't dodge. Bakugo grinned as he pulled the pin. If Izuku hadn't spent a decade surviving against unbelievably fast and ludicrously strong Nomu, he probably would have actually died. But luckily for him, his reflexes were insane, and he managed to dodge most of the blast. It caught his right leg, burning the skin. The smell of burned flesh reached his nostrils, mixing with the dust kicked up from Bakugo's explosions. The scent mixed with BLD became unnervingly similar to the scent of a decayed corpse from Shigaraki's quirk, and suddenly Izuku was completely gone. He didn't know when he was. He was half sure his mind was playing tricks on him, but he heard some Nomu nearby. He glanced around himself quickly and slipped into stealth mode, hiding in the best spot he could find. He'd wait out the Nomu. Shoyuda was smart enough to do the same. And if he was in trouble, Izuku would hear that too. He'd go to help him if that were the case. He had a promise to Zashi to keep, after all. Shoyuda wouldn't die. He'd make sure of it. But he also promised Dabi that he'd look after himself. So he needed to survive. "You're doing great, Spitfire." Dabi's hand ruffled his hair. "You're doing just fine. Keep your knees bent a little more. Like that." He violently flung the thought out of his mind. This was no time to think of people long dead. They would survive. No matter what. Shoyuda was tired. Not that that was necessarily anything new per se, but he was apprehensive about his students' first heroics class. Never one to let his gut feelings lie, he decided to observe All Might's lesson. It was the man's first time teaching after all, so he'd likely need a hand reining in 19 rambunctious superpowered teenagers. He entered the observation room with All Might and the remaining 15 students as Uraraka, Ida, Bakugo, and Midoriya readied themselves for their battle. Shoyuda, personally, was against the idea of Bakugo and Midoriya facing one another, or a battle exercise right off the bat, but he trusted that All Might had enough common sense to lecture the students on safety first. Something about the way Bakugo had nearly lunged at the green-haired child during the assessment the day before had rubbed him the wrong way. Though the younger boy hadn't seemed fazed by the unprompted lunge, Shoyuda could see the way he tensed around the explosion that he'd almost fired off. He suspected this was a case of bullying or something similar, but with no evidence there was nothing Shoyuda could do about it except do his best to prevent any further altercations. Warily, he kept his eye on the match before him. He just had a feeling. "Turn on the audio." Shoyuda spoke up, startling the blonde. He internally smirked. He loved having a stealth mode. "Aizawa-san, I wasn't aware that you were observing the match today. I wanted to make sure you had an extra set of eyes on these kids. They're a handful," he explained, and All Might nodded. Audio." Shoyuda sighed before leaning over and pressing the obvious blue button with the headphone icon. Honestly, Nizu should have made him get a teaching degree at least. Even I had to take some private classes with Nizu to get mine. They listened as Midoriya handed what he explained was a smoke screen to Uraraka. Clever idea, but let's see how she uses it. Unfortunately, it wasn't long until Midoriya met with Bakugo, and the results were as explosive as Shoyuda had feared. "You never change, do you, Bakugo?" Midoriya smirked confidently, causing the blonde kid to bristle in anger. "Shut the hell up, Deku. Since when do you even use my last name? That's what's got you pissed." "Bakugo Katsuki. We haven't been friends for a long time. I finally admit that now." Shoyuda sighed. "Obviously there's a lot of context I'm missing here. Like I'd ever be friends with a quirkless reject like you?" Shuda's attention immediately became entirely focused on the fight. He had suspected that Bakugo's record wasn't as clean as it initially appeared, but quirk, or quirkless as the case was here, discrimination was very serious, especially for a prospective hero. Shoyuda also found himself appreciating the smooth form that Midoriya had, and his obvious expertise with the sai. He wielded them with experience beyond his years, and Shoyuda wondered where he'd learned to fight. Compared to Midoriya, Bakugo looked like a raging animal with no finesse. Powerful, with strong instincts, but a lot of wasted energy and movement. Midoriya's movement wasted none, and actually reminded Shoyuda quite a bit of his own fighting style, minus the capture weapon. He tensed when Bakugo blew a hole in the floor, freeing himself from his classmate's grasp. "So you've got some moves. Big deal." Bakugo snarled. "You're still nothing. You'll never be a hero." Shuda's eyes narrowed. This was a personal statement. He knew right there that both of these students would need to talk to Hound Dog, Bakugo for his anger and pride, and Midoriya for what was sure to be low self-esteem or trauma. Bakugo! Midoriya flinched as another explosion went off, and Shoyuta took a deep breath. He didn't like the feeling he was getting. And for a moment, Midoriya froze. Shuta's eyes narrowed. That's not right. This is something else. But between the shitty angle of the camera and the dust settling, Shoyuta couldn't name what it was before the kid snapped himself out of it. I know you won't understand this, but there are bigger things for me to worry about than your approval. Something's not right. The dust settled and he could see a lot more clearly. Midoriya's eyes, they were somewhat glassy and he didn't look completely there. It was as if he didn't completely recognize where he was beyond the fight. That worried Shoyuta. A lot. And then something changed. It was subtle, and the shift was one that Shoyuta only barely noticed, but Midoriya went from a sparring fighting style to a fighting for your lifestyle. He caught Midoriya altering several moves at the last minute that would have been lethal for Bakugo if he hadn't changed course. That was when he'd decided that enough was enough. He moved to stop the match before someone got killed, when Bakugo spoke up. You know what my quirk is, right? Well, nerd, what do you think these are for? Your sweat. Midoriya's eyes went wide in horror, as did Shuta's. Stop. That will kill him. All Might shouted over the intercom. Bakugo, if you pull that pin, Shoyuta started, but Bakugo didn't hear him. Only if he doesn't dodge. Shoyuta felt anger well up alongside his fear as the pin was pulled and a massive explosion took out their visual feed. Young Bakugo. Is everyone okay? All Might asked, but Shoyuta hit a button on the panel instead. Stop the exercise. Anyone continuing to fight will be expelled. Shoyuta promised as All Might sent him an affronted look. I'm going to go check on Midoriya and Bakugo. Call recovery girl, there's sure to be injuries. All Might nodded meekly and went to do as told. Shoyuta glared at the remaining students, who nodded and planted their feet where they stood. They looked half terrified, and if that was of Shoyuta, then good, he'd done something right. His heart pounded in worry. Bakugo was leaning casually against a wall, acting like nothing was wrong. You are going to wait for me in Nizu's office. We will have a nice long discussion on why that was not okay. Argue or attempt to go elsewhere, and you'll find yourself expelled. Shoyuta glared, and Bakugo straightened in shock and nodded. I get the feeling this kid's never been reprimanded before. Newsflash, brat, Yui doesn't cater to your inflated ego. Ida and Uraraka came down the stairs, worry evident on their faces. Aizawa-sensei, Uraraka asked. Go join your classmates while I locate Midoriya? He ordered, and Ida herded the girl away. Shoyuta was good at finding people. He had to find the crooks and rapists lurking in back alleyways at 2 in the morning. But he couldn't for the life of him find Midoriya. And that scared him. It wasn't until he finally caught sight of a few drops of BLD on the floor, likely from cutting himself on rubble, that his eyes focused on a deathly still figure hiding in the rubble. Wide green eyes stared around his environment, as if tracking unseen enemies. He flinched, twitched, more like, at unheard sounds, and his breathing was almost non-existent. Shoyuta realized that his student was stuck in some kind of flashback. Midoriya. No reaction. Midoriya Izuku? He tried again, noticing that his student twitched a little at the sound of his given name. Shoyuta? Shoyuta blinked. Why was the kid using his given name? He decided not to question it right now. It's me. He carefully made his way over to him. Can you tell me where you are right now? Abandoned building. I can hear them nearby. Making a break for it would be too dangerous, though. Too many. Are you hurt? Midoriya's voice was scarcely a whisper, and Shoyuta couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken to see the hardened and fearful look on his face. Just what had happened to this kid? He looked like a soldier in a war zone. I'm okay. Listen to me. You're at UA. You're safe, it's okay. Nobody is going to hurt you. He kept his voice calm and soft, and the kid blinked a few times in confusion. There's no one here but us. But I can hear them. Hear who? The gnome. There was a pause. Was that the name of some kind of group? Shoyuda. Are they okay? And Nemuri. And Maijima. Why is this kid calling us by our given names? And Power Loader too. Yeah. Everyone's okay, Izuku. He rolled with it, calling him by his given name. The kid relaxed substantially, so Shoyuda assumed it was the right call. Recovery girl is waiting for you. Recovery girl. But his brows furrowed together before his eyes cleared a bit. Shoyuda carefully placed a hand on the kid's shoulder, and he found Midoriya's hand grasping his arm like a lifeline. When am I? He asked desperately. The question made Shoyuda falter for a moment. Not where am I, but when. It's Tuesday. Year 2365. You just started your first year of Youth A Hero course. He answered quietly, and the boy froze for a moment before he melted into his arms. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Shoyuda ignored the tears that were soaking into his capture weapon as he held his student. He reached up to his radio. All Might, I found him. He's hurt, but nothing life-threatening. I'm taking him to Recovery Girl myself. He then turned his attention back to the obviously traumatized child. It's all right, Midoriya. You have nothing to apologize for. But I must have confused you so much, and I'm so sorry. Shoyuda didn't know why, but he got the distinct impression that the kid was apologizing for something more than his breakdown. Regardless, he wasn't about to let his classmates see him like this, so he took an alternate route to Recovery Girl's office. Oh dear, she said the moment she saw Shoyuda with an injured student passed out in his arms. The kid had a death grip on him even in his sleep. Training accident ended up triggering some sort of flashback. Shoyuda explained. He seemed to recognize me though and asked after Mike, Midnight and Power Loader. Strange. Her brows furrowed before she turned to tend to his injuries. Shoyuda was barely able to tear the kid from his arms, and when he did, the boy whimpered lightly. He seems very attached to you. Chio grinned, giggling under her breath. I have to inform the other teachers about this development. He sighed. Call me when he wakes up. If he's still in the flashback, I should be able to bring him out of it. Right, dearie? Thank you for the heads up. With that, Shoyuda closed the door behind him. Today sucks already. He shook his head. He still had to deal with Bakugo. But first, he needed to inform the other teachers of the now obvious PTSD that Midoriya had, and had neglected to inform them of. He'd chew the kid out for that later. He sent off a quick text to his coworkers. Luckily, it was most everyone's free PRD, so Cementos, Snipe, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, Midnight and 13 were all in the staff room. He'd have to inform Power Loader of the situation later. Shoyuda. What's wrong? I thought you were observing your class. Hisashi's eyes flashed in concern when he noted the dust and BLD on his costume. There was an incident. Bakugo disobeyed a direct order and used an attack of lethal force on Midoriya. The room stiffened. He's fine. Somehow the kid managed to dodge it, but his leg was burned pretty badly. He's with Chio now. But the attack triggered a flashback. I was only barely able to pull him out of it. A flashback? Cementos asked in concern. He was talking about hearing Nomu nearby, whatever that is, and his eyes were tracking invisible enemies. Kid was so quiet I almost didn't find him. But he seemed to recognize me. His brows knitted together in concern. Isn't that a good thing? Midnight asked. That's the thing. He called me Shoyuda, and only reacted when I called him by his given name. That's strange. 13 conceded. He also asked about Zashi, Nemuri, and Maijima. Shoyuda looked at Mike and Midnight, who startled at their own names. He came back to himself before he passed out, but if anything happens again and I'm not around, I think you two could manage to pull him out of a flashback? Call it a hunch. That's actually somewhat unnerving, having a student call me by my given name. Midnight scratched her head. Do you two know him outside of school? Snipe asked. No, never met the kid before he attended here. Mike shook his head, and Nemuri nodded in agreement. I think we should all keep a closer eye on him. Any idea what specifically triggered it? Cementos asked. Maybe I can answer that question. All Might said, coming into the room. Shoyuta glanced at the clock. It was already the end of the day. Before the start of the battle, Midoriya Izuku came up to me and confessed that he had bad reactions to explosions. I assumed they just made him uncomfortable, and he said that he was going to talk to Hound Dog at the end of the week about it. He wanted to SW partners, but you made him face Bakugo anyways. Shoyuta pinched the bridge of his nose. How irresponsible. 13 Tutate. Didn't you read the handbook? Handbook? All Might questioned, causing the entire room to groan. Here. Snipe chucked something at his head, and nearly hit him right on the nose with his impeccable aim. Every teacher is required to have that memorized before even setting foot in a classroom. He crossed his arms. Page 27 talks about what to do when a student who's suspected of having a traumatic experience in the past confesses a possible trigger. Ectoplasm stated dryly, sending All Might a mild glare of his own. In short, you excuse that student from the situation that could re-traumatize them, and inform their homeroom teacher privately before informing the rest of the staff. In this case, you would have given him a different opponent and kept a closer eye on him while he observed Bakugo's fight. Shoyuta stepped in. Immediately after class, you would have informed me of the situation, before I informed the rest of the staff to prevent re-traumatizing him. Oh, yeah. Shoyuta sighed. You can apologize to Midoriya after Recovery Girl and Hound Dog have cleared him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a student to DSP. He paused in the doorway. Zashi, I think you or Namuri should go see if the kid's okay. He'll probably respond better to you two than anyone else right now. He sent them meaningful looks and the two smiled. I'll go. The little listener's growing on me. Hizashi grinned, heading out the door, closing it behind him with a soft click. I'll inform Power Loader. Ectoplasm sighed. Thank you. Shoyuta sighed as he watched Bakugo leave the office. His punishment was light, in Shuta's opinion, but there wasn't much they could do for a first offense. So he'd be on restriction for 2 weeks. Allowed to observe and participate in team-building activities while attending counseling with Hound Dog every day. He looked up when the door opened. Nizu had wanted to speak with Midoriya regarding the incident, and had Hizashi and Namuri accompany him up to the office. He was bandaged and had a light limp, but looked fine otherwise. He looked a little tired, but that was probably from Recovery Girl's quirk. You feeling better? Shoyuta asked, and the kid nodded. He didn't miss the way he relaxed when he saw Shoyuta sitting there. The boy was unusually attached to him, and for the life of him he couldn't figure out why. Welcome, Midoriya. Please have a seat. Nizu motioned, and Shoyuta stood to leave. Actually, Saizawa-sensei, you three can stay if you want. Midoriya spoke up, and Shoyuta sat back down. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't curious. He saw the expression mirrored on the other two heroes' faces. I understand that you had quite the experience today. I wanted to apologize for you getting hurt. Nizu said. Oh, that's not your fault. Bakugo's always been that way. He answered offhandedly. I'd have been more careful. If I'd have known about the gauntlets, but that's my fault for being ill-informed. Shoyuta stared. This kid was far too mature. Either way, Nizu continued, handing a cup of tea to the boy, who took it gratefully. I'd like to know what exactly triggered your flashback earlier. To prevent any future setbacks, and to keep you on the right track, you need to inform us of any major trauma in your past. You mean I'm not getting kicked out of the hero course? He blinked in shock. Shoyuta startled. Of course you aren't. He stated. Kid, 9 out of 10 pros have PTSD or something similar. It comes with the job. To disqualify a hero hopeful for something you'll likely get anyways is illogical. But we can help you with it before you head out there. He relaxed substantially, and Shoyuta wondered if that had been weighing on him this entire time. Was that why he hadn't informed them? I'm sorry. It's okay, little listener. We're here to help you. Hizashi spoke up, and Midoriya sent him a small gentle smile. There was a tinge of sorrow there, though, and he noticed that the kid's hand went to touch something under his shirt, like he wore a necklace of some kind. Shoyuta squinted a little. There was a glint of rusted silver. A very old necklace, it would seem. Part of it is collapsing buildings. And the smell of decay, and unfortunately, burning flesh mixed with nitroglycerin and whatever else was in that building happened to smell similar enough to, decay. Shoyuta stiffened, along with the other heroes. What the hell kind of situation had this kid been through? As far as he knew, the boy's mother was alive and well, and his father worked overseas. There'd been nothing in his records indicating anything even remotely traumatic, either. Though it was possible that something had happened and the police had just not bothered to document it due to his quirkless status. As much as Shoyuta hated it, some people just didn't care about someone who didn't have a quirk. Mostly, the biggest thing is silence. He spoke quietly, and Shoyuta noticed it now. He shifted in his seat. He did that in class too. The kid was always making some kind of small, quiet noise. The silence that follows explosions is the worst. They tend to send me into flashbacks. Shoyuta finished for him. Yeah. So you saw that? He winced. Yes. Nobody else did but you called me by my given name. Midoriya flinched lightly. I'm sorry, sir. I meant no offense. I'm not offended, just curious. The look on the kid's face told him that the boy was embarrassed and ashamed. But his eyes told Shoyuta a different story. Grief, regret, anger, the emotions were overwhelming and Shoyuta looked away, feeling like he was violating some part of the kid just from seeing that. Can you explain what kind of experience brought on this trauma? Nizu asked gently. The kid looked out the window behind Nizu for a moment, and Shoyuta was briefly afraid he'd fallen into another flashback. I lost some people very dear to me. It was a villain attack. There was this terrible silence afterwards. He gently touched the necklace. I'll never forget that scream. I had to knock one of them out because he wanted to go back for the other, but the kid's hand clenched, and Shoyuta knew what had happened. This boy had been forced to choose between two lives that were precious to him. Likely, if the kid had stayed to help the other, all three would be dead. This kid was way too young to have an experience like that. To have to make that kind of choice. Nemuri looked ready to cry, and Hizashi looked heartbroken. Even Nizu looked mildly disturbed, though he quickly masked it before the kid could notice. At the very least, this kid already had what it took to be a pro, of that Shoyuta was now certain. Not many people could even make that kind of choice. Nizu took a moment to digest this information. Thank you for telling us, Midoriya. I'd like for you to meet with Hound Dog every day. The kid nodded. I was going to go to him at the end of the week. Good, you'll start those meetings tomorrow during your free PRD then. Nizu smiled. Now, on to the topic originally scheduled for today, the entrance exams. He leaned forward in glee, and Midoriya relaxed almost completely. If Shoyuta hadn't seen how tense he was a minute ago, he wouldn't have suspected anything. It was like he flipped a SW. The kid was way too good at hiding trauma. Looked like the staff needed to up their game. What exactly did you do? Well, I figured the robots were all connected to some wireless system. Midoriya started, eyes shining as a smirk danced on his lips. His meek posture from earlier dropped away along with his nerves, and the kid that sat before them looked confident and happy. It was like night and day. Shoyuta found himself thinking that the boy was far too used to dealing with flashbacks and trauma if he could bounce back this quickly. The test is dangerous, and even if each one was individually programmed, you still needed some emergency shut-off sequence just in case. Of course, that applies to the zero-pointer, too. Perhaps especially the zero-pointer. Not every teacher here has the firepower to take that thing down should it rampage out of control, and if all of them do so, then there may not be enough time to prevent casualties. So a remote shut-off is a must. I simply found the code in the smaller robot, and hacked it to send out the forced shutdown signal. He sat back with a grin. Amazing! Nizu's grin matched Midoriya's. Not only did you manage to reverse hack it, but you did so in an unbelievable amount of time. He leaned forward again. Midoriya Izuku, would you like to become my private student? Shoyuta shared a horrified look with his friends. OSHT. If this kid accepted the offer? Principal Nizu, Izuku leaned forward with a fearsome smirk of his own. I would love to. The two cackled together, and Shoyuta felt a strong chill run down his spine. We're doomed. It wasn't until they were nearly out the doors of UEA that Shoyuta remembered the upcoming field trip. Midoriya. He stopped the kid, who turned and looked at him with a questioning gaze. There's a field trip tomorrow. I think, all things considered, you should stay here. Something flashed in his eyes. Desperation, pain, fear, panic. Please, sir. I'm okay now. So long as I'm not around unexpected explosions, I'll be fine. He promised, looking at him with those dark green eyes. They were begging him. He opened his mouth to argue, when Midoriya spoke up again. I promise I'll tell you if I feel off or bothered in any way. He felt his mouth set in a thin line. What a problem, child. He finally sighed. Fine. But your mother has to sign this. He handed over a paper. The kid stiffened almost unnoticeably. Shuta's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Something wasn't right here. Abuse. It wasn't uncommon for a quirkless kid, after all. Maybe he'd do home check soon. But thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya grinned, and Shoyuta was almost convinced. Almost. Kichin, Izuku called out when he got back into the clearing of trash he called home. Kigo looked up from the book he'd been reading. He'd found it in the mound of trash earlier while poking through the pile curiously. Seriously, who throws away a perfectly good book? Zucken. He didn't know why Izuku came up with these nicknames, but it seemed to make the 15-year-old happy, so who was he to complain? Besides, it wasn't like he'd ever really had anyone he was close enough with to have a nickname for before. And if Kigo was being honest, he really enjoyed it. Not that he'd admit that aloud. I need you to be my mother. Kigo spit out the sip of lemonade he'd taken. I'm sorry, what? This permission slip. Izuku held up a piece of paper, and the hero felt his pulse even out. I need my mother's signature, but that's out of the question. ISCK at forging signatures, and he's never seen her handwriting before, so, please. Kigo blinked as his brain restarted. Fine. He sighed and held out his hand. Give it here. Yes. A field trip. Izuku nodded his head enthusiastically. And why exactly do you need this slip signed when this is a trip on campus? Because Bakugo tried to kill me and sent me into a flashback during our heroics class? Kigo was going to go gray. I think I need more explanation than that, Zu. Well, remember how we were talking about triggers the other day and stuff? Izuku waited for Kigo to nod. Well, one of those triggers happens to be explosions. Or rather, collapsing buildings and then the smell of explosions. Especially when mixed with burning flesh. He sheepishly pulled up his breathed leg to show a new scar. Burning flesh. He echoed. I don't know if I want to know right now. Maybe I should come with you to school. Kigo groaned. I thought you'd be safe at you. At least when you're on patrol, you've got Aizawa with you. Hold on, how did it get to that point? Who's your heroics teacher? All Might. What? Kigo decided he was going to stop drinking his lemonade before he choked to death. Yep, Izuku popped the peach cheerfully, as if he didn't just drop 3 bombshells in a row on him. Zucken, you're going to be the death of me one of these days? Kigo sighed as he found a pen. Now, what's your... He trailed off when he caught sight of the serious expression on Izuku's face. Please don't joke about that. I've seen enough friends die because of me. I don't want to imagine your death, too. Not for the first time, Kigo wondered just what had happened to Midoriya Izuku. He was such an enigma. 15 and quirkless, and yet he was Japan's most elusive and wanted vigilante. To the point where he could propose a partnership with the local police force and heroes, and get it accepted on his terms. Kigo was sure Izuku wasn't aware of just how much power he had as Viridian. Not only that, but he had a mysterious and dark past that reeked of BLD and death. Kigo hoped that whatever it was wouldn't come back to bite him in the butt, because Kigo had no plans to leave his newfound brother to fend for himself. He just hoped that Izuku would tell him about it before it became a necessary thing. Sorry. He apologized awkwardly. I need your mother's name to forge her signature. Alright. Midoriya Inko. That was another thing. Kigo realized a while back that Izuku's parents were still alive. He did a little digging around and found that his mother was still living in Mizudafu. I've been meaning to ask, but why do you live alone? Kigo handed back the permission slip. You mean why don't I live with my mother and father? Yeah. My father hates the Quirkless, he explained carefully as he sat down. He twisted my mother's views on the Quirkless until she stopped caring about me. In all honesty, she hasn't looked at me since I was 8. She doesn't care if I'm alive or dead, and whenever my father comes home, it's not pretty. Kigo shuddered at the image his friend was painting for him. So I figured I was safer on my own. I packed up my stuff and came here, where nobody would bother me. You know, until you showed up. Izuku playfully shoved Kigo, and just like that the lighter atmosphere was back. Well, I've got the wings for it, so I guess I'll be your mother hen for now. He smirked back. Hey, I'm not a kid. Izuku pouted. You're 15. You're a kid. Oh yeah, how do you forget your age? A backlash of trauma. Izuku carefully answered. That makes no sense. It wasn't supposed to. Get some rest, Zucken. You've got a long day tomorrow. You can say that again. Izuku woke up the morning of the USJ field trip a jittery mess. Yesterday had been a disaster, and now the teachers were sure to watch him with an even sharper eye. He understood that they were concerned, and that this wasn't actually a setback in his hero career, but it was bound to be nothing short of annoying. Especially with what was going to happen today. Yamada-sensei had caught him after he'd left Aizawa-sensei the other day. He'd been curious as to why Izuku had used his first name, and he'd mentally scrambled for a believable excuse. You don't have to answer it now if you don't want to, I'm just curious, he'd said, waving off his paranoia. If it makes you more comfortable, little listener, you can call me Hizashi outside of class. He'd grinned as he said it, and Izuku wasn't sure if he was grateful or heartbroken. Grateful because this made it infinitely easier on him if he slipped up, and he was getting closer to one of the only older brother figures he'd ever known, but heartbroken because it wasn't his Zashi. This Hizashi wasn't his Zashi, and he never could be. And that thought made him almost break down right there. He was also a little angry, because Little Listener was Zashi's nickname for him. Nobody else could call him that. Nobody, not even his younger self. Thank goodness he'd spent a decade with Shoyuta learning how to handle his emotions. Last night, he'd gone out on patrol as Viridian for the first since school began. He hadn't wanted to obtain any questionable injuries, and it felt good to be back out there, patrolling the streets in the dead of night. He was glad that Recovery Girl hadn't taken off his shirt, or she would have seen all his scars. And Izuku honestly didn't know how he'd go about explaining that away. Or the fact that he had a nasty cut on his side with home-done stitches, which was now healed due to her quirk. Patrol was amazing, though, and taking out his added frustrations on any villains he came across also helped a ton. He'd even run into Eraserhead during his patrol. The man had been overly relieved to see him. You've been gone for nearly a week, he'd accused. And you're supposed to patrol with me? Yeah, I've been out of town for a little bit. What? Couldn't handle things without me. He teased. How are the kiddies? A handful. Any favorites? I don't play favorites. He grunted. So there's one that's caught your eye. Viridian's eyes gleamed. I do have a problem child this year, he admitted, and Izuku's heart clenched. You'll know he trusts you when he calls you problem child. But he didn't call me problem child, not to my face. I'm getting closer, but I may not even have to tell him, if all goes well tomorrow. You seem distracted, Aizawa noted. I'm worried about you. Viridian started slowly. I've come across some concerning intel. I believe someone's planning an attack on Yuye. He couldn't prevent the USJ incident. It was his best chance for killing Shigaraki, but he might be able to help keep Shoyuta from getting too injured. He noted how the man stiffened at the information. Please, Shoyuta, be careful. Wear extra equipment, bring extra weapons, something. Like I said before, I don't want you to die. I enjoy your company. I'll be careful, he promised, and Izuku could tell. This wasn't the kind of I promise that was made half-heartedly. It made him relax a little bit. They'd parted ways not too long after that, and Izuku had gone straight to bed. He shook his head. Now wasn't the time to dwell on yesterday. He'd woken up a few hours earlier than expected due to the nightmares, memories, that had haunted his dreams last night. He felt exhausted. Coffee should do me some good. He smiled softly as he scribbled down a note for Kigo, should he decide to stop by, and left his humble abode. He'd taken to putting a fat gum hoodie on over his school uniform so nobody stopped or targeted him on the streets. UA students were surprisingly popular, and Izuku didn't like dealing with the odd stares and do your best well wishes from people that would only sneer if they knew he was quirkless. He heard a bit of a commotion down the street, and vigilante instinct kicked in. He dashed into a dimly lit alley and ducked behind a dumpster as he quickly donned his Viridian outfit, something he carried with him at all times in a hidden compartment of his backpack. He wasted no time in running towards the yell he'd heard. It led him to a convenience store. A villain held a cashier at gunpoint, and Viridian internally cursed. He hated hostage situations. Let's see. One armed man, quirk unknown. One hostage. Technically the entire store could be whatever. What's the best way to go about this? Viridian noticed a young boy, likely around 10, hiding in one of the aisles. He was holding a can of beans with a determined gleam in his eye. Viridian silently made his way over to the kid. "Don't do it, kid," he warned quietly, making the boy startle. His eyes were wide as he took in the vigilante. "I don't want you to get hurt. Guns are dangerous." He winked at the boy. "But you already knew that, huh? I saw what you were aiming to do, thank you. But I'll take care of it, yeah? Just stay safe." He waited for the boy to nod before he grabbed a bag of flour and casually walked up to the register. "Excuse me, I'd like to purchase this." The villain, cashier, and another teenaged customer stared at him incredulously. "You think you're real funny, kid?" The robber snarled. "Just 'cause you've got on some fancy Halloween costume? I don't know what you're talking about." Viridian tilted his head. He mentally cursed as he realized he forgot to activate his voice changer. He still sounded like a kid. Oh well, this could work in his favor. Please, just take the money." The cashier removed the entire drawer from the register and dumped it into the bag of the robber. "Oh, I want the safe to..." "I can't. It's on a time lock. Even if I knew the code, it wouldn't open at this hour." He pleaded. "You're really starting to piss me off. Sir, are you in line?" Viridian continued on, drawing attention back to himself again. "I mean, some of us have other places to be, you know. Not everyone has the luxury of standing around and doing nothing," he said with a smirk as the robber finally got fed up enough with Izuku to train the gun on him. "What did you say, punk?" "Perfect." Before anyone could say anything, Viridian punched the open bag of flour, creating an impromptu smokescreen as he grappled the gun away from the robber, just as a shot fired out. He winced when he felt it hit his arm, but better him than a civilian. Not 20 seconds later, the guy was out cold. Well, that's probably not the best way to start out the morning. Viridian muttered to himself, turning the voice changer back on. He turned to the cashier and civilian. "You guys okay?" They did a double take at the voice, before the civilian's eyes widened. "You're Viridian. That new hero everyone's talking about online." He grinned. "See, can I have your autograph?" "Am I wa? Oh yeah. I've heard people talking about you. Thank you so much for saving us." The cashier grinned. This was weird. People were treating him like a hero. Even in his original timeline, people were never this happy to see him. Sure. He took the notebook the civilian had and scribbled down his signature in a daze. "Thank you." He bowed. "I'll treasure it forever." Viridian had a sense of déjà vu freeze. "Police!" Someone shouted as the cops stormed the building. "Masa!" He grinned, turning to face one of his favorite people. "Viridian, why are you always at the scene of trouble?" "I just happen to need a couple of things." "Is grocery shopping illegal now?" "Somehow, I doubt you shop in your vigilante uniform." He stared dryly. A kid, no older than 10, stepped out from one of the aisles. He was looking at Viridian. "You okay, kid?" "Why, yeah." He looked down for a moment. "I was wondering." "Go on, it's okay." He had a feeling he knew what this kid was going to ask. He eyed Eraserhead leaning against a wall. Masa must have called him in. "I've admired you for a while." The kid started looking at his shoes. "Ever since you started popping up online and I want to be a hero. Like you." The words made Izuku's heart nearly stop in his teeth. Someone called him a hero. He swore he saw Masa and Eraser smirking. "But nobody thinks I can." Viridian waited patiently for the kid to continue as the other cops took statements and secured the robber. He was having minor flashbacks to the rooftop with all might. Can a quirkless nobody like me become a hero like you? Viridian couldn't stop the intake of breath as the room stilled. This kid was just like him. The kid looked down again, discouraged. Izuku had never met another quirkless child. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have. What's your name, kid? Viridian cut him off. He'd be damned if he was going to be the same as All Might. He was not going to crush this kid's dreams. He was not going to create another him. Wayasu. Yasukuen. He started, and the boy looked up at him as he crouched before him. Being a hero is not easy. It's dangerous, especially without a quirk. The kid's eyes started to fill with tears. But he cut off what he was sure were negative thoughts. With enough strong work and dedication, then yes. You can become a hero. He grinned and the kid's eyes widened in awe. Why, you really mean it? Of course. Quirkless is not worthless. I'm not a hypocrite, you know. He winked at the kid. I'm quirkless too. Later on, he'd realized that the civilian he'd saved earlier had recorded the entire thing on his phone. The video of the mysterious vigilante/hero Viridian admitting he was quirkless would take the internet by storm. Several thousand people around the world would become inspired by Viridian and set out to make a better life for themselves. He missed the awed and mildly terrified glances from the cashier and the older civilian. The kid looked at him like he just hung the sun in the sky. If I can do it, so can you, Yasu? He ruffled the kid's hair and was met with a shining smile. Never give up on your dreams. And always strive to help others. Hi. He watched the kid as he left, herded off to be checked over by the medics. Something Viridian was keeping an eye on. Time knew how many times he was a victim of malpractice because of his quirkless status. After Yasu had left, Eraserhead glared at Viridian. You're hurt. Again. Ha. Viridian looked down at his arm, which had been shot. Oh yeah. Naomasa face-bombed. You're incorrigible. How do you forget that you got shot? No running off this time. Eraserhead scowled, and Viridian put his hands up in. Surrender. Fine. Fine. I'll let you take me to a hospital or whatever. But the mask stays on. And so does the shirt. If that's what it takes to get you proper medical treatment, then so be it. Naomasa sighed. Okay, then let's go. Viridian sighed. I'd better not be late to school for this. Eraserhead stayed with them on the way to said hospital, and while the staff wasn't happy about him keeping his shirt and mask on, they listened to Naomasa when he insisted it was okay. Viridian couldn't help but look around in interest. You act like you've never been in a hospital before. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. I haven't really been in one since I was pronounced quirkless at 4. He admitted, and Naomasa discreetly popped some headache medication. Right, so you need an entirely new medical file. Awesome. Not my fault. I've tried going to the hospital before, but they turned me away because I was quirkless. He mentioned offhandedly. What? Masa stared at him in shock, as did Eraserhead. What? It's normal for someone like me. He blinked. Did they not know that? Am I the first quirkless person you've met or something? You're the first quirkless friend we've had. Naomasa explained. And that is not okay. He gritted out. It was years ago, no worries. He waved it away. Luckily, Eraser seemed to pick up on his quiet cue. Out of curiosity, Eraser started. Why are you so protective of your identity? I mean, I actually plan to do stuff with my civilian persona. Viridian admitted. Other than become a hero. If you knew my identity, that'd make everything infinitely more complicated, and I honestly have no intentions of giving you that kind of migraine. Plus, you wouldn't let me do half the SHT I do. I get away with a lot more with my two identities separate. That just makes us even more curious. Naomasa sighed. Look, I promise I'll tell you someday, but for now, do we know your civilian persona? Eraserhead asked. To answer or be vague. In other words, yes we do. Naomasa pinched the bridge of his nose, and Eraser looked like he wanted to bash his head against a wall. Someone we know, who's likely around his mid-30s. I'm standing right here. Viridian crossed his arms, only for the nurse that was treating him to slap said arm. Oh. He glared at her. Don't move. She glared. Stop laughing, Eraser. He glared at the pro. I'm not laughing. He deadpanned. You're laughing on the inside. You really are. Naomasa agreed. Internally, he smirked. Maybe. All right. I'll give you two a hint. He grinned, and their attention was instantly on him. Eraser, you see my civilian persona quite often, actually. At least once a week. He chuckled, knowing that there were several cafes that the man frequented on a weekly basis. He'd likely jump to that conclusion. Eraserhead's eyes widened at this new piece of information, and Viridian laughed. Good luck figuring it out, though. Give me a bit of time and I'll find you. Eraser promised. Care to bet on it? Viridian grinned. I'll do all your paperwork for the year if you can figure out my civilian persona on your own, before I reveal it to you. Same for you, Masa. And if we can't? Eraser frowned. Then you have to let me continue doing exactly what I've been doing, vigilante work and all, regardless of who I am. He smirked. That confident, huh? Naomasa chuckled. I'm more worried about the fact that you think we'll stop you from doing this stuff if we knew who you were under that mask. Eraser frowned. A year of no paperwork, Viridian sang. I'll even buy all your coffee for the year too. Fine. Eraserhead caved. Deal. Naomasa nodded along as well. Viridian laughed. Why do I feel like we're going to regret this? Naomasa asked. 30 minutes later showed Viridian walking out of that hospital with the detective and hero by his side. I'm free. He cried out happily. You're such a kid. Masa shook his head fondly. I'll always be a kid at heart. Viridian grinned back. I need to get to school before I'm late. Eraserhead realized, and Viridian's stomach did backflips. He couldn't be late either. Especially with this new deal on the table. I should get going too. He smirked. See yo, with that he dashed off. Once he was in a secure location, he switched into his school uniform again, tossing his hoodie back on. He winced as his arm throbbed. Shit. If Aizawa sees that, how the hell am I going to explain it away? He blinked. What if I let Shigaraki partially disintegrate it? He blinked. Could work. I mean, with disintegration on the table, then who would notice a little gunshot wound? Oh, but then if Eraser and Masa want to see how the gunshot wound is healing, and I show them a disintegration scar that they know Izuku got? Izuku snapped out of his thought as he abruptly looked up and realized that he was at the gates to UA. He blinked. I must have been really out of it. He muttered to himself. The jitters were starting to come back, as he became abruptly aware of just how vital today was to the survival of the world. Scars wouldn't matter. He just had to kill Shigaraki, that was all he needed to do. Let's be damned. As long as Shigaraki was dead, the world would continue to survive. The crowd of reporters definitely put him on edge. Izuku loathed crowds, and tried to avoid them as much as possible. He took a deep breath and entered his stealth mode, essentially erasing his presence. He noticed a hooded figure in the bushes nearby, and his heart leapt into his throat. He immediately let his eyes roam over towards the press again, pretending that he didn't see the small form of a young man who would later destroy the entire world. It took every bit of self-control he had to not sneak up behind the unsuspecting psychopath and murder him then and there. Stick to the plan. You can only get away with murder if it's at USJ. You have to do this, Izuku. For them. You must. He prayed to whatever deity pitied him enough to listen that he wouldn't regret passing up this opportunity. He ignored the tiny voice in the back of his head that promised that he would regret it. He snuck by the press without anyone noticing him, and dropped his stealth mode only once he was inside the gates. He noticed Aizawa-sensei raise an eyebrow. I'm okay, sensei. I just don't like crowds. He shuddered a bit, remembering how the Nomu would tear through the early riots that had formed. The people who thought that coming together in a massive mob would bring a stop to the atrocities that kept multiplying around them. Come on. Aizawa gently patted his shoulder to ground him to now. Let's get ready for class. Do you have the permission slip? Yep. Izuku answered, pulling out the signed paper. Aizawa inspected it for a moment before nodding. All right then. Homeroom was relatively quiet. Somehow, Izuku got elected as class rep, and he wanted nothing to do with that job. No, he said, surprising the others. What? Why not? Yaoyorozu asked, perplexed. Izuku honestly had no idea how he'd gotten this position anyhow. He wouldn't exactly call himself likable, and he'd hardly interacted with his classmates. Because I don't want it. I don't do well with crowds, and leadership is not my forte. It's also too much work. He leaned back in his seat. Why not have Ida do it? He suggested. I appreciate the recommendation, but surely you can see how much being the class representative will help your hero career. I'm planning to go into underground heroics. I don't really care what people think of me. Izuku answered easily, enjoying the slight jolt that came from the sleeping Aizawa in the corner. You mean you're going into the same field as Sensei? Uraraka asked. Yep. If I'm going to be the first Quirkless hero, then I need to take every advantage I can get. I won't be able to win easily in long, drawn-out fights. But smaller, faster fights where I can have the element of surprise. Those are more my speed. As long as I'm helping people, that's all I care about. I don't need recognition. Is that why your hero costume is so plain? Ashido asked. It's practical? Izuku argued with a mildly offended glare. He liked his costume. Luckily, it was fireproof so it wasn't damaged in the scuffle the other day. The only reason his leg had been burned so badly was because the fabric had been pushed up at some point during the fight, exposing his leg to the flames. After said homeroom, classes continued on as usual. Izuku did notice that the teachers kept a much closer eye on him, as he'd suspected they would, which was simultaneously annoying and heartwarming. At least he knew they cared. His free PRD was actually after lunch today, but he wasn't expecting to have to go to Hound Dog, what with the commotion that would unfold during the lunchtime fiasco. And besides, he was expecting his new schedule from Nizuhiro shortly. He was honestly looking forward to the private lessons with the principal. Lunch wasn't supposed to be a big affair, but Izuku knew it would be. He sat by the window, tense and ready for the alarm when it would go off. This would also give him a DM in good view of the front gate, which was still whole and still in lockdown mode from when the reporters triggered it earlier. He faintly noticed a few of his classmates sit down at his table, but he didn't bother to acknowledge them. He didn't know why they were sitting with an antisocial but like him, but it didn't matter anyways. He had the clock. Less than a minute, now. They were chatting about something that Izuku didn't bother to pay attention to. 5:03. Midoriya. Are you okay? Ida tried asking. Izuku grabbed his phone and zoomed in on the door, pressing record. If anyone asked, he was just making a what was it? Of the door in lockdown mode. I think he's just tired from yesterday. Uraraka smiled softly. Yeah, I hear Recovery Girl's quirk can really tire you out. Kirishima noted. Izuku watched as the door of UH disintegrated, inviting the press inside. The grin of a man in a hoodie was caught on camera before he turned around and left. Shigaraki Tamura. He left. But then how did they get the wreck, Orts? His eyes widened in horrified realization. There's a mole. This is a distraction to allow them to reach the records. I wonder if Azui was cut off when the alarm abruptly sounded, shrieking through the school. An automated voice was explaining that there was a breach and all students should calmly evacuate to the bunkers. Midoriya. We have to go. Ida pulled Izuku out of his seat. He flinched when Ida touched him, but nodded along. It's a panic, though. We can't just rush in there. Izuku stopped them, ignoring how every instinct in him wanted to hide and get away from the loud noise because something that loud would attract every Nomu in a 50-mile radius. Someone's going to get hurt. Izuku pointed out the window. It's only the press. Ida's eyes went wide as he took in Izuku's words. With a smirk, Izuku let him go and used Uraraka's quirk to calm down the student body. Azui watched Izuku with a sidelong look. You played him, Midoriya? So, he'll be a good class rep and nobody's hurt from the stampede, so it's a win-win. He shrugged, ignoring the appraising look the girl was giving him. We should head out too. Also, call me Tsu Karo. Alright, so call me Aizu. He smiled as they followed the rest of their classmates. After everything had calmed down and everyone was back in class, Izuku was going to show Aizawa the video. Unfortunately, he didn't get the opportunity. He attempted to stay back and talk to him, but Ida shooed him out and onto the bus, now as the official class rep. The bus ride was nerve-wracking, but Izuku made himself stay calm. His nerves were still a little shot from the alarm earlier, and knowing what was to come didn't make things any easier. He fingered the extra items he'd snuck into school. In one pocket was his probably illegal stash of a small amount of putty-like explosive, and in the other was his definitely illegal set of modified fireworks. Well, the heavily modified fireworks were illegal at school, but he had a DMN good reason to bring it with him. He knew what was going to happen, and he'd done his research. He'd broken into UANI a couple of nights ago, which was really freaking strong, because he couldn't use his student ID, because Nizu had an automated system that recorded who entered school grounds and at what time, and scouted out the outside of USJ, being careful not to trigger any sensors or be caught on any cameras. He'd created these fireworks with the express purpose of being able to break through the glass dome of the building. "All right, we're here," Aizawa-sensei said, and herded everyone off the bus. "Aizawa-sensei." Izuku spoke up quietly, finally having the chance to speak to him alone. "Midoriya, are you sure you're okay for today?" "I think someone other than the press was part of that break-in earlier." He sighed. "I caught the door disintegrating on my phone's camera, and the person who did it didn't even come inside." "I see. Come with me after class and we'll show Nizu." With that, he beckoned Izuku to follow him over to the rest of the class. They walked inside, and while the others were jittery with excitement, Izuku felt nearly sick with nerves. He would willingly admit that Shigaraki terrified the SHT out of him. But he also knew that he had to kill the man. This wouldn't be Izuku's first kill. His first kill had been accidental, while he'd still been trying to understand the whole vigilante thing. It was honestly something that still kept him up at night sometimes, even if it had been a villain. And that hadn't been his only kill either, not by a long shot. He took a deep, shuddering breath, ignoring Aizawa and 13's watchful and concerned gaze. It wouldn't matter, now, anyways, if they saw something wrong. He felt it a moment before it happened. 13 had just finished their speech, and Izuku felt guilty that he'd been too distracted to pay any mind to it. Then the lights flickered, must be the signal jammer that Sho had told him about, cutting off Aizawa-sensei. Izuku had his sword in his hands a moment later, his body falling into a very natural fighting position. The fountain flickered as a familiar, to him, purple portal tore open the fabric of space, allowing a horde of villains to pour through. A head of light blue hair and a face covered by a dismembered hand appeared, red eye glowing with malice. Izuku shivered strong, biting back a growl. In his mind's eye, he saw Shura's last moments. His face crumbling beneath that very same hand. Namuri vanishing with a startled scream into the void of that same portal, never to be seen again. Izuku felt hot anger well up inside of him, right alongside the sickening fear. Shigaraki Tamura, the destroyer. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa's voice called out, and Ida tugged Izuku away. The physical contact snapped him out of his haze, and he nodded his thanks. 13 shot him a concerned glance, but said nothing. There was no time, anyways. In the original timeline, Azui, who'd been sent to the shipwreck zone alone, had died. Izuku had promised Shoyuda that he'd prevent as many deaths from the cursed Class 1A as he could. He intended to at least keep this promise, since he failed his promise to Zashi. This in mind, he stuck close to Azui as Kurogiri blocked their exit. Izuku clenched his fists. Kurogiri was second on his kill list. He's the reason Namuri. Before he could get too caught up in his anger, the ground beneath him vanished. He latched onto Azui, ensuring his arrival at the shipwreck zone, but only realized belatedly that Kirishima had also latched onto him. What? But he was supposed to go to the ruins zone with Bakugo. He managed to angle himself when he hit the water to minimize damage. Fortunately, it wasn't his first time being dropped from a good height into a large body of water, so he quickly released a small amount of air and followed the bubbles. He noticed a guy with a shark quirk swimming up towards him, his fang-filled maw open wide to bite Izuku in half. Izuku raised his sword, ready to plunge it up into the guy's brain. Okay, So maybe he was a little too used to killing by this point in his life. Whatever, it was legal right now. A moment later, a thick something wrapped around his midsection and pulled him up onto the boat. Azui hopped up a moment later, Kirishima in tow. "You okay, Izu?" she asked as Kirishima coughed a bit. "Yeah, thanks to you." He sent her a smile. "This is bad," Kirishima swallowed. "We're surrounded by actual villains." "It'll be okay," Izuku reassured them. "How can you be so and calm? These are actual villains." He snapped back, before meekly apologizing. "Sorry. It's okay to be on edge, Karo," Azui reassured the redhead. "Though you're awfully calm, Karo." She turned to Izuku. "I wouldn't exactly call this my first encounter with villains," Izuku answered after a moment. He looked at the two frazzled and high-strung students. "It's okay," he repeated, voice low and calm. He looked them both in the eye. "I'll protect you." Something flashed in Kirishima's eye, and he calmed significantly. Even Azui looked calmer. "I have a plan." Izuku smirked as he pulled out a small bit of the explosive putty. "What is that?" Azui eyed it carefully. "The closest thing I could get to siege for. Thought it might be useful for heroics." "You brought an explosive to school?" Kirishima gawked. "So, we just need to throw it in the middle of them without them realizing it. It'll float and blow them unconscious," Izuku explained. "Or kill them, Karo." Azui looked uneasy. "I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens," Izuku stated, though Azui didn't look overly relieved at that. "I don't think we have much of a choice here." Kirishima swallowed as their situation really started to set in. "So you just need to get that in the middle without them realizing it?" "Yeah. Awesome. Leave it to me." Kirishima grinned as he grabbed the offered putty. "My quirk will protect me from the explosion, even if it makes me sink. Be careful," Izuku warned. "Always." Izuku and Azui then started distracting the villains while Kirishima quietly slid off the boat and under the water. His red hair was unfortunately eye-catching, so he'd have to stay under. Izuku wasn't used to working with people and didn't know if Kirishima would actually hold up his side of the plan. Turned out he worried for nothing. The kid had an amazing lung capacity and managed to get in the middle of the villains before letting go of the putty, which promptly floated to the surface. Izuku saw the small grayish substance bobbing in the water amidst the villains as Kirishima snuck back onto the boat. Izuku grinned. Now it was the fun part. "Now, we need to throw something there." He held up a heavy-looking ball that he'd found on the boat. "Be ready to cover your ears. This could be loud. I haven't tested it before." "You're sure this'll work, Karo?" Azui asked, as the ship gave an ominous creaking sound. The villains were getting impatient, and Izuku knew it wouldn't be long before they launched an attack of their own. "It has to." Izuku steeled himself and threw it right into the middle of the group. "I won't let you die." Almost instantaneously, the explosives went off, setting off one another in a massive chain reaction. The sound was deafening and water, some of it red, rained down upon them. Azui and Kirishima had closed their eyes with the sound, but Izuku kept his eyes and ears as open as he could to survey for survivors or danger. After a long silent moment, and deeming that silence was strong on him, he finally deemed the enemies incapacitated or dead. There were a few limbs floating in the water, and he really didn't want these two kids to see that. He gently put a hand on Azui and Kirishima's shoulders. "It's just me," he reassured them while blocking their view. They would still see red in the water, but nothing more. "Let's go. They're taken care of, we've survived." There's so much red." Kirishima went to look around Izuku, but he stopped him. "You don't want to look," Izuku argued, physically turning the boy around to face the other direction. "We need to go. I take full responsibility for this." "All right, Carol." Azui looked a little pale and very uncomfortable, but she didn't try to look. Eventually, the three made it past the carnage in the water, the two without looking, and slowly made their way towards the square. Of course, Azui and Kirishima weren't about to leave him alone, much to his annoyance. He wanted them to just go off to safety by the stairs, but either way, they had to circle around the plaza where Aizawa was fighting. Izuku had known that Shoyuda got hurt pretty badly during the USJ incident. That he'd been touch and go for a little bit, and almost didn't make it. He hadn't been prepared to see a Nomu smash his skull into the pavement, though. Izuku went still, fighting his instinct of protection, as he knew running out to help him would only put Azui and Kirishima in danger. The two students watched on in horror as BLD flew through the air, and Yellow Goggles fell to the ground, broken. The Nomu snapped Aizawa's arms like they were twigs, and Izuku almost ran out at the all-too-familiar sound of his brother crying out in pain. He stilled himself. Don't attack. Get the students to safety. Izuku did react when Shigaraki lunged for Azui. He leapt out of the water and met him halfway, stopping him from putting the other two in danger. He allowed those 5 fingers to brush his left cheek for the briefest of moments, wincing at the familiar bite of disintegration. He smirked. Now it was self-defense. Now he could legally kill this BSTRD. His mental gears switched from defend to attack. He noticed Aizawa was still awake, trying to make sense of his environment through his concussion. Izuku pulled out his sai and tried impaling Shigaraki, only succeeding in piercing his shoulder, which was still massively satisfying. He managed to twist it before pulling it back out, causing the man-child to grunt in pain. He cried out, jumping back. Izuku's smirk widened, grateful for his previous encounters with the white Nomu, who were a fair bit faster than the dark Nomu. He swiftly dodged the blow that would have surely flattened. The monster kept coming, though, and Izuku smoothly dodged. He was gearing up to attack, when Kurogyri formed a small portal under his left foot, throwing him off balance. The Nomu punched him, sending him flying into the fountain with a mighty crash. He didn't waste time with the pain, though. If anything, it only made him sharper. He was used to fighting injured. This was familiar. He grinned through bloodied teeth as he charged the Nomu through the settling dust. He dodged a punch and rolled behind the dark Nomu before scaling the back of the beast in an old familiar pattern. With a well-practiced motion, he moved his sai deeply into the creature's brain and twisted, the 2 prongs making quick work of the beast's exposed cranium. Killing Nomu was a well-practiced activity for him. He'd killed hundreds of them before. This was a prototype, one of Sensei's Nomu. It was infinitely easier than what he had been used to, which was good, because his smaller, younger self wasn't as fast as his older self. Shigaraki's Nomu tended to be specialized. Sensei's Nomu were rounded, jacks of all trades, so to speak. They had speed, strength, and self-healing. Shigaraki made a Nomu for each category, allowing them to excel in that particular trait. White Nomu, for example, were insanely fast, but not very strong. Dark Nomu were ridiculously strong, but not overly fast. It was give and take, but if you ran into more than one type, you were screwed 6 ways to hell. With a horrifying ear-piercing screech, the creature fell forwards and lay still. The original Nomu were a lot more tame. He noted. Obedient, they couldn't think for themselves or adapt to a battle on their own. That was good to know. Shigaraki stared at him wide-eyed, his expression mirrored by a flabbergasted Kurogyri, Azui, Kirishima, and Aizawa. Nobody dared speak, but Izuku used their stupor to his advantage as he pulled the homemade flare from his bag. Luckily, he'd kept it in waterproof packaging. It was small, about the size of a book, but it packed one hell of a punch. Forgive me for breaking the school rules, Sensei. He smirked as he lit it, sending it through the weakest point of the glass dome. But backup should be here shortly. He laughed as the glass rained down upon them. The angered and disbelieving glare set into Shigaraki's face would surely give him nightmares, but the adrenaline in his system right now helped quell the fear. He flashed the man a peace sign, before dusting the glass and rubble off his person far too casually as he got to his feet. Who are you, brat? You're not just some NPC. Are you a boss? The heck? Shigaraki glared. Gamer talk. Okay, he could handle that. Hate to break it to you, Shigaraki, but I'm player 2, and I refuse to let you win. He glared back, grip on his side tightening. Player 2 with several cheats and expensive upgrades? He tacked on, enjoying the look of rage that flew across the man's face. As much as this man terrified him, he'd rather that anger be turned on him than anyone else. If he could get this guy to see Izuku as his main target, then maybe the other kids and teachers would be safe. If only for a little while. That was insurance for if he failed here. If he didn't manage to kill Shigaraki, he wanted the man to want to come after Izuku. I can't botch this. I have to kill him. I can't lose. We'll see about that. Shigaraki glared. I'm Shigaraki Tamura. But you already seem to know that. His eyes narrowed. What's your name, player 2? Izuku. They stared at one another in silence for a moment before they were off. Izuku sacrificed one side to Shigaraki's left hand as he quickly dropped the now useless hilt and punched the man in the gut, even as Shigaraki placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku spun away, clenching his jaw as his shoulder partially disintegrated. He gritted his teeth as he ran back into combat with the man. He somehow managed to avoid any disintegrating hits as the two clashed, trading blows and bruises and kicks for what felt like forever. Your level is higher than I thought. Shigaraki panted lightly. Izuku was in a similar state. His other sai had been thrown halfway across the square. His sword had followed suit not too long after, now stuck in the ground near Aizawa. I told you. I've got cheats. He teased. Plus, I've done some serious level crunching. And I read the guidebook. Anything to PSS this guy off. Make him have eyes only for Izuku. An angry enemy is one that makes mistakes. You really are a cheater. He glared. I hate players like you. What? Like you aren't a cheater, too, Tamura. That Nomu of yours was a hack if I've ever seen one. Fair enough. Shigaraki grinned. Oh, and I'm a piker too. Izuku warned in a low, dangerous tone, as he brought out a knife, and Shigaraki laughed. Are you really threatening to kill me? Aren't you planning to become a hero? He laughed, dodging Izuku's swipe to his jugular. The hand on his face flew off, and Shigaraki's enraged expression became clear as day for Izuku. Izuku glared at him with one of his own. For a moment he saw the man who murdered his family. The man who disintegrated children and left helpless infants laying next to their half-decayed mothers to starve to death. The man that would destroy the world. Izuku saw red. I am going to be a hero. Izuku promised. By ending you, Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki stiffened at the sheer amount of killing intent that Izuku gave off. That gave Izuku the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Just as the doors flew open with a mighty bang, as the teachers came upon the scene of one coworker laying in a pool of BLD surrounded by worried students and one student fighting a rather nasty-looking villain. Izuku buried the hilt of a knife in Shigaraki's gut and twisted. He knew instantly that he'd missed the vital organs. The man had moved at the last minute. In a moment of instinct, he brought up his hidden blade from his sleeve and slashed just to the right of his own ear, hitting Shigaraki's palm and nearly severing a finger. Damn it. So close. You really do want me dead. He stared at Izuku for a moment like he was a new and interesting puzzle. Then he grinned, reaching out a hand to disintegrate some other part of Izuku, as the time-traveling vigilante readied himself for another chance to kill this BSV. A gunshot, snipe, more than likely, rang through the air as Shigaraki's shoulder was hit, causing the man to stumble back. Izuku was stopped from chasing after him when Cementos built up a wall around him and the other students, protecting them from the villains. Izuku almost sent the teacher a fierce glare. Almost. He watched, helpless, as Shigaraki made his escape with Kurogiri. Izuku, Shigaraki spoke with one foot in the portal. Next time, one of our health bars will hit 0. And it won't be me. Then he was gone. At least I got him to focus his attention on me for the time being. Izuku was angry and fiercely disappointed. This was their best shot, and he blew it, like a goddamned idiot. You okay, little listener? Hyzes, Yamada-sensei made his way towards him. You're hurt pretty bad. He swallowed down his disappointment. He wanted his Zashi. Not this fake. Because that's what he felt like, to Izuku. A fake. A pretender. Because it wasn't his Hizashi. It wasn't his Shoyuda. These people weren't his family, but they sounded the same, they looked so similar and they shared the same names, but it's not them. He whispered, fighting back the tears. And I can't even apologize. Come again. Yamada was looking at him in concern. Hey Sensei, is everyone alive? Did I at least get that part right? Yamada looked at him with confusion and no small amount of worry. Everyone is alive. Should is alive, and so are all your classmates. He confirmed, and Izuku felt himself relax a bit. At least I kept that promise. Come on, Midoriya. Let's get your injuries taken care of. He carefully scooped Izuku up into a bridal-style hold, mindful of his wounds. Izuku didn't honestly care at that point. I guess I should get that taken care of. He winced as his hand brushed the side of his face. His shoulder hurt too now that he thought about it. With a heavy sigh, he rested his aching head against Hizashi's ear, letting the familiar sound of his heartbeat lull him to sleep. Yamada Hisashi hadn't known what to expect when he saw fireworks of all things go up from the USJ building. While fireworks weren't allowed on campus for obvious reasons, a few defenses around the school had flares built in as a failsafe in case the electronic alarms failed. That was why nearly every teacher's podium had a view of the sky, and even the teacher's lounge could see it. And while this wasn't a flare, fireworks could also work in a pinch. He couldn't take the chance that someone really needed help. He had to go, classes be damned. He knew he wasn't the only teacher who'd think that way. This was a hero school after all. So it was to no one's surprise, except, perhaps, the students, when classes were abruptly abandoned and teachers ran out towards the source. Even All Might knew something was up and came with them. Nizu kept an all-terrain vehicle. It was more like a small tank, in Hizashi's humble opinion, by the school for a reason just like this. So all the teachers piled into it. Even All Might, on Nizu's insistence, saved his hero time for whenever they reached the place. Hisashi had been the first to spot Ida running towards them in a panic, and that alone set alarm bells ringing. "Sensei," he called desperately. "Villain attack at USJ. Please hurry." Whatever they'd expected, it was not this. A villain attack on the first-year heroics class 1, Shuda's class. His heart tightened in his seat as they all drove faster. "You okay, Ida?" Midnight asked in concern, seeing his bright red face. "I just left them there. They told me to get reinforcements, but there's a warp villain that scattered everyone around the building." He shuddered. And there were hundreds of them all over the courtyard. Aizawa-sensei jumped right in to subdue them, but Hisashi's gut twisted uncomfortably. That was not Shuda's fighting style. The situation must have been truly desperate if he jumped into a massive unknown situation headfirst like that. He prayed his husband would be okay. He was going to chew him out for that stupid move later. "It'll be okay, Ida-kun." Cementos smiled reassuringly at him. "You did the right thing coming to get us. How did you know to come find us, though?" Ida's brows furrowed. There was something blocking the signals. Someone sent up fireworks? Nizu explained. "I'm not sure how a student would have gotten a hold of them, or why they would have brought them to school, but I'm not going to question that right now." Nobody wasted any time in jumping out of the vehicle the moment they arrived. Hisashi held back a wince when he saw 13 unconscious on the ground, several students surrounding them in worry. But it was then that they could all see Midoriya fighting a villain with hands all over his body. His movements were fluid and practiced despite his obvious injuries. It was somewhat entrancing to watch him fight, like a dancer. It was also unnerving to see a child move with the grace and surety that few pros could lay claim to. Like he'd been fighting villains all his life. It wasn't normal, and it made his concerns spike for the kid. The body of a monster was discarded not too far from them, and Hisashi couldn't help but wonder what had happened there. Midoriya buried a knife into the villain's gut without flinching. He then swiftly brought up his right hand in a slashing motion, hitting the villain's palm as he tried attacking from an angle that Midoriya couldn't have possibly seen. The two separated for a moment, talking. Then they tensed, ready to continue fighting. Snipe didn't hesitate in shooting the villain's shoulder, giving Midoriya the space he needed to disengage and flee. Only the kid didn't. He tried to attack the villain again. But this looked personal to Hisashi. Midoriya must have known this villain, to be attacking him so ruthlessly. Hisashi's heart nearly stopped when he saw Shoyuta laying in a pool of BLD not too far off. Or maybe the kid's just pissed about Sho. He looked over to the students to ask if he was alive, when Shoyuta himself sent him a glassy-eyed glare. He let out a breath of relief. Shoyuta was alive. He noticed Midoriya trembling. Cementos had made a wall to separate him from the villains, So Hisashi made his way over. You okay, little listener? Hisashi winced as he took in Midoriya's injuries. He could literally see the bone in his shoulder. You're hurt pretty bad. The kid swallowed thickly for a moment. His eyes looked far away, and Hisashi was afraid he'd fallen into one of those flashbacks Shoyuta had warned them about. It's not them, he whispered, and Hisashi barely caught it. Come again. Not them. Who's not them? Who's not who? He was very confused. Hey Sensei, is everyone alive? Did I at least get that part right? Hisashi felt his heart crack. This kid, even as injured as he was already acting like a seasoned pro, and it hurt to see. He wasn't even worried about himself. Get it right. What is he talking about? He filed away that part for later. Everyone is alive. Should is alive, and so are all your classmates. He confirmed, and he saw the kid relax a bit. At least I kept that promise. Come on, Midoriya. Let's get your injuries taken care of. He carefully scooped Midoriya up into a bridal-style hold, mindful of his wounds. The kid was way too light. Did he ever even eat? I guess I should get that taken care of. He winced as his hand brushed the side of his face. Hisashi only noticed the BLD in his dark hair when he rested his head against Hisashi's. The light reflected a little, and he brought up a hand. It came away red, and alarm bells went off. Hey, little listener. He gently tapped Midoriya's face. Nothing. Is he all right? Cementos asked as he came over with Snipe. Kid's got a concussion, but he's already fallen asleep. Hisashi quickened his pace as he made his way outside to the ambulance. Once he was loaded in the ambulance, Shudas had already left. He shot Cementos a look. I'll head over to the hospital with Midoriya and Shoyuta. I'll keep you informed. Until then, please keep everyone under control. Right? With that, the doors of the ambulance closed, and Hisashi listened to the familiar sound of the sirens as they headed to the hospital.